might return to trading, and but Lachie Neale, was
Yes.
Lachie Neale entitled? I know that he was still in contract at Brisbane, but he had a partner that was that's pregnant and has family in Perth. So the reason given was that he was looking at a trade back to Perth, back to Fremantle, to have some family support.
Yep.
Is he entitled to ask for that?
I think the world's changed a bit where that conversation is much more worthwhile and warranted than perhaps previous
because of COVID.
generations. Yeah, that's right. Where we live now and the way the world is, I think that's a fair enough request, or certainly a topic to broach with your leadership at your footy club, like seemingly he did with Greg Swan and Chris Fagan. Whether or not he should be able to, I think it's a fair enough conversation to at least broach.
We'll return to that because Dane Beams a few years ago, I think the same thing happened, that he may be leaving and then he's not going anywhere. Then in trade period, it ended up going to Collingwood. So that'll be an interesting one. We'll take a break because Chris Grant is standing by to join us. We've checked in with Port Adelaide. Let's head to the Western Bulldogs next. The Western Bulldogs head of football, Chris Grant, will join us next after the break on 3AW Footy for Maccas.
They're back.
The other day I had to go and do some work.
Go down the monkey bars together.
Had to go and do a talk. Or not a talk, but I had to go and see.
What did you do?
Oh, well, went and saw a psychologist, actually. All right.
From 5 p.m. tomorrow, it's The Twilight Zone with Marco and the Ox.
How you going with it?
It was all right.
Apparently it's good for you.
No, I think I've sorted her out. She was having issues, and I think I fixed her up.
On 3AW 693.
Brent Boomer Harvey is a football legend, and he's well on his way to being a legend of greyhound racing.
Well, I am getting a lot of help, though.
Oh, really? Bit of a greyhound whisperer.
No, not quite, but the next best thing. I get all the info on every greyhound race in Victoria on the Watchdog app and website. The stats, the form, the tips, and I can watch every race live and free.
You're a spectacular athlete, Boomer. How do these dogs size up?
Well, you haven't seen athletes until you see these greyhounds go, and boy, do they love to run.
The Watchdog app and website, live and free.
On the way to the game, at half-time, or after the siren, Macca's has you covered. Fuel up on Big Macs, quarter pounders, fries, apple pies and more at a Macca's restaurant. Like goals after the siren. I'm loving it. Macca's, proud partner of 3AW Football.
Kick off the footy finals and score a great deal at Dan Murphy's. Pick up a winner with a 6-pack of Scapegoat apple cider 330ml bottles for only $12 for My Dan's members. Shop unbeatable prices in-store or online at danmurphys.com.au. Choose to drink wise. Conditions apply. Offer ends Wednesday, September 15th.
Tyre Power have topped the customer satisfaction table again. That's right, Tyre Power received the coveted CanStar Blue Most Satisfied Customer Award for the second year running, making them winners 6 out of the last 7 years. We're proud and thankful to know that you voted for Tyre Power to receive 5-star reviews in every category of customer satisfaction. So when you need new tyres, go to the undisputed leaders in the field, Tyre Power. Visit your local owner-operator or find us at tyrepower.com.au.
Over 2 massive nights, the block explodes. Sunday, 7 o'clock, the most dramatic bathroom reveals.
This is extraordinary.
With all-time highs and crushing lows.
It reminds me of an old-fashioned public toilet.
Must-see bathroom reveals, Sunday at 7. Then, Monday,
We have a problem.
the cheats finally get their payback. It all starts Sunday, 7 o'clock on 9.
Here's Brent Boomer Harvey for his regular preview, proudly brought to you by the Watchdog app, where you can see vision of every Victorian greyhound race live and free. Greyhound racing, Boomer, have you done the form and found a good prospect that we can all get behind?
It's a massive day at Hillsville this Sunday with the running of the Group 2 Hillsville Cup and the culmination of the Hillsville Festival of Racing. And what a festival it has been. The Group 1 final has some amazing range of finalists, from Group 1 winning legend to one dog only having his 4th start. My tip, however, is Aston Geneve. Get this stat. Only 6 starts and every one of them have been a win. That's 100% strike rate. That's enough for me for sure. Aston Geneve in the Hillsville Cup this Sunday, Box 4 at 12:22. Good luck.
There we have it, Boomer Harvey's pick. You can watch every Victorian greyhound race live and free and check out Boomer's picks. Just download the Watchdog app or follow Watchdog Racing on Twitter or Facebook. Don't forget, please gamble responsibly.
We just deal with it comically. You know,
the pandemic's serious. We know that, but this one's unreasonable. So all you can do is laugh at it. It's a bit like the quarantine hotel last week. The way our people were treated, you just got to let that wry grin emerge on your face and just have a little bit of a chuckle and move on. And our players, they'll do that.
There is Luke Beveridge, not happy that the team couldn't have a captain's run ahead of tonight's game. We might ask the head of football, Chris Grant, about that. He's down with Laurie Colliver on the boundary line. Laurie?
The boys are out here having a nice kick around. They look pretty fresh and up and about. And thanks, Chris, for your time, pal. The fans in Melbourne listening on 3AW, they want to know, is Marcus Bonampelli okay to go tonight?
Oh, they'll be pleased to know that Marcus is out there in the first warm-up and ready to go. So, no, we're very confident. Marcus himself was very confident as well, even by the Monday and Tuesday. He was able to do a little bit of running and felt quite good. Did the full session on Thursday and has made the journey over to Adelaide ready to go. So, no, Bulldog and supporters and members will be pleased to hear.
Chris Lee Matthews here. Can you explain the COVID regulations going into Adelaide for us? So, couldn't quite work out, did you know exactly what was going before your ride, or was the plane late? Just what did happen there at the end?
Yeah, Lee, it was. Specifically for South Australia, like other states, the protocols are different from whichever state you're going into. We weren't exactly sure in the early part of the week what the protocols were going to be. We did expect to have a captain's run. We were hopeful of that being the case. That's generally what's the case. In fact, Brisbane, where it was additionally harsher as far as the protocols, they themselves allowed us to have the captain's run at the Gabba on the day before. So we did expect that, but unfortunately in the middle part of the week, that was quiboshed, and that wasn't going to be the case. So, look, it hasn't been the perfect lead-in as far as what you'd ideally like, Lee. But in saying that, how our group's been able to deal with not only the travel, but arriving into a city with some quite unusual protocols at times has been nothing but astounding. So, what we were able to do, though, to Lee today, we didn't arrive late. What we did, we had the captain's run in Perth, knowing that we couldn't have any run here at all. We arrived into the city late, had dinner, had our tests, and were able to get to Adelaide Oval today for a bit of a walk around. We weren't able to have much of a run, but at least we got the boys out for some fresh air, which obviously was handy in the lead up to the game.
And Steph Martin's training the last, it's a bit of a break last. Obviously, you're playing him tonight. What actually training has he been able to do these last few weeks?
Well, he's been building, Lee. We've been really hopeful, probably for the last 4 to 5 weeks, that he'd turn the corner at some point. He did have his first full-scale run, if you like, 3 weeks ago. Got through the game okay, but still pulled up a little bit tender, which meant that we just couldn't take the risk of choosing him in the first week of the finals. And then come the second week, he was improving, able to train, but still had a little bit of awareness there. So it just wasn't worth the risk. And as you know, coaching a group, any risk at all, particularly if they're not going to be able to get through the majority of the game, you just can't take the risk. So what's been pleasing, though, is he's continued to build his training and got through another full week and has actually pulled up really well over the course of since Saturday. The guys who actually didn't make the journey to Brisbane stayed in Launceston and had a full session down there, and he got through that really well. So we've been really confident over the course of this week that he's going to be selectable, and it's tremendous to have him out there tonight.
Chris, Jimmy Bartel here. Good luck for tonight, and well done on making it this far. I know we don't like to go back to that great year of 2016, but how much are you trying to capture that vibe? You mentioned Tassie before, Tasmania, Queensland, now South Australia. Then if you win tonight, you'll be playing a grand final in Western Australia. You've done the full tour. How much are you trying to capture that momentum from 2016?
A little bit, Jimmy. Look, there's enough boys around that obviously played in that, and there's been references to that, not in a team meeting as such, but certainly those boys who sort of felt that building, felt the difficulty, like 2016, having to travel in an elimination final to Perth against West Coast in 2016, come back, beat the three-time premiers at the MCG, and then head off to Sydney to play GWS in a preliminary final. there's parts of that certainly have started to bubble to the surface, Jimmy. So, from our perspective, we haven't, and certainly Bevo hasn't necessarily referenced it, but it's just been bubbling along within the playing group. And I think, for them, there's enormous belief. I think, getting back to Lee's question around the protocols, even those things just add an additional layer of incentive, if you like. The walls have been put up, but we just keep breaking them down. So, we really hope, clearly, there's another night of breaking the wall down tonight.
We know Bevo is a great motivator. We often get, or not often, every now and then we get a look inside and some of his talks and themes that he uses to get you guys up. How's he done it in the last 2 weeks? Because you're pretty much top 4 for 20 weeks, and then the last 2 to 3 weeks weren't great and you found yourself outside the top 4. How has he been able to turn sort of the tide so quickly?
Yeah, he's a great storyteller. I think what essentially he's been able to do is, which is really difficult, is leading to 3 losses into a final series. Certainly has probably players questioning the form of themselves individually or the group. What he has been able to do is probably leverage off, there's no second chances from here on in. So any lull in a sense of security was completely gone by our loss in round 23. And of course, when Brisbane got the maximum points in front of West Coast in the dying seconds there. So I guess that gave Bevo and the group an incentive that you've just got to make every post a winner, because the reality is there's nothing to fall back on as a second chance, and they've certainly been able to do that, which is great.
Chris, Daniel Harfer, good luck tonight. Nice to be chatting to you. Just on the week that's been, obviously been through a bit with travel and all that sort of stuff, but it was such an energetic and draining game against Brisbane last week. Has it affected the ability to get the players back out there and train to the level you would have loved to have done in a perfect world this week?
Oh, not really, I don't think, Daniel. I mean, the reality is, because it's such an emotional win, and what's come up in front of you as far as the preliminary final, any physical, fatigue is far outweighed with the emotional, positivity that your body's energised by. So, if any of the guys were feeling sore post the game, they've been able to return to some pretty good, physical shape over the course of the week. And the energy that comes from playing a preliminary final, getting the opportunity to play in the grand final is obviously pretty massive, and that certainly played its part this week.
They had a couple of big outs. You got a couple of big ins, literally, with big men. But Alex Keith goes out, and Cody Waitman has been such an energiser for you throughout this whole campaign. Where were you when you heard the Alex Keith news? Because if you're coming up against Charlie Dixon, it's probably not a guy you want to lose. Yeah, there's no doubt about that, Daniel. I think one of the positives we've had over the course of this year is, playing the amount of players that we needed to play, not sometimes out of choice, but out of necessity, and pretty much using 98% of your group. There's only 2 boys that haven't been able to be selected at senior level this year. So 41 players have actually played over the course of this year, particularly through that back end. We've had a fair bit of change. And even Alex himself missed 3 weeks with a hamstring in the mid part of the year. So we'll rely really heavily on that. And that's certainly given us confidence in Bevo and the boys to select the team, with Zane coming back in, who's quite an experienced backman now. They feel like we're okay. Do you want to go in with Alex preferably? But as I say, we're confident that we can cover that. But you're right. Charlie's a big man, and he's certainly going to need some help down there.
Chris, big night tonight, mate. Thank you very much for having a chat. Good luck.
Thanks, guys.
Chris Grant, the Western Bulldogs head of football, joining us on 3AW Footy, all with thanks to Macca's, as we return to the press pass, boys. And I just want to ask about the pylon that we're seeing on players, Jimmy. Adam Treloar copped it during the week for his performance last week against Brisbane. Gary Rowan has certainly copped it the last 24 hours after his performance last night against Melbourne. Is it getting worse? Players have always come in for criticism through the years, whether, I suppose we didn't have social media around 20 years ago, Jimmy, but is it getting worse, the pylon on players?
No, it's just more accessible to have a platform to voice your opinion. You can just pick up your phone and voice your opinion. Whereas back in our day,
Depends how far back we're going, Jim.
Yeah.
We're going back to your day or my day?
Well, really, still even then, social media didn't really come into the tail end of my career. Like the amount of social media platforms and forums and things like that, unless you went searching for it. But now it's so present. It's you pick up your phone, it's there. So I just think it's easier for you to take your soapbox and stand up and say what you like.
And players read it too, don't they? I mean, they might say, it's like 20 years ago, players say, I don't read newspapers. It's the same with social media. I don't have Instagram or I don't have Twitter, but a lot of them do read, what is being said about them.
Yeah, well, it's natural. People love to know, and I think we'd all be the same. A lot of people like to know whether people like them or don't like them, or how they went. And if I walk down the street, what are people thinking about me? And instead of being unknown, well, you clearly know now.
You're managing a group of young players, half at AFLW. How much is this coming into play? Social media and managing all that.
Yeah, well, that's certainly a conversation we have often with the girls. It's young people. Like my kids are all over it, 17 and 14, and it's their world. Their world is in their hands these days, literally, with the devices. But it does have a serious downside. So there's an education process about ways to manage situations or feedback, which we encourage all the players to adhere to, and even the kids. Don't get caught up in too much of the commentary. Just if you need to post something, post it and move on. Don't be fishing for likes, Matty.
Yep.
And that sort of stuff, because it's a whole validation conversation which you have to have with your players or your kids.
Back to contracts, Jimmy, and you being at a club. Does the game have an issue with front-ended contracts with players? So I'm not too sure what Lachie Neale's situation was, but we have had issues in the past where players, now just to explain to the audience the front-ended contracts, how's it work, Jimmy?
Well, front-ended contracts is normally if you've got 3 to 4 years more, say 4 years, we'll call it 4 years. If a player is getting $2 million over the life of that 4 years, some clubs like to front-end it for different reasons, whether to get them through to the pre-season draft, or they might have some list management issues, so you can bring people in. So say they owe $2 million, they might give them $1 million in the first year and then dial it back from there, or it might be $750, and then the rest over the next 2 years like that. So that's a front-ended contract.
Yeah. And we have had issues recently with players maybe being paid the bulk of their contract. I think Gary Ablett Jr. may have been in this circumstance at Gold Coast, the bulk of their contract early, say in a 4-year deal, and then wanting to leave to go to another club after they've got most of their money. Now, can we do anything about that as an industry, do you think, Jimmy?
Well, I don't know. It's what mechanism can the AFL pull? Because the biggest issue for clubs is you're always playing this balancing act. So that's why there is front-ended, back-ended contracts. A lot of people don't like long contracts, but what long contracts do for clubs is the ability to shift money around with certain players, which then can get you in another really good player.
Yep.
I'm just using the Lachie Neale example. I don't know whether his is front-ended or not, but I'm just using that as an example. If his was front-ended, the Lions would have banked on, well, he has a significant drop-off, which gives us a lot more space in our cap to then let's go shopping. Yep. So who can we add around Lachie Neale? Now, if he then leaves, you've sort of factored in already, we've got Lachie Neale, and then we're going to buy something else. So there's it actually affects your whole list management strategy, because they're doing this year, next year, 3 years, 5 years, like anything, all the planning going on. So it certainly has a big effect on the list manager.
Yeah, and I'm sure there's been a few of those scenarios in recent. We're not inundated with this scenario, but my initial thought would be that you would average out the contract over the term, and whatever.
So let's use the 4 years, $2 million.
Let's say 4 years, $2 million, $750 the first 2 years, and then $250 the last 2 years. So if you get paid $1.5 million in the first 2 years, and then you want to leave, or you try and leave at the end of that 2 years. Yeah, it's averaged at $500 a year. So you should have been paid $1 million. You've been paid 1.5. So you owe the club you've come from, or where you are, $500,000. That if you want to break that contract, that would be my take. And I don't know how that works legally or whatever, but that would seem to be a reasonably rational argument, wouldn't it?
Because that doesn't exist at the moment, does it, Half? I don't know whether you can contract to that degree that you're saying, because you'd have fun getting the money back off the player, wouldn't you?
That's right.
So I reckon it's one of those things, if clubs decide to do it, well, you take the good with the bad, and every now and again it can blow up in your face.
Because otherwise it's a double dip, and as we know from Seinfeld.
Just double dip that chip? You double dip the chip. From now on, when you take a chip, Just take one dip and end it.
Just one dip you get, Lee. Just
one
dip.
dip. Yeah, don't double dip.
Can I ask Lee a question? Because I remember him having a conversation years ago about pregnancies during finals.
Yes.
Now, Lee, there's a lot of people...
Avoiding them was a conversation I had half in about a January of a year doing mathematics.
That's right. So do we need to have that chat again? The clubs need to have that chat again, Lee. I've been thinking about you for weeks because there's a lot of babies being born at the moment, Lee, from players around the competition.
Well, this has happened because obviously we had a situation at the Lions in 2000 where Daniel Bradshaw's partner Ange we were going into the elimination final. So it'll be the second week of September, and she went into labour, and Daniel didn't play because he went to the hospital for the birth, which is fair enough. And I did have the conversation over that summer with the players who thought I was joking. I was quite serious. I said, can you just consider not so much when you do the act, but when you procreate? Like, in other words, try not to have pregnancies being up in September. I know you can't plan it that precisely, but you think you do your mathematics. Be very careful what you're doing in December and January.
People get excited on New Year's, Lee. They get excited.
Festive season. That's what happens.
It's a festive season.
Most exciting time of the year.
It's unprofessional.
The kids in bed yet?
we better ring and check with Lee. Before we do anything. It didn't get to that stage, Lee, surely. What about the grand final start time? We had this actually debate last week, Jimmy. Did they get the grand final start time right for next week?
Yeah, sure. Like, I think it's about right, isn't it? Like 7:10,
7:15. I guess, yeah.
What about next year, Jimmy, when it's back at the MCG and we're back into our normal grand final week and our normal grand final day? What do you... Because I think what we're doing at the moment, because we have to do something different, it's COVID, I think it's good to experiment with all these things. We're fortnight between preliminary final and grand final, night grand final again. But what's your thinking, you guys, about grand final day if it's hopefully back in Melbourne?
I think the word you used there, Lee, I think we're all dying for normality. So that means... grand final and grand final week, the usual grand final week that we've had for a long time, 2 o'clock, it's between 2:30 and 3.
Yeah, 2:30 is good.
So, that afternoon grand final, all that sort of stuff. It'd be nice to have normality.
Wouldn't it ever?
And that was the AFL's plan this year, I think, to have it as normal. They were going to have a day grand final. Everything was going to be normal. I've said this before, but I like the day grand final. It's unique to our game. We don't have to be like the NRL or the NFL. 2:30 on a Saturday afternoon is a great Melbourne day. It's a Melbourne day. It's a national competition, but it's a great Melbourne day half.
Can I throw a dot point or question B on top of that, Shane McKines?
Yes, of course.
Would you be open to considering, now that we've had it at the Gabba and we're going to have it over in Perth, that once every 3 to 4 years or whatever, that you have it somewhere else? So Adelaide would be the next obvious one out of the big cities, and then obviously Sydney.
No.
Would you be comfortable with in 4 years?
Jog on, Jim.
That's aggressive.
Once a century, we should have it at these other cities.
Yeah, I'm with
you. I'm fine with that.
We've got a 50-year contract to fulfil the MCC. 2:30 last Saturday in September. That's when your grand final is, and it's not just the grand final. It's the whole day. People have organised this after decades of this happening. It's a day. It's an event for a whole day. It's almost a whole week, clearly, with what they do. But that day itself is built beautifully. You have your brekkie, you get your lunch, you get to the ground, you have the game, and then you celebrate or commiserate afterwards.
So it
works.
It was a good dot point. I invoked passion from out of the coaches here.
Stupid dot point, Jim. Jog on.
No, I just sparked this.
And the other thing that has to be said, I hear this a lot, that TV rights, you get more money. You get no more. The extra money you get is negligible for a day grand final.
Like an extra million. Say an extra million of TV rights is not going to be that astronomical.
Right. So, that's sort of out there when this debate comes, we'll get another 50 million. That's rubbish. You won't get much more at all. All right, let's take our final break before we really dig into this match between Port Adelaide and the Western Bulldogs. No late changes. The many subs, Sam Powell-Pepper for Port Adelaide and Anthony Scott for the Western Bulldogs. It's our match preview, all with thanks to Foodworks. Shop and save at Foodworks. That works. And we'll have a look at a few of the key matchups after the break. 3AW is Finals Football.
Brent Boomer Harvey is a football legend, and he's well on his way to being a legend of greyhound racing.
Well, I am getting a lot of help, though.
Oh, really? Bit of a greyhound whisperer.
No, not quite, but the next best thing. I get all the info on every greyhound race in Victoria on the Watchdog app and website. The stats, the form, the tips, and I can watch every race live and free.
You're a spectacular athlete, Boomer. How do these dogs size up?
Well, you haven't seen athletes until you see these greyhounds go, and boy, do they love to run.
The Watchdog app and website, live and free.
You don't just get great deals at your local Foodworks store. You'll be able to shop a huge range with a local store that's a part of your community. At Foodworks, we're about great value. We're also where you go when you're looking to do an easy shop. While you're watching the footy, don't forget to grab some 1. With nearly 400 stores, there's always one nearby. Shop local and save. Foodworks. That works.
Unable to work due to illness or injury? You could claim insurance through your suit.
Deal that provides effective relief. That's why you should try PhysioCramp. It contains menthol and naturally derived ingredients which are all great for the temporary relief of muscular aches and pains. Just look for the purple tube at your local pharmacy, Chemist Warehouse, Coles or Woolworths. PhysioCramp. Always read the label. Follow the directions for use. If symptoms persist, talk to your health professional.
Kick off the footy finals and score a great deal at Dan Murphy's. Pick up a winner with a case of Byron Bay Brewery Premium Lager 355ml bottles for only $47 for My Dan's members. Shop unbeatable prices in-store or online at danmurphys.com.au. Choose to drink wise. Conditions apply. Offer ends Wednesday, September 15.
Upgrade your everyday with Husqvarna. Take advantage of fantastic offers across the range. Trimmers from only $235. Bonuses like a free icebox and bucket hat with selected Husqvarna ride-on mowers. Even a free trailer to tow behind your new rider. From the intelligent Husqvarna Automower to your new trimmer or garden tractor, it's time to start your next project. Check out our catalogue and talk to your local Husqvarna dealer today. Husqvarna, ready when you are. Offers end January 31st, 2022. T's and C's apply. See husqvarna.com for details.
Here's Brent Boomer Harvey for his regular preview, proudly brought to you by the Watchdog app, where you can see vision of every Victorian greyhound race live and free. Greyhound racing, Boomer, have you done the form and found a good prospect that we can all get behind?
It's a massive day at Hillsville this Sunday with the running of the Group 2 Hillsville Cup and the culmination of the Hillsville Festival of Racing. And what a festival it has been. The Group 1 final has some amazing range of finalists, from Group 1 winning legends to one dog only having his 4th start. My tip, however, is Aston Geneve. Get this stat. Only 6 starts and every one of them have been a win. That's 100% strike rate. That's enough for me for sure. Aston Geneve in the Hillsville Cup this Sunday, Box 4 at 12:22. Good luck.
There we have it. Boomer Harvey's pick. You can watch every Victorian greyhound race live and free and check out Boomer's picks. Just download the Watchdog app or follow Watchdog Racing on Twitter or Facebook. Don't forget, please gamble responsibly.
We've got the power to win, power to roll. Come on, Port Adelaide aggression. We are the power from Port. It's more than a sport. It's a true Port Adelaide tradition. Sons of the West, red, white and blue. We come out snarling, bulldogs through and through.
Throughout Australia, welcome to 3AW's coverage of this preliminary final between Port Adelaide and the Western Bulldogs from the Adelaide Oval. Bringing you tonight's action. In special comments, Geelong Premiership hero Jimmy Bartell, the stalwart himself, Daniel Harford, and 4-time Premiership coach Lee Matthews. On the boundary, Laurie Colliver. And in commentary, it's a very good Saturday night to Matt Granlund and to Tony Leonard.
Yes, thank you, Craig Willis. Yes, the stalwart himself,
I hate how you
Daniel
embrace that.
Harford, is here, and
That's
he's going to
right.
ask
He plays
all
for
the big
Victoria.
questions, Harf, about this game. and what to expect. So the floor is yours. You're asking Lee Matthews and Jimmy Bartell, two men that know a lot about September of finals footy.
My word, they do, and very pleased to be a part of it too, Matty. Don't you worry about that. I want to go to you, Lee, straight up, because you were talking to Ken Hinkley earlier about the midfield and the role of Drew for Port Adelaide. Played on Libba around 23 as the Bulldogs enter the arena at the Adelaide Oval tonight to the boos of the Port Adelaide faithful, which is always nice to get when you walk onto the ground. Is it important that he does go to Libba tonight from your perspective, Lee, to just set that tone for the whole Port Adelaide midfield?
We'll go into someone, but I reckon I'd be going to McRae. I mean, Libba's the clearance king, yeah, but McRae's the clearance king and the spreader into space. Last week, he had 11 inside 50s, 11 clearances, 18 handball received. So I don't know whether... I mean, I know it's been, fashionable to sit on Liberatore because he is a bit of the clearance player for the Bulldogs, but the way McRae does it all... I reckon if you're going to shut down one of those Bulldogs midfielders, I reckon it'd be McRae.
What are you doing, Jim?
I'd have a plan for McRae. He can have games. We spoke about this post-game last week. He can have games where he has 30-odd and doesn't have any inside forward 50s, but he was the most destructive player on the ground last week. Lee was right. 11 inside forward 50s, hit the scoreboard as well. He had score involvements, and you need a plan. That's just clearly ruining everything you're trying to do for the Lions last week, but I reckon the power would need to have a plan for him.
It is interesting, that one, though. Like what Ken was saying, it's partly a philosophy too. You need someone who can do it, can play that one-on-one role and be disciplined and still be valuable, which Willem Drew is doing. But it also tends to tighten up that whole midfield group by saying, yeah, we've got to be accountable here. It's not just going and chasing kicks. So I think it's as much philosophy as the individual they got doing the jobs.
We heard Chris Grant, boys, talking about the size of Charlie Dixon. It was a leading question for me, but you mentioned the size of him. He's going to need some help. What do you do with Charlie now that Alex Keith's not there, Jim?
It's pressure on the ball. You want slow entries. It comes from up the ground. And playing with one of the great defenders, Matt Scarlett, and whenever he had a big job, he was, I don't need you all flooding back and sitting back. I actually need you to go forward and put more pressure on around the ball, because then the ball comes in high, comes in slow, it goes wider. I can defend that. But if you all just sort of sag back and you allow them to come through you, as we saw the Demons last night, it doesn't matter how good a defender you got, you just get picked apart.
Same with you, Lee?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's interesting because that whole forward line, one of the things that you might be a little bit suspicious of Port, they kicked, 12 goals in the first final, and Motlop and Fantasia kicked 6 of them. So I'm not sure whether that's going to happen tonight. I reckon Dixon has to be able to get his sort of 2 or 3. So between Dixon and Marshall and Laddams, they might get half a dozen goals. I don't think you can expect your little guys are going to kick 90% of your score.
So for the Bulldogs, on the flip side of that, from a forward perspective or scoring perspective, Lee, does Steph Martin make them more potent this week? They relied on Lewis Young a lot and sent Tim English forward the last couple of weeks. It didn't quite work out. English goes into the ruck against Brisbane, makes a massive difference to that game in the second half with Luke Beveridge making the call. Martin comes in. English should spend more time as that key forward with Norton and put a bit of pressure on them. Does he become more potent now, the Bulldogs?
Looks good on paper, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But, I mean, the thing we asked Chris about, I mean, he hasn't played for about 3 months, Steph Martin. He's a fit, he comes to hand quickly, but he can only be half fit. So how well he can actually handle the Lysett matchup is critical, because I think they need him. English is one of those big forwards who gets his hands to the ball in those contested marking situations half a dozen times, and it's lucky to take 1 for the game. If he can actually take his 3 or 4 and have his 3 or 4 shots a goal, that is a big tick for the Bulldogs. So they'll be hoping that Martin's at least an experienced ruckman versus Lysett, who's the very experienced ruckman too. And Lewis Martin was obviously the fill-in. They certainly look better on paper with Steph Martin being that first ruck role.
Match preview brought to you by Foodworks. Shop and save at Foodworks, Jim. That works.
Yeah, and you forget though the pair, the Port Adelaide Power, they actually have a pretty handy second ruck themselves. So in Laddams, who can get pretty agile. So it'll probably turn into Laddams v English, the impact they can have when they're both forward. And then obviously big Steph versus Lysett, their impact around the contest, boundary throw-ins and ball-ups.
All right, let's go into the coaches' room with you too. Lee, I'll start with you. You've done this before. What's the last thing you write on the whiteboard for Port Adelaide if you Ken Hinkley tonight?
Pressure on the opposition ball carrier. I mean, you've got to win the contest, yeah, but that's the easy part. Everyone wants to win the contest, but you've got to actually make sure if they win it, we're on them.
Jim, if you Luke Beveridge?
Repeat, outnumbers, because ground ball gets is where they've been great the last 2 weeks. Repeat out numbers, be clean, run to support.
Alrighty, we will take our final break. Port Adelaide are out there. The Doggies are out there. It's a full house at the Adelaide Oval. We'll get down to Laurie Colliver and get some ground conditions after the break. Tony Leonard to join us to call the action after the break. The Welcome to Country and the National Anthem. Then the bounce of the football. The winner to advance to the grand final against the Demons. For McDonald's, 3AW is Finals Football.
Healthy living.
Hi, it's Dr. Ross Walker. New research sheds light on how Delta spreads among children, and it's a big leap forward in getting our kids back into school. We'll look at that. Also, 10,000 steps. We all know the number, but what if it's all wrong? The new number might put a spring in your step. Speaking of spring, how to protect your eyes during allergy season with Specsavers.
Healthy living.
Sunday night from 7
on 3AW 693.
Kick off the footy finals and score a great deal at Dan Murphy's. Pick up a winner with a mixed 10-pack of Vodka Cruiser 275ml bottles for only $32.90. Shop unbeatable prices in-store or online at danmurphys.com.au. Choose to drink wise. Conditions apply. Offer ends Wednesday, September 15.
Sheen Panel Service.
If you've had a car accident, call Sheen first. We'll handle your repair process from start to finish and provide an accident replacement vehicle at no cost to you. Rest assured, we use genuine parts and provide you with a lifetime guarantee on all repairs. So remember, call Sheen first on 1300 Repair. We'll take care of the rest at one of our 26 locations across Victoria. T's and C's apply.
Sheen Panel Service.
When you need strong, tough, reliable building supplies at the lowest prices, think Robot. Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Dramana, Preston, Sunshine, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darwin. Or robotbuildingsupplies.com.au. Proud supporter of 3AW football.
Tuesdays just got better with eBay Tuesdays. Every week, eBay Plus members can unlock new offers on a range of products. Start your 30-day free trial today. Trial for new members only, $4.99 per month thereafter. T's and C's apply.
Jax, Budget Direct have won Money Magazine's Insurer of the Year award for a record 5th year in a row.
You know what that is, don't you, Saj?
No?
That's a win-win-win-win-win situation.
Very good, Jax. Very good.
Buy online now and get 30% off home and contents insurance in your first year. Budget Direct. Insurance solved. Insurance issued by Auto & General Insurance Company Limited. Discount applies to first year's premium. Conditions apply. Read awards, PDS and TMD information at budgetdirect.com.au to decide if products suit you.
Shopping around for a Prestige vehicle has never been easier. In fact, you don't need to leave the living room. At Nick Theodosi Prestige Cars, you can browse their showroom online and ask the team to send you a detailed video of any of their cars. nicktheodosi.com.au. LMCT 8350.
Have you been injured in a road or work accident? Morris Blackburn will get you the best possible outcome so you can get on with your life again. It costs nothing to know where you stand. Call Australia's #1 injuries law firm on 1800 111 222.
Morris Blackburn, we fight for fair.
At Epworth, we want you to live your best life. That's why we're here for you for every health concern that life presents. Make Epworth your choice for cancer care because we care for the important things in life. You, from diagnosis to treatment and rehabilitation. Our oncology specialists combine evidence-based clinical knowledge with more than 100 years of Epworth excellence. Epworth for you. Epworth for life. Ask your GP for a referral to an Epworth oncology specialist in Melbourne or Geelong or visit epworth.org.au.
Kick off the footy finals and score a great deal at Dan Murphy's. Pick up a winner with a mixed 10-pack of Vodka Cruiser 275ml bottles for only $32.90. Shop unbeatable prices in-store or online at danmurphys.com.au. Choose to drink wise. Conditions apply. Offer ends Wednesday, September 15.
Adelaide Oval is the venue. Prelim final between Port Adelaide and the Western Bulldogs. Matt Grandel alongside Jimmy Bartell, Daniel Harford, Lee Matthews, and a very good evening to a good buddy, Tony Leonard. Good to see you, Tony.
It's wonderful to be here with you too, Matty, as we near enough round up the match preview, all thanks to Foodworks. Shop and save at Foodworks. Foodworks, that works. We are around about 10 minutes away from the commencement of the Last Chance Saloon. Winner goes home and all of those wonderful cliches, because in a fortnight time, one of these two teams, indeed, basically in about 2.5 hours' time, one of these two teams will be off to play Melbourne, and we saw what they did last night. Always great to have part of not only 3AW football and sport, but also part of the network is Laurie Colliver, who is in the glorious position surveying it all, Lozzle, thanks to the Watchdog app. And with the Watchdog app, follow Watchdog Racing on Twitter or Facebook. Just download the Watchdog app. Good to be working with you again, Loz.
Absolutely. Same to you, Tone. Good luck to your doggies. And, well, the conditions at ground level, I've got to say, just about perfect. It's 14 degrees. The BOM radar thingamajiggy says it's a 15-knot wind, but there's no way there's anything like that at ground level. The flags are moving a little bit by the old scoreboard, but it's just perfect conditions. Alex Hill, the Olympic gold medalist in the Coxless Fours, out of his 28 days of quarantine, ran out with the match ball. There's fans on the hill tonight, 26,500 in. It feels like a great and a normal night at the footy. And look, there's a suggestion we might have a little bit of a shower later on. Looking at the radar once again, it's a little bit building up in the Gulf, but being the farm boy I am, I don't think we're going to get much rain tonight. It's going to be a perfect night for footy.
Can I ask what that thingamajiggy was again?
The BOM radar thingamajiggy. Good on you, Jimmy.
Heavens above, once you get that app, half, you basically become an amateur meteorologist. Don't worry about doing 6 or 7 years. So, yeah, map says, blue and red over Warrnambool. Yeah, rain's coming up from the southwest. It's as simple as that. Those beautiful ground conditions, all thanks to the Watchdog app. Download the Watchdog app. Follow Watchdog Racing on Twitter or Facebook. So we are still a couple moments away from the Welcome to Country and also the National Anthem. Got Lee Matthews, Daniel Harford, and I'll go to you first, Jim, for your just final match preview for Foodworks. Shop and save at Foodworks, that works. Port Adelaide, and rightly so, start clear-cut favourites. The Dogs without Alex Keith at one end of the ground, Josh Bruce at another, and Cody Waitman, who really has become such a live wire. It would sort of indicate that they're going to be hard-pressed to go against Port Adelaide, especially at home. What do they need to do? Basically, in the first 10 minutes, if they're going to set a tone.
Be clean around the contest. Match Port Adelaide in the contested possession. We highlighted it earlier, Daniel, and also when we spoke to Ken Hinkley as well, is when they win contested possession, Port Adelaide win this year. But where the Bulldogs have actually got their old mojo back, as we've touched on in the last couple of weeks, is contested possession, and ground ball gets for me half. It's never been a really attractive stat, but it actually highlights the Bulldogs with their midfield power and their ability to get out and spread. And we spoke about Jackson McRae. When he's dangerous, he gets inside forward 50s. Bailey Smith, the last quarter, that ability to get on the outside and hit the scoreboard. So the players, we know Liver's going to be absolutely cracking in McRae, but it's those blokes on the outside, Hunter and all that can match Port Adelaide. And for the power, they just need the usual sort of stuff. They need Boak, they need Wines just to be cracking in, but again, getting spread on the outside with the likes of Eamon as well, which can give their forwards a good look at it.
Well, it's what Lee said before, which makes a bit of sense with Drew and McRae, because you look at some of the numbers for eBay. eBay Tuesday is the best day of the week by far, by the way. Centre clearance differential, the Bulldogs number 2 in the competition and the number 1 for stoppage clearance differential. But Port Adelaide are the number 1 team for pressure factor differential. So they'll get their looks, the Bulldogs, if there's no pressure on them in that area of the ground, Lee.
Well, the other thing is we mentioned McRae and Liberatory, they don't charge forward out of the stoppages. We saw the difference between a stoppages where you're getting it round the back or you're going out towards the wing, and to be honest, that's the way McRae tends to play compared to to running forward out of the stoppages. And I think that for the Bulldogs to win, their good players have to be very good tonight. Like Bontempelli has to be really good and probably kick 2 or 3 goals as well. Their weapons have to be big weapons tonight, because they have got a lot of holes in their team at this point in time.
So both sets of players, Loz, quickly in, are all lined up and are ready to go.
Yeah, Pal Pepper the sub for Port, Anthony Scott for the Bulldogs, as we prepare for Mark Soderstrom from Channel 7 and our wonderful national anthem.
Premier partner Toyota welcomes you to the second preliminary final between Port Adelaide and the Western Bulldogs. The AFL acknowledges the Kaurna people as the traditional owners of the land we gather on today, and pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging. We acknowledge we play our great game on this land and respect the cultures of all First Peoples, their contributions to our nation and contribution to the game of Australian rules football. The AFL invites you to direct your attention to the big screens for the Welcome to Country.
We're in the Welcome to Country prior to the national anthem.
Namani Nachili. Neko Tiffany Yartana. Thunderwoman Yard. Nyari, win the curtain. Nyai Mina, Malavera Mina. Zibrokiananga. Kala Tawala. Ma. We welcome you to the 2021 Toyota AFL Final Series.
Now please join the coaches, the players and the umpires for the Australian National Anthem.
As a rule, the preliminary final, arguably the most exciting 2.5 hours, one at least, or maybe both, of sport in Australia. Didn't quite get the excitement last night, Lee, and I couldn't help but think that the Melbourne Football Club adopted the mantra of Charlie Sutton in the 54 grand final, and that was avoid the rush, boys, shop early, and they shopped early and set it up. Your prediction, please, and just Port Adelaide, what they would need to do in the first 10 or so minutes.
Okay, I'm going for Port by about 30 points, and really they just got to be able to at least match the Bulldogs in winning the ball out of the contest, forward 50 entries. All this, if they can do that, I think they're a little bit stronger to kick a winning score. So that is always the first part of the game.
Thank you very much, Lee. We are doing our match predictions, all thanks to Sheen Panel Service. If you had a car accident, call Sheen first. They handle the repair process, start to finish, provide an accident replacement vehicle. The number to call, nice and easy, 1300 repair. Before I go to you, Jim, and also to you, Half, I'm taking that the raucous applause and the cheering is that Tom Jonas might have won the toss there, Loz.
You're favouring the old scoreboard end, so yeah, a little bit of a surprise for me, but there's not much wind at ground level.
No, fair enough too. Jim, as in excess, comes right across the ground.
What a great song. They do this well, the Port Adelaide pair, but I'm going to go with Port Adelaide, but by 8 points. I think this is going to be a little bit closer than we think. I think the midfield battle is so intriguing, and I think it'll make it a lot closer than we think. Daniel.
I'm on the power, I must admit. I reckon it'll be a good dogfight, pardon the pun, but I reckon the power will be too good at home. They're too powerful in most areas of the ground.
Stop it.
Particularly forward to centre.
That's too many.
So the match predictions so far, 3 for 3, all thanks to Sheen Panel Service. Matty, are you an outlier?
I'm not, unfortunately. I'm going to go for Port Adelaide by 10 points, Tone.
Yeah.
What about you in the all-important matchup?
I actually dreamt the Dogs won. And so hopefully, that's right.
Dare dream.
I also dreamt that I shot the lights out at Flemington by all upping those 3 unbeatable faves, and none of them got there. All thanks to McDonald's. The Monopoly game is back. 2.5 hours of brilliant football. Matty Granlund, take us through the opening stages, please, for Morris Blackburn Lawyers.
Yes, underway in the prelim final at the Adelaide Oval. It's going to be the Bonk to get the first centre clearance for the Western Bulldogs. Bonampelli sends it to half forward. There's no mark. Hannon was up, couldn't take it. Comes to McRae, who goes short. Underground handball, Hunter to Bailey Smith, who was the hero last week. Top of the goal square. Norton flew, couldn't take the mark. Ball up for grabs. Vandermeer tackled aggressively by Jonas. And the umpire will come in and ball it up 30 metres out from the Western Bulldogs goal.
So the Dogs going to the northern end. And 30 out. First contest. 30 out from their goals. Locking arms. Martin, Lysett. Quick kick, Liberatore. Top of the square attacking. English tries to knock it to the side. English rucks. Rope. Got it to Bailey Smith, who's roared it through in the space of 1 minute. The Dogs are on the board. They're one straight. Port Adelaide yet to score. Morris Blackburn Lawyers scoreboard. Lee Matthews, 3RW football.
And with the good news, I reckon, for the Bulldogs, there's only been 2 ruck contests, but in both of them, Steph Martin looked as big and strong as Lysett, who was jumping all over Lewis Young. So that's a really good sign. I mean, whether he can do it for the whole game, but just at the moment, he's matching Lysett in that strength at the ruck contest.
Well, I think this is an opportunity for the Bulldogs, and I highlighted it early in the game. Before the game, is the outside, that 2 to 3 metres outside the initial contest. Both sides are very good at first possession or off the ruckman's hands, but where the Bulldogs can have a strength is these sort of guys, Bailey Smith, Lockie Hunter, Trelaw, those guys who sit about 3 metres off the contest, your first receivers, which is exactly where Bailey Smith got that ball.
First goal scorer Bailey Smith for First National Real Estate with house prices at record highs today. Don't wait until tomorrow. Poor bounce to restart things. We'll have a secondary.
He's hot to trot. Bailey Smith kicked the last 2 in succession for the Bulldogs.
He's becoming Mr. September, isn't he, yes. Bailey Smith? We're back in the middle again. Take 2, knocked down by Lysett. Underground handball, Burn Jones. Trying to knock it forward was Butters, but the Bulldogs win it back. Liberatore tackled by Lysett. Here they go. Wines has got the football now for Port Adelaide. He goes to full forward. No mark to Marshall. Ball hits the deck. Eastonwood wants the boundary line. Getting there, Rosie kept it in. Then he gives the handball away. Dixon's little grubby kick was no good. It's over the boundary line. Off hands for a throw in. About 30 around from the Port Adelaide goal.
3 gone. Husqvarna clock. Only score of the game. First goal for First National Real Estate was Bailey Smith. The ball forward pocket left. City end. Port Adelaide into attack. About 35 around from their goal. Tossed in. Dixon knocks to the front of the pack. McRae's kick partially smothered. Dale there. Quick hands. Liberatore. Kick out of defensive 50 almost to the wing in front. Mitch Hannon. What an excellent grab he's taken there. Plays on quickly wide to the wing. Indecisive, I would think, as Burn Jones. Loz runs it right out in front of you, going 3.5 minutes. Laurie Colliver.
And Alea has an opponent at the moment. We saw last time they played Port Adelaide, he didn't have anyone on him in the first quarter, but he's got someone on him now, Big Tim English.
Interesting, Will and Drew starting on the bench for the Power too, so no direct match-up in the midfield for the Dogs.
Boundary throw in. Martin made a good fist of it again, then Trelaw kicked it off the ground, came to Bailey Smith. He kicks it inside the 50. Norton, yes, got it! Couple of bites of the cherry, and he brings down the mark and will go back and line up from 45 metres.
Where's this ball come in? Alea just absolutely shifted Tim English out of the way and thought the ball was going to land in his lap, but as we know with Norton, he just never gives up on the contest. When the ball hits the ground or he sees it in the air, he just keeps going after it.
They've got someone to take Alea in that contest like English did. Norton on Mackenzie is a good matchup for the Dogs.
Most of his goals come from set shots. He comes in 48 metres out, and that one is just sliding left. And through for a minor 1-1-7. Western Bulldogs, no score, Port Adelaide, and that is on the Morris Blackburn Lawyers scoreboard.
Yep. Call Morris Blackburn Lawyers 1800 111 222. Costs nothing to know where you stand as the 100 gamer Dan Houston brings the ball in. To the members' side it goes on the wing. Shackey knocks to the front of the pack. No clean possession. Dale stripped of it by Alea. Ball came out. Liberatore. Taylor Giray. Sideways handball to Joe Hannison. Forward of the pack, Bontempelli. Couldn't grab it but knocked it forward against the boundary line. 45 out. Trelaw squares top of the square. The Dogs, Vandermeer. Taking the mark. It'll be put on a tight enough angle in his forward pocket right. But it is the tightest of angles, but he's only 2 or 3 metres out.
Yes, thank you. Sorry. I was just watching him.
Comes in, Ralph the outside of the boot. The Dogs second, the game second, and they're off the Dogs. 2-1-13, Port Adelaide yet to score. Morris Blackburn Lawyers, Lee Matthews.
Well, they've dominated this first few minutes of the game, and they've taken 2 inside 50 marks. I mean, they kicked that crumbing goal through Bailey Smith, but Norton just outreached. It was too tall for Mackenzie, and that was just a one-on-one contest, Vandermeer and Houston, and Vandermeer was able to win the contest. So a really good start for the Bulldogs.
I'd love to see the replay, who went up to Vandermeer, because he was going so far back to take that set shot. Because he marked it almost right on the goalpost, it was almost old school thing. I've got to go back, I've got to take my run up. But because of where you get the protected zone, you can nearly come up right next to the guy on the mark, and then it's just a matter of making a connection on his foot. I think it was Mitch Hannon who said, "Hey mate, get right in. You can come right up close." It makes it an absolute certainty.
Hey, Laurie Colliver, you're on the boundary line as we do the replay for Yarra Valley Toyota. Did Treloar have a foot out before he kicked it?
I reckon 3/4 of the ball was out of play. It was pretty close.
Back in the middle again. Here's Bonampelli, takes it. He couldn't exit there and get the kick inside 50, and Robbie Gray's tied up in the tackle. And the umpire will have it just forward of the circles, favouring the doggies. They're off to a very good start, the Western Bulldogs.
So Libbers had 5 for eBay, leads all comers by a fair margin. Dogs clearance is 4-1.
Libbers sitting on the bench now. McRae was able to get the handball out. Got high contact though, so it'll be a free kick. So Dobbs will take the free from the middle. Everything going the Western Bulldogs' way at the moment. McRae, the recipient of the free, gives the handball off to little Caleb Daniel, who runs his full quota. Then he kicks it to half forward. No mark. Ball up for grabs. That was Stephen Martin jumping for that mark. They work it out though. Port Adelaide. Bonner just dumps it out. A dump kick. And the mark has been taken by Easton Wood of the Dogs.
Dogs happy to slow play it. 7 gone first quarter. Hustbarna clock. Dogs 13. Port Adelaide 0. Bonampelli long to full forward. Norton from nowhere's clawed it. Dead in front. There's a tiny bit of push and shove, nothing more. But flew from the side, Jim, got a clean run at it. Marks 15 out, dead in front for the Dogs.
Well, he led up to Bonampelli, realised Bonampelli was going long and just doubled back and worked his backside off. And that's why he had the running jumper and the start on Mackenzie, his direct matchup. Just lost him on the short little tick lead. And just came and jumped to the footy.
Dead in front, Norton goes in and he's put it through. His first, Dogs third, 3-1-19 the Dogs. Port Adelaide yet to score. 8 gone first quarter. Morris Blackburn Lawyers scoreboard. Half, can you just cast your eye over that eBay stat sheet and explain how the Dogs are 19-0 and we're only going 8 minutes?
That's because they're owning the game at the moment, Tony. 30 disposals to 12, 6 marks to 0, 6 inside 50s to 1, 5 to 1 clearances, 12 to 5 contested. Tackles even Stevens, 17 to 5 uncontested. It's a clinic, and what they're doing clearly, Lee, is trying to engage Alir as often as possible when the ball comes in. On that occasion, it was Shaki, which gave Norton the run and jump, as Jimmy said, against Mackenzie, an undersized opponent.
Yeah, it was 3 pairs of players, wasn't it? Wrestling under the ball, but as soon as that happened and Norton was able to release from Mackenzie's contact and just jump at the ball, well, that's his piece of cake. He does that easily.
Well, remember the Dogs kicked the first 4 in round 23. Got off to a cracking start and Port Adelaide will reel them back in. Lysette wins that one down. A whistle for a kick, this time going to the power. So Travis Boak will take it. The heart and soul of Port Adelaide, and then kick them up inside the 50, the power. They'll be graded and fly for that. Ground level ball to be won. Bergman gets the handball. Rosie, a bit too hot for him. Goes after it, couldn't pick it up cleanly. Motlop had it grabbed out of his clutches that time by Bailey Smith, who rushes the kick to the wing. Norton can't take it. Burn-Jones got it sorted. Handball to Houston. Houston evades one tackle, then gets it onto the boot and kicks it to left half forward for Port Adelaide. And a good mark, though, has been taken at left half back by Gardner. And that's where it stops for Port Adelaide.
He's got the job on Dixon, does Ryan. Done a good job so far, 2 one-on-ones.
9 gone first quarter. The Dogs 19. Port Adelaide yet to score. Jonas just out-bodies English that time. Takes it to the middle of the ground. Now here's where they can set up as wide. Port Adelaide just taking their time. Bonner out to the eastern side. Being told now to play on. Long kick that time. Wines to full forward. English back of the pack. Dale defensively. Little 1-2 with Caleb Daniel back to Dale. Lovely kick going forward. Bailey Williams has taken the mark. Outside defensive 50.
Yep, against Jonas, he's just blocked Norton down the ground. That 50-metre penalty. Sorry, good buddy, I just saw it.
Well, thank you very much. That replay for Yarra Valley Toyota. Nice set of eyes, Jim.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, lovely eyes, Jim.
3-1-19. Yet to score as Bailey Williams can go short. Middle of the ground, Hunter's got it. No one to go to. Matty goes long inside 50.
He does. Hannon brings down the mark at full stretch, and Hannon will go back and line up for the Doggies' 4th goal. Wow, what a start this is by the Western Bulldogs in a final to silence this Adelaide Oval home crowd, Jimmy.
Well, 2 marks inside forward 50, and both almost came with the same leading patterns, and it's really good by the Bulldogs. If you're playing against a side that loves to intercept the footy, as soon as you don't get used, get back and get inside forward 50. Get dangerous again.
Here is Mitch Hannon coming in from left half forward. That's a beautiful kick straight through the middle. They've got 4 goals, the Western Bulldogs. 4-1-25, and Port Adelaide have not scored. And that is on the Morris Blackburn Lawyers scoreboard. Gee, what a start. Western Bulldogs. Lee Matthews on 3AW footy for Maccas.
Yeah, new game than I thought it might be played out. They just haven't fired a shot yet. Port, they look like they've got more energy. The Bulldogs have got more life. They've clearly taken 3 inside 50 marks, kicked 3 set shot goals. So they've got Port Adelaide right off the bit. So this is real. I mean, they're the home crowd now. The pressure just comes heaped on the shoulders of Port Adelaide, because you try not to expect anything, but they're hoping like hell that we're going to, Bulldogs aren't going to come up. They've got no energy. We'll run all over the top of them. And clearly that's not the case early.
The gastro bug made it into state trip, did it?
Might have, Jimmy. Might have.
Well, he's come into that by himself, Hannon. His player was sitting off him in the corridor trying to guard the dangerous space. He jumped up on that. It's 4 marks inside 50 for the Bulldogs so far, and 70% forward half play. They're owning this game.
Not going all split ends on you, but I reckon history's repeating. I reckon the Dogs were 25-0 a couple of weeks ago.
At the exact same time.
Big quick, yeah.
12 minutes into the game.
So, ball up in the middle of the ground. Laddams there as Liberatore. Ball bounced back in. We get a secondary stop, middle of the ground.
English trying to pick it up. Big man couldn't take it cleanly. Bailey Smith can. Outstanding work. They get another clearance. The Western Bulldogs to half forward to go. Shaki, opposed to Aaliyah, couldn't take the mark. Then Jonas wrapped up aggressively by Hannon, and the umpire will come in and ball it up. 48 out from the Western Bulldog goal. Plenty of numbers around this stoppage. The umpire will toss it up in the air. Knocked down by big Pete Laddams, and then the ball is going nowhere. As Treloar is tied up, and we'll have another ball up just outside the 50 for the Western Bulldogs. 25-0 in favour of the Doggies. Laddams was able to win that one down. Liberatore somehow freed the hands. Fantasia goes without it. And digging in to win that hard ball was Caleb Daniel. He gets boot the ball, but it was touched. Jonas, he's tackled. Threw his boot at it. Bailey Dale, can he collect it on the bounce? He can eventually. Wriggles out of one tackle, then caught with a second. Rosie got him. And free kick to Connor Rosie. He'll take it at centre half back.
So 13 gone first quarter. Husqvarna clock. The Dogs off to a fly at 25-0. Charlie Dixon well tackled though at half back. And Zane Cordy wins a free kick. 4-1-25. That's the Dogs. Port Adelaide yet to score. Caleb Daniel sees a man free middle of the ground. There's a stack of space at the moment for the Dogs. Dale hurries a kick. Dogs have got a 2-on-1 inside 50. Bailey Smith can loop one over the top. He does so. Joe Hannison, the pass is on. It's a stray. And Aaliyah, Shaki the intended target, missed going forward. So Aaliyah takes the grab. Heading up to the 15-minute mark. Port Adelaide shell-shocked at the moment. As Aaliyah's given it straight back to Tim English, forward of the wing on the outer side of the ground.
Yeah, it's almost as if he picked Tim English out as a teammate. English takes the mark. He's a kick and a half out from the Western Bulldogs goal. He used his allotted time up and had to go short. So 4-1-25 to no score. And the umpire tells Bailey Smith to play on. Kick smothered. Williams able to win it back though for the Doggies, and then kicks it up inside the 50 deep. Oh, Norton almost had it again. Bontempelli picks it up, snapped and goals. Another one, Doggies. And it's the skipper, Marcus Bontempelli. And the Western Bulldogs on top of the world at the Adelaide Oval. They are 5-1-31 and Port Adelaide are donuts. They have not scored on the Morris Blackburn Lawyers scoreboard. Here's Jimmy Bartell on 3AW footy.
Well, they're trying to mark everything at Port Adelaide, and it was so successful for him in the first final, but you've got to live with the consequences if you don't clear the area. So they had a good run at it with a couple of defenders. Mackenzie had a good run, but Aaliyah had a good run being the final one in that pack, but just not clearing the area, trying to mark the ball, which brings all the ground level players who are hitting front and square here for the Bulldogs into play. And the Bont just front and square, good positioning. Aaliyah comes up, doesn't clear the area, sits down, and you just bring everyone into play for the Dogs.
5-1-31 the Dogs after 16 minutes first quarter. Port Adelaide yet to score. Can I have an inside 50 number, please? Half.
11-4 for you, Tone. Rebate.
English, the tap. The Dogs can come up with it. McRae around the body. Wide to half forward. Bouncing ball. Houston's got support. Handball was quick that time, but the Dogs pounce quickly again. Trying to get it back that time. Should be a free kick to Houston. Umpire's gone the other way.
That's it.
As I thought he was dispossessed and then hung on to by Bailey Smith. So Bailey Smith has it. Matty, he can short play it to McRae, forward of the wing on the members' side. 65 out, he'll kick to the top of the square.
He does, goes to the pocket a bit shorter. Aaliyah there to kill it. Having knocked it over the boundary line, we're going to have a throw in 30 metres around from the Western Bulldog goal.
Laurie Colliver, is what we're seeing on our TV what you're seeing at the Adelaide Oval at the moment? It really is 31-0 in favour of the Dogs.
It's unbelievable. Those three big duck eggs on the scoreboard under the bowling figures for Port are stuck on 0-0-0, and it's they're all stunned and a bit shell-shocked here at the moment.
Back into play. Pete Laddams is able to take it cleanly. Wine shut down straight away by Drillor. Handball Dunkley. Dunkley has a pot shot at goal, and Bonner got there just to rush it through. And a minor score for the Doggies, 5-2-32. Port Adelaide, no score. That's on the Morris Blackburn Lawyers scoreboard. And the Dogs are hot at the Adelaide Oval.
Short on the kick in, Bonner was good to Houston. Still in defensive 50, wide to Burton. So Burton, they're going to the city end. Burton can short play. Kick is good. Free kick, Boak.
Contact.
As Liberatore, the front on contact, interfered with Travis Boak, but just at the moment, nothing working for Port Adelaide. 32-0 in favour of the Dogs. Boak's kick to the wing. Dixon flies one-handed. Zane Cordy stays down. Got to keep it in front of him, and he did well. Knocks the ball out of bounds. Lee, what do you make of the first 17 minutes for the Dogs?
Well, they've played well and they've planned it well. Whoever's on Aaliyah is just running back to the goal square, just making Aaliyah play virtually like a fullback, even if there's two or three pairs of marking players deep forward for the Bulldogs, working well.
Talk about shop early and avoid the rush. Dogs have done that. Here is Dunkley, was able to fashion the kick back to the wing, and Bonner knocks it over the boundary line. We'll have a throw in between wing and half forward favouring the Doggies. 5-2-32 Western Bulldogs. No score Port Adelaide. 3W Finals footy all with thanks to Maccas. So a throw in on the members' side of the Adelaide Oval. On the attacking side of the wing for the Dogs, as Martin was just shoved out of the way by Big Laddams, who got the handball off to Wines. Wines gets the momentum up, and then he kicks it to half forward, and it's knocked over the boundary line again. And Butters was in the mix there. And, the Bulldogs defenders up for that. And we're going to have a throw in 49 around for the Port Adelaide goal, Tone.
Yep, 32-0 in favour of the Dogs. We are 19 minutes first quarter. Port Adelaide inside 50, shallow entry. Martin works his way to the front of the pack. Got a tap on it. Liberatore ran hard. Trelaw stayed down quick. Handball got it to Wood. 30-metre clearing kick. Dogs going to the boundary line, but they keep it alive. Lockie Hunter tries to finesse one. Does so successfully. And the mark by taken by Hannon. Just forward of the interchange races. As Hannon looks around. His teammates getting back in support. Being told to play on now. Sort of follows the boundary line along. Aaliyah just outbodied and did it beautifully over Shaki. They want to switch play. Kick misses. Chance for the Dogs. Rourke Smith ran into a tackle. Got a kick away. Staying down there, Byrne-Jones. Got it to Bergman. Oh, under pressure this time, Port Adelaide. It's going to come off, though. Middle of the ground. Drew's got it. And Drew can go wide to the wing. Plenty of Port Adelaide out there.
Yeah, they're off to the races here. Port Adelaide to half forward it goes. Rosie comes out, can't take the mark. And it's over the boundary line for a throw-in. Dogs were able to get back and get the spoil in. Giray was the man. We're going to have a throw-in 50 metres around for the Port Adelaide goal. 5-2-32 to no score in favour of the Western Bulldogs. Giray, great spoil back with the flight. Ball back into play. Caleb Daniel, quick kick out to the wing. Laddams couldn't take it at his bootlaces. Rourke Smith was wrapped up by Burne-Jones. Then Laddams kicks it off the deck inside the 50. It pitches out. We'll have a throw in 45 around from Port Adelaide's goal. Jimmy Bartell.
So Port Adelaide are actually getting great effect from Laddams in the ruck, but whenever it goes inside forward 50, Dixon's taking the ruck and they're losing all the territory. I'd actually bring Laddams in to take the forward ruck.
Port Adelaide inside 50 again. Here's a chance now. Wines high around the body for the first goal. Port Adelaide from 30 out. Great ruck work. Well rowed Ollie Wines. And Port Adelaide, after 21 minutes, are on the board. They're a goal. Morris Blackburn Lawyers scoreboard. The Bulldogs are 5-2-32. Lee Matthews, throw it over to your football.
Yeah, that point you just made, Jimmy. I mean, the hit-outs are, 12-2 in favour of Port Adelaide, but the clearances are 11-3 in favour of the Bulldogs. So getting first hands. But I think there's a good contest in the ruck from the Bulldogs, from Martin and English tonight. So even though Laddams and Lysett might get their hands to the ball, it's been cleaned up at ground level by the Bulldogs Smalls.
Well, it's a midfield at the moment, dominating for the Bulldogs in the eBay stat sheet. 7 to Smith, 7 to Liberatore, 6 to McRae, 5 to Hunter. Bontempelli's at 3 and a goal. And for the power, Wines has had 3. Boak's had 2. Eamon, if he's floating around there, has had 1. And Willem Drew's had 1. So it's just a monstering through the middle of the ground.
8 minutes remaining, first quarter on the Husqvarna clock. 5-2-32 Bulldogs, 1 straight 6 Port Adelaide. Restart back in the middle. Mark made a good fist of it again, trying to knock it out. He's over the top of the Sharon, got to get it out, and he's been pinged. He's been pinged, and Scott Lysett will take the free kick.
Stay out.
Lysett always likes a runner. He gives it to Bonner, and Bonner goes very short to Ollie Wines, still inside the centre square. As Port Adelaide are advancing. He goes deep surge there, stop at the goal square, almost the mark to Laddams, had hands to it. Dersma got high contact, no free. Robbie Gray gobbled up in the tackle. Comes to Boat, comes to Rosie. Got the handle out of the congestion. Interception though by Liberatore, who kicks it out to the wing. And a good mark has been taken by Norton. Threw his body out of tone and took a ripper.
Sorry to crash your Pulitzer-wise winning commentary then, but that was a great grab there. Mark of the day contender for Midway Concrete. And the Dogs, against the run of play, take the mark. Norton went to Shackey to a contest. Johannesen half forward. Aaliyah comes through, knocked it into the path of McRae. Hurried right footer. Will it come off? It doesn't. Rourke Smith marks. Dead in front, man out the back. Vandermeer gone in that direction. High kick there. Well done, Bonner. Made the spoil. Ball will go out of bounds. No, Vandermeer kept it alive. Ran into the tackle of Lysett. Magnificent play, Lysett. The more agile and nimble Vandermeer did his best to sidestep him, and his feeling in his ribs will return about Wednesday.
Smashed to smithereens.
Textbook, video, demonstration, all in one. That
he tried to cut direction, but actually cut straight.
Straight into
to
him.
go through him.
It's a bit like one of those grandkids when they've been overseas, jumping into the arms of grandma or grandpa out of Tullamarine. Well, when we used to be able to do that. And I just don't think that was the thing that Lathan Vandermeer tried to do. As Port Adelaide, Matty, knock it around defensively. Dogs lead by 26 points as Port Adelaide still go wide to Dersma as we've got the ball inside defensive 50.
They have. Vandermeer still in the Adelaide Oval turf as Dersma goes down the wing. It's off hands and over for a boundary throw in. Let's go to Lee Matthews, get some thoughts, Lee.
Well, that was a classic case of where he put the ball out, but Lysett didn't look at the ball. He looked at the body and nailed him, didn't he? So that's what you say when you're going to tackle. Forget the ball. You don't follow the ball. Just go straight at the hips.
Doggies by 26. Ball thrown back into play. Robbie Gray trying to get it under control, but couldn't. Then Dunkley was tackled by Gray. Gray got the quick hands, lightning hands to Boat. Boat kicks it up inside the 50. Looking for the big grab. Laddams flew for it, couldn't take it. Bailey Williams tackle. Is that holding the ball? Umpire says no. Rosie just held on for a moment, then went short to Bergman, who takes it outside the 50. Outside the 50 for Port Adelaide. He's got a man on a lead, and that is Travis Boat, who gobbles in the mark, and he takes it 45 metres out, 45-degree angle. Will go back and line up mouthguard in the sock.
Even though the Dogs lead by 26 points, last 5 minutes have been good for Port Adelaide, Jim.
Yeah, and I think it's been Laddams who's led the charge. His ruck work, and then he went forward there. Big contest. Took a leaf out of Lysett's book. great tackle. Maybe should have been pinged on the ball, but he's given him a boost in the contest.
Travis Boak, the former captain, the heart and soul of Port Adelaide, comes in. That one's going left and through for a point, their first blemish on the scoreboard. 1-1-7 Port Adelaide, 5-2-32 Western Bulldogs, and that on the Morris Blackburn Lawyers scoreboard.
Yeah, 1-800-111-222 half before Dale brings it back into play.
Last 9 minutes, Port Adelaide 34-13 disposals, 5-2 inside 50s, 4-3 clearances. They've flipped it.
So Dale, he's kicked it out on the full from the kick in. He tried to get to Taylor Duray. Laddams takes it deep into the pocket. Lovely kick. They saw the mismatch. Charlie Dixon on Dale, deep in the forward pocket. Excellent work by Laddams. And now Big Chaz with that portable pictures depicting whatever that bloke John Frost was. As it's a high kick. And the Dogs are going to try and kill the football. They keep it alive. Caleb Daniel does. And that's an excellent pass out of defence.
Such a
Game of
beautiful
Thrones.
kick.
It is a Game of Thrones he's got in his arms.
Yeah, and then a kick to Joe Hannison, who takes the mark under pressure because he had Jonas coming at him. So Joe Hannison has been called to play on as he kicks it down the wing. Here is the intercept king, Aliir. He's got it, Aliir with a couple of bites. Brings in the mark. He's going to go all the way back to Burton. And just slows things down. 32 plays 7 in favour of the Western Bulldogs. Port Adelaide have just wrestled back some momentum in the last 10 minutes here at the Adelaide Oval after a fast start from the Western Bulldogs. Motlop has the football now at right half back. He's going to bring it down the members' wing. He goes short. Mark has been taken by Willem Drew. He's close to the interchange gates. Tone with the Bulldogs 32 and Port Adelaide 7.
Oh, Drew just a little bit chancy as he goes backwards 30 metres. Mackenzie can go wide. Gray working defensively. Now here's a chance. Bonner, outer wing. The pass is on. Doesn't quite find its man Lysett. As I go to you and Laurie out there at the Adelaide Oval for Physio Creme. It's the massage gel. You get the temporary relief for aches and pains. Any injury concerns with 2:51 remaining in the first quarter?
No, all pretty good on the bench here. Plenty calmness on the Bulldogs side of things. A few of the Port fans get a little bit irritated with this going sideways stuff at the moment, but they just got to get another goal, Port, don't they, to stay in this game.
Contact, Bulldogs.
So free kick Bulldogs, you heard there. It's going to go to Stephen Martin, and he has made a difference, as Lee pointed out early. Handball off to Caleb Daniel to scramble the kick under pressure. He put it out in the full. And Martin probably shouldn't have given it to him. Free kick, Port Adelaide. Willem Drew will take it, Jimmy.
Ruckman should always give it, Matty.
So Willem Drew has got the football on the outer side wing, and then he kicks it to right half forward. Dixon had hands to it, couldn't take the mark. Rosie, handball to Boak. Boak, this pass, he just missed the target. Over the head that time of big Laddams. Getting back to tidy up Gardner. He's being tackled by Robbie Gray. It's a great tackle, and it's rewarded. And the champ will have the shot at goal from the right forward pocket. It's a Robbie Gray free kick.
Yeah, they're in the game now, Port, no doubt about that. The point is, when you got your patch, you got to score. The Bulldogs had a 5-minute patch, kicked 5 goals. Now, they've certainly stabilised Port, but they've stabilised with a 4 or 5 goal deficit. So every goal is just going to be so critical to draw themselves back into the game.
Great chase down tackle by Robbie Gray. Now he's in the right forward pocket. We know he's a sharpshooter. He's on a very tight angle, high pressure, and just doesn't execute that one at all. In fact, he misses the lot. It's out of bounds on the full tone, and scores remain 5-2-32 Western Bulldogs. Port Adelaide 1-1-7, just under 2 remaining on the Husqvarna clock of this first quarter.
Yeah, ready when you are with Husqvarna. So Caleb Daniel free kick back pocket. Wants to play on quickly. He does. Sort of a scrambly kick, but it's going to be effective as Treloar's taken the mark. And Lysett just kicked it away. I think, to be fair, Lysett thought that may well have been called play on. So Treloar at halfback has it. Looking around. Not much doing. Minute 29 to quarter time. Dogs lead by 25 points. Treloar's kick to wing half forward. Good shove on Norton that time. Ball spills. Butters there. Losing ground. Lost it. Vandermeer has it. Oh, he went to sidestep again. Ball favourably bounced up unbelievably to Bailey Smith, who's drawn it in. 6:2:38. His second, Bailey Smith. Port Adelaide 117. Memo Lathan Vandermeer stopped the chewing gum sidesteps because he almost mucked it up, but unbelievably, Jim, ball bounced up. Bailey Smith there, and he kicks a goal. Dogs 31 in front.
He can't miss. He's having the time of his life in the final series at the moment, but this is what we said in the pre-game about the Dogs. Just repeat out numbers. Just keep being there at the next contest and good things will happen. And the thing is, they've been clean as well. So anytime there's been a ground ball, they've taken it a lot cleaner than their Port Adelaide opponents. Bailey Smith was there when the first contest happened, probably about 70 metres out from goal, but he just repeat out number half.
Ground ball gets 31-13 in favour of the Dogs this first term for eBay. eBay Tuesdays, Jim, you've been all over this.
Yeah.
Bigger discounts on eBay's best items every Tuesday.
Oh, I have been. Hair straighteners, noise cancelling headphones, and ground ball gets for the Dogs.
I bought some spikes for my shoes for the lawn last week.
Extraordinary opening quarter by the Western Bulldogs. We're back in the middle and digging in again is McRae trying to get the handball out. Robbie Gray in there as well. And the umpire will have it.
And Matty, Luke Beveridge down here at ground level, encouraging all these players that are on the bench at the moment. He's right up and about the Dogs at the moment.
There's another ball up. Robbie Gray trying to extract it, but numbers again with the Doggies, and McRae was able to get boot the ball. Didn't get great purchase on it, and Bonner was able to take a comfortable mark for Port Adelaide just backward of the wing.
40 seconds remains, first quarter. Brilliant quarter from the Dogs, lead by 31 points. Bonner kicks it close to the boundary line. Taylor Giray there, underground handball found its way then to Hunter. A floater toward half forward. Norton, brilliant quarter, beat his man to the punch. Now 23-24 seconds to go. They can slow play it to the Dogs. Liberatore understands it's nearly quarter time. Handball over the top. Taylor Giray trying to find one forward pocket. Ball spills back at the pack. Goal to the Dogs to Hannon. They beat the quarter time siren by 2 seconds. Hannon second, the Dogs at 7th. 7-2-40 for the Bulldogs. Port Adelaide 1-1-7 on the Morris Blackburn Lawyers scoreboard. Lee, take us through that one.
Just incredible forward 50 efficiency by the Bulldogs. I mean, that one was just Norton is leading Mackenzie to the ball, and basically there was just a flow of handballs, and Hannon's the one who got on the end of it. But basically they've had 15 inside 50s for 7 goals, so a goal every second time. I mean, you're not going to do that for the whole game, but this is an incredible start for the Bulldogs. They're playing well, but most importantly, 7 goals in a quarter. That's outstanding.
When the number one team scores per inside 50 in the competition, the Western Bulldogs for eBay, it's normally 45.5%, currently going at 56.25, 9 from 16 inside 50s.
Game awareness, spoil the ball.
Good point, Jim.
Extraordinary quarter by the Western Bulldogs. English wants to keep it going. A quick kick to centre half forward. The siren sounds to really save Port Adelaide. And some boos there from the Port fans. Jimmy Bartell.
Western Bulldogs' best quarter of football this year, being their previous best against who? Port Adelaide in round 9. Love playing the pair.
Well, an unbelievable quarter of football have really set the Western Bulldogs up. 7-2-44 at quarter time. Port Adelaide 1-1-7. 2 goals to Bailey Smith, 2 goals to Mitch Hannon, singles to Marcus Bonampelli, Lathan Vandermeer and Aaron Norton, and the sole goal kicker, Ollie Wines for Port Adelaide. Extraordinary start by the Western Bulldogs, 7-2-44. Port Adelaide 1-1-7. With thanks to McDonald's, 3AW is finals football.
Kick off the footy finals and score a great deal at Dan Murphy's. Pick up a winner with a case of Byron Bay Brewery Premium Lager 355ml bottles for only $47 for My Dan's members. Shop unbeatable prices in-store or online at danmurphys.com.au. Choose to drink wise. Conditions apply. Offer ends Wednesday, September 15.
You don't just get great deals at your local Foodworks store. You'll be able to shop a huge range with a local store that's a part of your community. At Foodworks, we're about great value. We're also where you go when you're looking to do an easy shop. While you're watching the footy, don't forget to grab some 1.1 litre Schweppes drink varieties. They're on special. With nearly 400 stores, there's always one nearby. Shop local and save. Foodworks. That works.
Your next home makeover could be on the house with the Monopoly game at Macca's. Peel and scan your way to a Philips audio and visual package, a Makita 18-volt LXT cooler warmer, or an ultimate barcode toolkit. Peel and scan to win at Macca's today. End October 19. Full terms at mcdonalds.com.au.
Sheet Panel Service.
If you've had a car accident, call Sheen first. We'll handle your repair process from start to finish and provide an accident replacement vehicle at no cost to you. Rest assured, we use genuine parts and provide you with a lifetime guarantee on all repairs. So remember, call Sheen first on 1300 Repair. We'll take care of the rest at one of our 26 locations across Victoria. T's and C's apply.
Sheen Panel Service.
My computer and my internet were getting slower and slower.
So he called Gigs to You, and I fixed his computer and improved his Wi-Fi.
Now my downloads have never been faster.
Go to gigs2you.com.au or call 1300 Gigs to You.
Unable to work due to illness or injury, you could claim insurance through your super. Morris Blackburn ensures you get your full entitlements. For a free super claim check, visit Australia's #1 super claims law firm.
Morris Blackburn, we fight for fair.
Test drive the all-new Toyota Kluger Hybrid today at Yarra Valley and Croydon Toyota. Go and see Robin, Danny and the crew today. Thinking hybrid? Think Yarra Valley and Croydon Toyota. T's and C's apply. LMC T1541.
Kick off the footy finals and score a great deal at Dan Murphy's. Pick up a winner with a case of Byron Bay Brewery Premium Lager 355ml bottles for only $47 for My Dan's members. Shop unbeatable prices in-store or online at danmurphys.com.au. Choose to drink wise. Conditions apply. Offer ends Wednesday, September 15.
You don't just get great deals at your local Foodworks store. You'll be able to shop a huge range with a local store that's a part of your community. At Foodworks, we're about great value. We're also where you go when you're looking to do an easy shop. While you're watching the footy, don't forget to grab some 1.1 litre Schweppes drink varieties. They're on special. With nearly 400 stores, there's always one nearby. Shop local and save. Foodworks. That works.
3AW Footy Highlights.
Got it to Bailey Smith, who's roared it through in the space of 1 minute. The Dogs are on the board. Vandermeer comes in, route the outside of the boot. The Dogs second, the game second. Get in front, Norton goes in and he's put it through.
Tannen brings down the mark at full stretch. That's a beautiful kick, straight through the middle. Bontempelli picks it up, snapped and goals!
Here's a chance now, Wines high around the body for the first goal, Port Adelaide. Ball favourably, bounced up unbelievably to Bailey Smith, who's roared it in. Ball spills back at the pack, goal to the Dogs to Hannon.
Well, an extraordinary opening quarter by the Western Bulldogs in this preliminary final. 7-2-44. The Doggies lead Port Adelaide 1-1-7. Before we hear from Lee Matthews and Jimmy Bartell, we might just get a few numbers on how they did it. Daniel Harford, thanks to eBay.
Well, the raw numbers are like this. We'll get the assessment shortly from the boys. 91 to 75 disposals from the Bulldogs. 17 to 11 inside 50s. Clearances 15 to 6. Geez, you get some territory from that. A contested possession 48 to 25. We know that's a category for them, Jim, for Port Adelaide, that they win. When they win that category, they're down 23 at quarter time, which is a huge result. Marks inside 50. Lee was onto that through the first term, 5-2, and time in forward half has been excessive. 59% to the Western Bulldogs, 41 to the Power.
I'll just be quick before we get up to Lee. You said contested possession was plus what?
23.
And what was ground ball gets difference?
Ground ball gets was, let me get that to you, Jim, that was 23.
There you go. And it's that initial contest. They've matched Port Adelaide, off the hands of the ruck, but they've got the next ring, call it 2 metres from the initial ball when it down pat. That's why Bailey Smith's having such a great impact. Hannon's been clean, and I just think they've been cleaner at ground level, and they've just outnumbered and taken the pressure better than Port Adelaide in the first quarter. Lee.
Well, they've won all those things, the clearances, the contested possessions, and that's given them field position. But they're 7 goals from 16 inside 50 entries. I mean, that's an outstanding. You're not going to kick a goal every second time you go in virtually. And the good news for Port is it's quarter time. I mean, they're 37 points down, but it's only quarter time, so they've got plenty of time to go. But they've been completely jumped by the Bulldogs. It was interesting that Willem Drew started on the bench, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, he did.
So we thought he was going to play a match-up on either Libba McRae or Bontempelli. Seemed like he was even on Bontempelli for a while there, but I'm not quite sure why they just didn't go with give the Bulldogs what they expected, that Libba or McRae, one of them would have Drew for company.
Start the second quarter for Robot Building Supplies. The Dogs lead by a massive 37 points. As advantage Port Adelaide in the ruck. Lycett, quick hands as Wines goes wide. Free kick, I would have thought the Dixon being blocked as Cordy just definitely blocked the run of Dixon, and free kick in favour as the Yarra Valley Toyota. A replay confirms it, totally confirms it, looking at his opponent, and so one to get one back very, very quickly. The start of the second quarter, Port Adelaide a long way behind, but Dixon 45 out, 45-degree angle to the northern end of the ground. They trail by 37 points. Big Charlie comes in. The angle's tight enough. Ball's on its way. Will it hold its line? Just fades away last moment. One behind. 1-2-8. Port Adelaide. 6 goals behind the Dogs. 7-2-44. Laurie Colliver, first quarter, quick summary at ground level for Physio-Crem.
I just noticed at quarter time that Kenny Hinkley had a very good long chat to Lysett, Boak and Wine. So I'll be interested to see what they can do out of the middle and around the stoppages in the remainder of the second quarter, given those contested possessions were so much the Bulldogs' way.
Ball back into play. Easton Wood takes the market right half back. He drives the kick down the wing. There's a hole there. And free kick is going to go the way of Alir in the marking contest. It was against Tim English.
He had such an interesting first quarter. 3 intercept marks, but probably coughed up 2 goals.
So Alir, he kicks the half forward. Dixon the target, knocked away from him. Comes to Bailey Smith, who gives to Bailey Williams. Got past one, almost dragged down. Got a little kick away. Rourke Smith's handball's no good. Tackle on Wines by Bailey Williams. There was no push there. The umpire says, give it to me. And we'll have a ball up about 75, 80 metres out for the Port Adelaide goal. What are you seeing, Jimmy?
I hope he didn't have a big lunch. He got winded.
That's a rib breaker, that one.
Half back clearance, the Dogs. Bailey Smith, good mark. Dan Houston, though. Middle of the ground against Treloar. 50-metre penalty. Treloar fell for it. And I reckon there was a free tip last night from the umpires when the game was absolutely brown bread. They played 2 of them in the last quarter. You got to stand like a statue.
Yep.
Just to remind everyone, the rule still exists. And this should be Port Adelaide's second goal, first of the second quarter to Dan Houston. As Treloar, that's the third time he fell for it this week. As Houston comes in, he has just squeezed it through. 2-2-14 Port Adelaide, trailing the Dogs 7-2-44. Dan Houston gets his first. Robot Building Supplies bring you the second quarter. Robots got it. They deliver. robotbuildingsupplisgym.com.au.
Yeah, did you go a little bit Maxwell Smart on us there?
We did.
He fell for the banana.
Third time this week. Well, it is because they played 2 of them last night when everyone was just sort of dreaming about which bar at the Burswood Cast they were going to have a gutful of Swan Lager, if they still make Swan Lager. I'm assuming they do. And the umpires just reminded everyone, hang on, you've got to stand still. That rule is still there. And he went to go, he fell for it.
Yeah, I reckon there's been 1,000 attempts of that from players this year, and the umpires probably played 3, and he got one at the right time, and maybe it's the momentum that they need, Port Adelaide, to get back into this game.
Yeah, let's hope it's the fire starter for the home team. So back to a 30-point lead to the Western Bulldogs. Back in the middle, Lysett went first and knocked it down. Drew tried to get the handball back to Lysett, but they win it back, the Western Bulldogs. McRae's able to get the kick to half forward. Vandermeer can't take it. Here comes Hannon, who was able to glide onto the football. Kick to the top of the goal square, and Norton takes the chest mark and was in just better position. Will go back and line up point-blank range. He's 25 metres out directly in front.
4th contested mark already in the game. What are you doing, Half? Are you changing the matchup?
No, I want more pressure on the footy, Jim. He talked about that before. He does a pretty good job one-on-one, Mackenzie. He was behind his opponent on that occasion, giving a free run to the front of the ball, but that's not on him.
Here is Aaron Norton. Shouldn't have an issue with that, and he does not. He slots it straight through the middle. It goes. And Aaron Norton, the astronaut, has 2 goals for the Western Bulldogs. And the Doggies go to 8-2-50. Port Adelaide at 2-2-14. And that's on the Robot Building Supply scoreboard. Lee Matthews on 3AW Footy.
Yeah, I reckon he's done Mackenzie 3 or 4 times already, just virtually one-on-one marking contests. Either he's just been too big in the air or he's outbodied him at ground level. I reckon you'd have to be considering whether Jonas is a better matchup. They're virtually tagging Aaliyah. So the third tall forward for the Bulldogs is just going to play body on Aaliyah. So either way, I just think that one-on-one contest doesn't look too good for Port.
Jonas has got Hannon at the moment. Hannon's the one that's causing all the trouble. He's taken 4 marks, all in the forward half of the ground for the Bulldogs. He's 6 disposals, 2 inside 50s, and kicked 2 himself. He's the one causing all the trouble.
Yeah, swap 2 losers. Always swap 2 losers. You never know, you might get 1 winner.
That's a bit of the point I was about to make, Lee. They're both struggling.
Lysett slaps it away from the restart. Punch further forward to half forward. Rosie had it, lost it. Ground level win Liberatore to Dale, to McRae. Deft little touch around the body. Dunkley at half-back has it. Handball over the top. Johannesson has to get rid of the ball, and he did. Ball's on the wing. Numbers with Port Adelaide. Amon quiet tonight. Gave a handball. They're retreating yet again. Bad bounce trapped by Wines. Ball smothered. Turn over the Dogs. Bailey Smith's got it. He goes inboard towards Vandermeer. To Dunkley. He'll loop one to Treloar. Ball will bounce up. Handball given off. Johannesson's got it. Wide to half forward. Hunt will be able to get onto the left boot. Dink it over the top. Free there. It should be a Dogs mark, and it is to Shackey.
Josh to advantage, mate.
Dunkley just down behind play. He ran into a Lysett tree after he released the handball to Treloar.
And Jimmy, the trainer's just had a quick word to him. He seems to be okay.
So for the Dogs' 9th goal, Shackey, as a junior, let's put the commentator's curse on, was one of the best kicks in tack football. This is tough though. 50 metres out, basically against the boundary line. Ball on its way. Hit it pretty well. Is it starting to shake back? Oh, one behind. 8-3-50 the Dogs. 2-2-14 Port Adelaide. Robot Building Supply scoreboard. As we are 7 minutes, all thanks to the Husqvarna clock, into the second quarter, Matty. Trent McKenzie to bring it back in for Port Adelaide.
Yeah, he's got the footy. Trent McKenzie called to go. He's got a rocket for a leg. And he drives it long. Aaliyah in the mix here. Hands to it, but straight down to Adam Treloar. Quick kick inside the 50. And Shackey again. Running back with the flight of the footy. He'll go back. He's on a better angle this time, Shackey. About the same distance, but Jimmy on a much better angle. It was a fair crack last time from around the boundary line region, so he's a big chance, you would have thought, based on his last kick.
Do you reckon he'll kick it, Jim?
I've already marked it down. It's in the record. Start making some interchanges.
I believe as a junior he's one of the best kicks.
I have heard that, Tone.
But he's not a junior anymore.
In comes Josh Shackey. No, it's a poster. It is a poster and a minor score, so a couple of chances missed there for Josh Shackey. 8-4-52, the Doggies. 2-2-14, Port Adelaide.
I'll probably bring Connor Rosie off for a little bit just to settle him down. In this game, he's fumbled everything. His handballs have hit the deck. He just needs to settle down into the rhythm of this game a bit.
Jonas brings it in. Dogs a whopping 38 points in front. Middle of the ground, they've won it back. Dunkley round the body. High toward half forward. English knocks to the front of the pack. Port Adelaide with the numbers there. Wines threw it away quickly to Boak. Through traffic this time. Dersma, Wines, Gray all involved. Wide to half back as the ball finds its way. As Amon this time told to play on. Kicks the ball to the wing. Excellent kick it was too. Well, it missed Bergman. That was the right option and fell into the arms of Taylor Girard. Loz, quick word from you before Matty.
The intensity's lifted from Port. A couple of crunches, one on Wines and one on Dunkley, but Bulldogs still looking the better at the moment, aren't they?
Girard kicks the half forward. There's no mark. It's tumbling out towards the boundary line and over and out it goes. We'll have a throw in just outside the 50 for the Western Bulldogs. 38-point lead to the Doggies. 8-4-52 to 2-2-14. 3AW Finals footy with thanks to Maccas. They're stunned, the Port Adelaide fans. They cannot believe what has happened. Ball thrown back into play. Comes to Bergman. He's wrapped up nice and tight straight away. And again, the umpire will come in and ball it up.
Ball at attacking 50 for the Dogs, City end. Goalage this quarter. Dogs by 6 goals at the moment, though. Well, 38 points. We're going to get another stoppage. Quick word from you, Lee.
Yeah, no, again, there's a scoreboard's the. I mean, it's stupid to say scoreboard's the issue, but the game's even now. But Port have got to make up a 6-goal margin. This is going to be tough for them.
From the stoppage, ball went forward, but Houston intercept mark to Aaliyah. All slow play, wide to Dersma, being told to play on not the required distance. Oh, his kick was partially smothered. Can the Dogs win it back? They do. Hunter Hyde kicked the full forward. Port Adelaide, it was McKenzie back there. And that ball, I reckon, Loz, seemed to carry a little bit further. Is there a tiny advantage to the city end?
Oh, the breeze might have swung around from the southwest to the northwest, but ever so slightly. There's barely any wind at ground level.
On the thingamajiggy.
Yeah,
That's it.
On that bomb thingamajiggy.
Our man from the Bureau there at ground level. Back to the wing, but one back by the Western Bulldogs as Bailey Dale kicks it to half forward. Mark taken by Latham Vandermeer. He's outside the 50, goes to the pocket. There's no mark to Shackey. Ball to be won. Ground level ball in there was McRae, and Shackey goes again. And Jonas digs in, and the umpire calls a stalemate, and we'll have it 30 out from the Western Bulldog goal.
39-point lead to the Dogs. 11-minute mark, second quarter. Robot Building Supplies scoreboard. English knocks to the front of the pack. Johannesen there, besieged, not by one, by two. Wine stripped him of the ball. McRae got it back to Bailey Smith. High left foot kick. Dogs deep into attack. Top of the square this time. English flew high, knocks the ball to the side. Hunter first to react. Handball over the top, trying to find Vandermeer, unable to do so. Boak had it, lost it, put it on the deck. Dersma with some dash through traffic. Handball into space. Will it come off? Well knocked forward that time. Then Burne-Jones. Only as far that time as Duray. Caught up in a tackle. But to be fair, Jim, that was brave stuff from Dersma, at least to try and get a bit of dash going, as they are a long way down, 39 points at the moment, Port Adelaide.
Yeah, he's trying something to take the game on, but just everything's tough work at the moment for the pair.
No.
So free kick, is it to Treloar? Oh, his jumper ripped off.
Chuck it on.
He's got the gun show out.
He's happy with it. Yeah, keep it off. Hang on.
Take your time.
Well, he has it off for a bit longer. Treloar, just a bit of Treloar time on national TV.
Bit of shades of Daniel Harford out at Waverley climbing the goalpost.
If it had been you in your
look
heyday,
at me.
would have taken 5 minutes for you in your heyday half to get it back
I
on.
would have forgotten how to put it on.
There's a bit of a fumble from Burne-Jones. Here's McRae. Here's Treloar. Steps up, goes for goal, and misses to the right-hand side. They go to 8:6:54. The Western Bulldogs. Port Adelaide 2-2-14. Robot Building Supply scoreboard.
12 minutes remain, second quarter. Husqvarna clock monitor to bring it back in for Port Adelaide. To the eastern wing he goes. 3-on-2. The Dogs have the numbers. Front of the pack this time. McRae picks it up. Quick handball. Cordy. Tumbler again toward full forward. Jonas goes back. Front of the pack. Johannesen. Round the body. He goes for a goal. Weight of number and pressure with the Dogs. 46 points is the lead.
Wow.
9-6-60 the Dogs, 2-2-14 Port Adelaide. We're at the 14-minute mark of the second quarter. Robot Building Supplies. Daniel Harford throughout up. In fact, have a look at that eBay stat sheet,
Yes.
Harf. Get rid of the hair straighteners and the noise reduction headphones, and you're not getting sushi. Just tell us what they're actually doing right, the Dogs.
Well, what they're doing is getting the ball in dangerous areas. They've kicked 7 goals, Tone, 7 of their 9 tonight, inside 30 metres in the corridor against this Port Adelaide defence. So it's not as if Porter pushed them to the corners and they're kicking them out of their backside. This is pretty much old school footy league. Get it to the dangerous spot and put some pressure on your opposition defence.
Fairly much ground level goals. Well, they've kicked a couple of goals probably from marks, but 7 goals from just ground level crumbing. Their big forwards are making sure there's no intercept marking going on for Port, so the ball's coming to ground, but pretty much all over the field, the ground level ball's been won by the Bulldogs easily.
Out to a 46-point lead. Burne-Jones for Port Adelaide. It's a wide ball up towards half forward. Eastonwood knocks it over and then jumps the fence. Ran out of tarmac. We'll have a throw in half.
Plus 30 ground ball gets Lee on the eBay stat sheet this quarter, plus 8 so far.
So about 75, 80 metres around for the Port Adelaide goal. They team by 46 points. Back into play. Laddams wins it down. Dunkley had his kick smothered by Laddams. Then Bergman tried to force his way through. Cops some high contact. Bergman and will take the free kick on the wing for the power.
Out on the eastern side to the northern end. Miles Bergman has it. As Port Adelaide looking for some inspiration. So Bergman kicks it shallow entry inside 50. Ball knocked front of the pack. Picked up that time then. Dixon got a handball away. Boak is there. Ball on the deck. Cordy's got to be good. Shrugged one tackle. Scrambling kick toward half back. Bontempelli is there. took on Burne-Jones, gave a neat handball. Bailey Smith, one over the top to Dunkley.
Brilliant.
And the Dogs are away through Treloar.
Yep, he had the running mate there. That was Treloar. He takes 3 bounces up to his 4th now as he approaches the 50. He's 5th. He's about 55 from goal. He goes to that hot spot. Shacky flew for it, couldn't take the mark. Johannesson to Norton. Handball at the top. Haddon kicks another one for the Western Bulldogs. He's got 3. And the Doggies are unstoppable at the Adelaide Oval. Port Adelaide fans cannot believe what is happening. They thought their team would be going through to the grand final, but the Doggies have upset the script. Let's check the scoreboard. 10-6-66. Port Adelaide 2-2-14. Jimmy Bartell on 3AW Finals footy.
Yeah, Bulldogs lots and lots, and Port not much at the moment. Again, it's the mid-sized forwards and their inability, Port Adelaide, to actually clear the area. Everyone's trying to zone off and be the interceptor and spark the Port Adelaide side in their back 50. But again, their starting positions, look, I know Aliir, that's how he's been dominant this year, but he's too far off starting. Jonas, too far off his direct opponent. I think that's Dersma who came in for the spoil. He got a drag back to the goal square. Then you can't clear the area, and it brings all the Dogs forwards into play.
52 points in front, the Dogs, beyond halfway in the second quarter. The tap went to Bontempelli. Laddams tries to release at ground level, win to Boak, and he'll just go long to half forward and hope someone can take a grab. Nearly Lysett that time, taken there by Wood. Kick came out. A little pass that time then from Marshall, ends up with Boak. High kick to Ward, full forward. Cordy to get back, allow it through for one behind. Port Adelaide 2-3-15, Jim. The Dogs a long way in front, 10-6-66 for Robot Building Supplies.
Well, the second biggest loser out of this half is the Bulldogs conditioning coach, because you're not training ever again if you're the Bulldogs.
Keep travelling around Australia week in, week out. What a no problems at all.
That's it, an hour on the banana lounge by the pool.
So Butters into trouble with a wrist injury, I think.
Yeah, we'll get down to Laurie in a moment as Johannesson plays on from half back. He kicks it up to the wing. Knocked to the boundary line. Robbie Gray is able to keep it in, though, for the power as he kicks that corridor, taking a risk, and Amon is able to take the mark. They've got to do more of that, Port Adelaide, to get something going. Here's Rosie running onto it. He's kicked. Oh, gee, no good again. Bailey Dale is able to win a bean. He got in front of Marshall, and then Marshall wrapped him up in the tackle. And the umpire said that's holding the ball because he said Bailey Dale wasn't making a genuine attempt. So Marshall has the footy tone 55 metres out from Port Adelaide's goal.
Gives it off quickly. Chance for Bonner. Normally silky skilled. He's hit it sweetly for a goal. Port Adelaide's third, but it's still a long way back. They trail by 45 points. 3-3-21 Port Adelaide. The Dogs 10-6-66. That is all on the Robot Building Supplies scoreboard as Willem Drew and Tom Liberatore looking at each other and never, ever, ever pick a spoil with a bloke that's got red hair, but in equal measure, never ever pick a blue whose surname ends in a vowel. So I just don't know how that one might
all got
play
tats.
out.
All got tats.
All got tats. Although I must admit, the Homer Simpson tap, it's not as if death before dishonour is emblazoned over your body, Lee.
Yes, it's it. I mean, you sort of do your mathematics now. From this point of the game, Port had to kick at least 12 goals, you'd think, to have a chance of kicking 15 goals, because you reckon Bulldogs are going to have at least another half a dozen in them. So this is just massive. I mean, the Bulldogs just been outstanding, and Port, like Geelong last night, just been destroyed.
Stephen Martin got it to Bontempelli, kicked the half forward, a high ball, and Bonner was underneath it and able to take it. But Martin, another win in the middle there for the Western Bulldogs. Bonner with not a great deal on offer. The umpire says go. So he uses up a little bit of his time and then kicks it more towards the centre corridor. Ground ball to be won. Treloar, handball to McRae. Now to Bailey Williams, finds some space. He drives it to half forward. Aliir is back there and he takes that mark for the power.
Yeah, gives off a little pass, goes to the corridor. Mark was spoiled. Picked up Rourke Smith. Oh, he's going to burn one. He should have goaled then, Rourke Smith. 30 out, pushes left. 10-7-67 Port Adelaide. The Western Bulldogs. 3-3-21 Port Adelaide. For Physio Krim, Zach Butters lost. What's the story there?
He just dropped a mark then, and he is bothered by that right wrist, but he's outrun around still, so he seems to be reasonably okay.
Might come back in again. Drew is back at half-back. Not have been tripped. Free kick. Going to go the way of the power. Gives the handball to Marshall. Lopes away with the football, then kicks it to half-forward. So mark has been taken here by, I think it's Rosie, who's going to put it up inside the 50. Motlop doubling back with the flight of the footy. Ball kept in by Wines, but scooped up, hoovered up by Caleb Daniel of the Bulldogs, who kicks it back to the wing, looking that time for Treloar, but Burton got a spoil in. It's over the boundary line, and we will have a throw-in on the outer side of wing. Score check, Doggies by 46, 10-7-67, Port Adelaide 3-3-21. Husqvarna clock tone, just under 8 left to play, second quarter.
That is right. Ball on the outer or eastern side wing. Martin and Laddams, little shallow the throw-in. Martin got it to Bonampelli. Johannesson turning back the clock so far tonight, got the ball to McRae. He's gone straight for the boundary line. It should be deliberate. It's just emerging from that ruck contest. Keep an eye on Stephen Martin, who gingerly emerges from it. It's been so good tonight. Port Adelaide trying to set up through the corridor. McKenzie, absolute lasers one. Ball goes to Marshall as he'll look the play on. Kick Port Adelaide to centre half forward. Free kick to Laddams.
Laddams, Port Adelaide, out.
As it was just a bad sort of run at the ball. I don't know whether it was Bonampelli or Martin, but he certainly interfered with Laddams. He gets the free at centre half forward.
And Tone, just quickly mentioned Bonampelli. He's got a little bit of a limp going at the moment. I'll just keep an eye on him. He's just in the defensive 50 at the moment as this shot on goal comes up.
Yeah, all must-goal situations for Port Adelaide now. Laddams, ball on its way, going for distance, hooks it a long, long way off hands. And at least, Jim, the Port Adelaide will get the stoppage deep in their forward pocket at the northern end.
Yeah, and Willem Drew and Liberatore still going at it. I think they're discussing Loz's bomb thingamajig, and one's arguing over it.
Yeah, with a heartburn between the two, Liberatore and Willem Drew. So the umpire will throw it back into play in the right forward pocket here for the power. Comes straight down to Laddams, and Laddams gets a quick kick towards goal, but getting back Gardner. Last line of defence takes the mark for the Western Bulldogs. So Gardner send it out looking for and finding Duray, who was in a better position. Handball to Caleb Daniel, who was cruising past. He kicks it to the wing, and he's burnt that one. Usually hits the target, Daniel. It's out in the fall, and a Port Adelaide ball in front of the interchange gates.
So, Carl, how many for Carl Amon tonight? I know it was Bonner who got the kick then. Ball still on the wing. But Amon normally so prolific, seems quieter tonight.
Now they're just the 6 for eBay time.
He went, that is Bonner to Dersma, to centre half forward, the ball goes. Marshall, front of the pack, can't get it. Caleb Daniel was held for a long time, could spoil that time. Liberatore, ball still at centre half forward. Liberatore out of the pack, got it to Williams, quick handball to Dale, spun out of a tackle, got a handball away. Numbers in support. Dunkley pinned against the boundary line, goes high, wins 40 metres, ball back on the wing. Mark goes off the pack, Houston has it, got it to Bonner, neatish sidestep, hung on to the football, goes back to Butters, ball still on the wing, big play, middle of the ground, Lycett to get there, can't complete the mark, spoiled by Shackey, runs into a tackle, well done Shackey, at least the stoppage will take place in the middle of the ground. Dogs 67, Port Adelaide 21, Robot Building Supply scoreboard, 46 the lead, Matty, with 5:33 remaining of the second quarter.
A good 1%er by Shackey. Here's Bonampelli, handball to Hunter. Hunter now looks up. He goes to centre half forward. Beautiful kick to the advantage of Hannon, who takes the mark. Man on the mark is right on the paint of 50, but he's chock full of confidence. Mitch Hannon, he's booted 3. He's going to go back and settle and have a crack at goal.
Josh Shackey's had 3 disposals for eBay tonight, but by goodness, he's been important. He's taken a leer deep inside forward 50 in the one-on-ones. He got a hand in that mark for Lycett in the middle of the ground. As a result, the stoppage ends up like this. It's a really good role he's playing.
So Mitch Hannon, he's going to have to kick this one from outside the 50. He's had a big night so far. Hannon's kick is on its way. It's out to the left and through for a point. Western Bulldogs to 10-8, 68. Port Adelaide 3-3-21 on the Robot Building Supply scoreboard. Just under 5 left to play, second quarter.
McKenzie short on the kick into Bonner. He's been all right from Bonner. They haven't got too many mates though. short to aim on, still in defensive 50. Dogs by 47
50.
points. Again, this is the standing statue.
It was Norton running past in the protected zone, which I thought went out of the game a little bit. They forgot about that one for about 20 weeks.
So Port Adelaide now can run through the middle of the ground, and they go long inside 50.
Up inside 50 it does go. Bailey Williams tried to swipe it towards the boundary line. Gardner hard up against the line. He put it out on the full, and it was a touch. It might have been touched off the boot, so a let off there for the Western Bulldogs. We're going to have a boundary throw in. 49 around from Port Adelaide's goal. Deep into the second quarter. Just over 4 left to play, but the Doggies have a commanding 47-point lead. Ball back into play. Laddam's clean possession out of the ruck. Then he was tackled. Ball hits the deck. Quick kick out. Comes to Marshall. Charged down well by Bonampelli. Then he's on the end of the handball, the Bont. Handball's backwards. Easton Wood. He couldn't hit the target with the handball. Coming in Rosie. And now Bergman. And now Fantasia. Loves the goal, Fantasia. He kicks top of the square. Oh, English spills the mark. Bailey Dale there to give him support, though. He's able to clear it and go short. He'll get on the end of it again, Dale. He got it from Dunkley and then finds his man, Hunter, who's taken it between half back and wing for the Dogs.
3.5 to go to half time. Husqvarna clock the Dogs by 47 points. 68-21 as Hunter. From half back toward half forward, lot of holding. Norton, second, third, grab, can't complete it. Plenty of Port Adelaide players there. Well done, Bonner. Elias slips, has to release the ball. Just on the turf at the moment. No clean possession, anyone. Good tackle, Norton that time. Houston got a kick away, intercepted by McRae. Handball missed its target. Port Adelaide can try and keep it alive. They do. Aim on neat handball. Delay set. Now they can go toward half forward. Dogs have got a 3-on-1 defensively. And it is Bailey Williams taking the mark. Robot Building Supplies scoreboard, 2:58, 2:57 remaining. 68 the Dogs, 21 Port Adelaide. Bailey Williams just going to knock it round in the defensive half, hemispherical arc.
Yes, he goes to Easton Wood, who takes the mark at left half back. Bulldogs have got all the answers at the moment. He goes short again, and they've got this game in hand, well in hand, the Western Bulldogs. Mark taken by Liberatore. He's backward of the wing on the outer side. As we wind down to half-time at the Adelaide Oval, doesn't like anything forward, so he goes all the way back. Bailey Williams going to switch the play again. I think Tim English is loping along and is able to accept that one on the bounce and then go for a trot himself, big fella. 1, 2 and 3 bounces, runs to the wing and then kicks the centre half forward. Jonas went up with a one hand. Look away handball. Houston didn't find a target. Johannesson comes in. He has a ping towards goal. Norton again couldn't take it. Shackey, handball, Rourke Smith, kick and goal. Another one for the Western Bulldogs. And Shackey has a hand in that goal. He's having a big night for the Doggies in this prelim. And the Western Bulldogs, a late goal in the second quarter. That's their 11th. 11-8-74. Port Adelaide 3-3-21. Lee Matthews on 3AW Footy.
No, it's almost like the same old routine. The ball goes deep into the Bulldogs forward line. They are actually bringing their marking pairs back towards the goal square. So if the ball does come to a crumbing player in there, you've got an open goal and you're close to the goal. It's hard to rebound, but that's been really effective. Norton's grabbed a couple, but Shackey's certainly been in the contest, bringing it to ground, and then again just another ground level ball from just broken play deep in the Bulldogs forward line. 11 before half time, just outstanding.
53 the margin. Robot Building Supplies scoreboard. The Dogs 11-8-74. Port Adelaide 3-3-21. Minute and a half to half time. Wines hurries a kick contest on the wing. Bergman's there, got a handball away. Boak Tyler's got it back to Wines, to Burton. Burton has to go wide to the wing. Got a couple of teammates there, desperate for one, maybe two before halftime. Port Adelaide to give themselves a sniff. Bonner, inboard handball, goes to Bergman, wrong option. Treloar, a massive tackle that time on Boak. He stripped of the ball eventually. Handball to halfback. Wood takes it, goes to the wing. Norton, a brilliant game, leads up. Vandermeer free in the middle, decides to go short. Hunter was the target, just a fraction too much on it, and the ball runs out of bounds. 11-8-74 lead the Dog, 3-3-21 Port Adelaide. Minute remains to half time.
just amazed with the energy that the Bulldogs are playing with. I mean, you just thought, how can they have this enormous enthusiasm and energy and run when they've slogged their way through over the last couple of weeks, and Port have coming off a nice relaxing break. But, gee, they've been disappointing. Port Bulldogs outstanding.
Yeah, extraordinary performance. Here are the Power now trying to go forward. Bit of a haphazard kick comes up to Marshall. He was tackled, and as a result, his handball just wandered away to Caleb Daniel. The half forward it goes for the Doggies. Out comes Norton again. McKenzie right with him. Vandermeer front and centre. Gives the handball to Bontempelli. Off a step to Bont. What a goal! Bontempelli's got two, and that was a cracker. Wow. 12-8-80. Western Bulldogs. 3-3-21. Port Adelaide. A small band of Doggy supporters, Tone, across at the Adelaide Oval, but they are making plenty of noise.
No, it might be barracking for Central Districts and have got nothing to do in the north of Adelaide on a Saturday night, to be fair. But, Jim, this is something special the Dogs have put on to half-time.
Yeah, they were a powerhouse there for all the Central Districts.
They were.
Rattled off a lot of premierships, but, again, they're just smashing around the contest. It's almost to a stage now where the Bulldogs thinking, well, the direct opponent, we can just put a little bit of pressure on, the ball's getting coughed up and we can start spreading early. That play across half-back, there was very little pressure, and Port Adelaide coughed the footy up, and the Dogs just got on their bike and got forward to the footy well.
10 goals, 4 from turnovers, Jim. They're just waiting for the turnover. The pressure's obviously enhancing that, but 10-4 from turnovers to half-time.
So out of the middle, Boak, handball under pressure, gave it to English. Back to McRae, the Dogs go forward.
McRae to half forward. Jonas trying to get a fist on it. Houston down there. Vandermeer had it for a moment. Comes back to Jonas, who just had to bang it onto the boot and get it out of trouble. He kicks it up to the wing. English can't take it. Numbers though with the Doggies again. Easton Wood couldn't take it cleanly. And Robbie Gray was wrapped up in the tackle. Comes down to Laddams, who gets it to Marshall. He's just outside the 50. He delays. He holds onto it. He goes out to Fantasia, who takes the mark on a tight angle. Thought about coming back inboard. No, he's going to settle. And he'll have to kick after the half-time siren. So, just having a look at some Port Adelaide fans just in absolute shock at what has happened in this first half. Power with so much work to do. Ken Hinkley about to go down into the rooms. What will he be thinking? But we're watching Fantasia. Can he put through a goal after the half-time siren? At such a big first final against the Cats. He moves in 45 metres out. Never looked like it. In fact, lucky to score. It was a minor. 3-4-22 Port Adelaide, but the Western Bulldogs 12-8-80. Yes, that is the score. 12-8-80 Western Bulldogs, Port Adelaide 3-4-22 at half-time, Tone. And what a first half performance by the Western Bulldogs.
Yep, 3 goals to Mitch Hannon, a couple to Bontempelli, a couple to Norton, a couple to Bailey Smith, 3 individual goal scorers for Port Adelaide. It was 37 points at quarter time. It is now a massive 58-point lead in favour of the Dogs at half-time. Half-time wrap for Sheen Panel Service coming up. Half and Lee and Jimmy will bring it for Sheen Panel Service. Call Sheen first if you've been in a car accident. They'll handle your repair process from start to finish, provide an accident replacement vehicle. Call 1300-REPAIR. Astonishing first half from the Bulldogs. 12-8-80 to 3-4-22. Well, thanks to McDonald's, the Monopoly game back at Macca's. Peel and Scan to win today. With the Dogs 58 points, 5-8 points in front at halftime. You're listening to 3RW Football.
Kick off the footy finals and score a great deal at Dan Murphy's. Pick up a winner with a mixed 10-pack of Vodka Cruiser 275ml bottles for only $32.90. Shop unbeatable prices in-store or online at danmurphys.com.au. Choose to drink wise. Conditions apply. Offer ends Wednesday, September 15.
Sheen Panel Service. If you've had a car accident, call Sheen first. We'll handle your repair process from start to finish and provide an accident replacement vehicle at no cost to you. Rest assured, we use genuine parts and provide you with a lifetime guarantee on all repairs. So remember, call Sheen first on 1300-REPAIR. We'll take care of the rest at one of our 26 locations across Victoria. T's and C's apply.
Sheen Panel Service.
On the way to the game, at half-time, or after the siren, Macca's has you covered. Fuel up on Big Macs, quarter pounders, fries, apple pies and more at a Macca's restaurant. Like goals after the siren. I'm loving it. Macca's, proud partner of 3AW football.
Oh, if you're one of the millions of Australians who suffer from muscular aches and pains, you want a massage gel that provides effective relief. That's why you should try PhysioCrem. It contains menthol and naturally derived ingredients which are all great for the temporary relief of muscular aches and pains. Just look for the purple tube at your local pharmacy, Chemist Warehouse, Coles or Woolworths. PhysioCrem. Always read the label. Follow the directions for use. If symptoms persist, talk to your health professional.
Tuesdays just got better with eBay Tuesdays. Every week, eBay Plus members can unlock new offers on a range of products. Start your 30-day free trial today. Trial for new members only, $4.99 per month thereafter. T's and C's apply.
Shopping around for a Prestige vehicle has never been easier. In fact, you don't need to leave the living room. At Nick Theodosi Prestige Cars, you can browse their showroom online and ask the team to send you a detailed video of any of their cars. nicktheodosi.com.au. LMCT 8350.
Some same-game multis decrease the odds on certain legs, reducing your potential returns. But with Top Sport's same-game multi, you'll get the most competitive multiple for every leg, so you actually win what you're expecting to win. So if you want to get the top odds every time, bet with Top Sport. Visit topsport.com.au. Top Sport. Feel the excitement.
Gamble responsibly.
Upgrade your everyday with Husqvarna. Take advantage of fantastic offers across the range. Trimmers from only $235. Bonuses like a free icebox and bucket hat with selected Husqvarna ride-on mowers. Even a free trailer to tow behind your new rider. From the intelligent Husqvarna Automower to your new trimmer or garden tractor, it's time to start your next project. Check out our catalogue and talk to your local Husqvarna dealer today. Husqvarna. Ready when you are. Offers end January 31st, 2022. T's and C's apply. See husqvarna.com for details.
My computer and my internet were getting slower and slower.
So he called Gigs to You, and I fixed his computer and improved his Wi-Fi.
Now my downloads have never been faster.
Go to gigs2you.com.au or call 1300 gigs to you.
Kick off the footy finals and score a great deal at Dan Murphy's. Pick up a winner with a mixed 10-pack of Vodka Cruiser 275ml bottles for only $32.90. Shop unbeatable prices in-store or online at danmurphys.com.au. Choose to drink wise. Conditions apply. Offer ends Wednesday, September 15.
3AW Footy Highlights.
As Houston comes in, oh, he has just squeezed it through.
Here is Aaron Norton. Shouldn't have an issue with that, and he does not. He slots it straight through the middle. It goes.
Front of the pack, Joe Hannison, round the body, he goes for a goal.
Handball at the top, Hannon kicks another one for the Western Bulldogs. He's got three.
Chance for Bonner, normally silky skill. He's hit it sweetly for a goal.
Shacky, handball, Rourke Smith, kick and goal. Gives the handball to Bontempelli. Off a step to Bonds. What a goal.
And so it is at half-time. All thanks, then the half-time wrap. Brought to you by Sheen Panel Service. Been in an accident, only one number to call, 1300 repair. They will do the lot. Agents everywhere, been around for 50 years and a trusted name in car repairs. The Bulldogs, 12-8-80, lead by 58 points. Port Adelaide, 3-4-22. I'll just go over quickly to you, Laurie Colliver, who'd be so kind, for PhysioCrem. If there's any injury report, a massage gel for temporary relief, muscular aches and pains is physio with an F, PhysioCrem. First up, any injury concerns either team? And second, the mood of the meeting over there.
I'll give you the mood first. It's pretty flat. Flat as a what's-name Carter's had at the moment. It is just amazing. A lot of the Port fans are going for a beer at half-time. There's a lot of empty seats on the far side. I can see they're all half drowning their sorrows at the moment. Just on the injury front, we saw in that second quarter a few blokes get crunched. Ollie Wine's got a bit of a crunch to the ribs, seemed to pick himself up and be okay. Young Josh Dunkley as well, might have got a little bit of a whack as well, but he seemed to be okay. Zach Butters for Port, a little bit of a problem with the right hand, right wrist there at one point, and a few suggestions that Marcus Bontempelli from the Bulldogs might have been limping a little bit, but watched him pretty closely in the rest of that second quarter, and he kicked a good goal as well, so he seems to be okay. And I mean, if they get another goal or two early in the third quarter, you could nearly put him on ice with a potentially a 9, 10, 11 goal lead. So they're the injuries, and well, she's pretty flat here for the Port fans at the moment, and the Bulldog fans, there's about 400 or 500 of them here. They are over the moon.
Go and have a lovely Southwark. The stats. The stats, please. The stats, please. Half and Jim and Lee sum up the first half. A magnificent effort by the Western Bulldogs so far.
Let's go through the numbers for eBay. 185 to 169 disposals. Marks 41 to 45 in favour of Port. It's a +4 there. Inside 50s +13 to the Bulldogs, 33 to 20. Clearances 24 to 15 +9 for the Bulldogs. Contested possessions, Jim, +25 to the Bulldogs, 84-59. Tackles 31-37, so the Power have been doing a bit of chasing tonight, +6. And ground ball gets +29 to the Doggies as well, 64 to 35. Score sources, it's 10 goals, 4 from the Bulldogs from turnovers, 2 goals from stoppage, 1 from stoppage for the Power, 2 goals from turnovers. And we're going through that scoring zone again. Inside 30 metres in the corridor, the Bulldogs have kicked 8 goals against the Power, who've only managed the 1 from that area of the ground. Individually, I'll go through those before I get your assessment of the situation. For the Dogs, McRae, that guy that they should have shut out, Lee, has had 19, leading all comers with 3 clearances, 3 inside 50s. Bailey Smith been terrific, 2 goals, 13 disposals, 7 contested for Bailey. Bailey Dales had 12, Daniels had 12, and the Liberatores had 12. And for the home side, Boakes had 15 with Bonner. Ollie Wines had 14, Eamon with 10 in the end. But it's all been one-way traffic for the Bulldogs. Lee, we've seen some of those numbers there. If you can, Hinkley, what are you identifying and focusing on first?
Just for clarity, Huff, I mean, basically all scores come from either turnovers, stoppages, or kick-ins. Is there another one? So basically, it's not so much as the stoppages that are the where the scores are coming from, but it's those ground level, the ball winning at ground level. Like, there's one marking play on the ground that's doing okay. That's Norton. He's had 4 contested marks, but basically the ball is just coming to ground, and at ground level, that's where the contested possessions, which is the big balance the Bulldogs' way, and that is in the forward 50 arc too. I would have thought half. They've had 9 inside 50 marks, which means they've had 9 set shots at goal, but they've had 20 scoring shots. So they've had the other 11 are just ground level crumbs, setting players up inside 50. So this is just amazing. I mean, it's not so much amazing that the Bulldogs are still in the game, but the fact that the Bulldogs have just completely overwhelmed Port Adelaide, given the whole circumstances of all the travel they've done, the home crowd for Port Adelaide, the 2 weeks rest. It is just amazing what's happening tonight.
So it's 58 points, Jim, at half time. You can eat an elephant one bite at a time. This is an elephant, this score margin at the moment, 58 points. It's a big one.
It's an enormous
elephant. You can't eat this in 5 minutes. You've got to take your time and get this done bit by bit.
This is Dumbo eating Baba.
Which part of the elephant are you taking on first? How do you get this game back on terms if you can?
I'm a competitor. I'm taking its head off straight away, so I'm going straight for it. But I think it's your starting positions, and actually to use your direct opponent as a starting position. I'm not saying man on man, but your backs take back shoulder if you still want to zone off and intercept and use it, because you've actually got to acknowledge what the opposition's doing well.
Yep.
They're moving around really well. They're creating distance. You want the midfield to actually take back shoulder. Give up something. So give up right inside, because they're getting beaten on that, as I said, that circle 2 to 3 metres away from the initial contest. The ball's getting on the outside. We touched on it a number of times. Ground ball gets, the ball's getting on the outside, which then they're running onto it, the Bulldogs, which then is catching Port Adelaide's defence 2 to 3 metres off, and they're not being able to spoil or intercept effectively enough, and the ball's come in the ground. So squeeze up at the source, take back shoulder, force them inside to get some quick kicks, and then your starting positions become a lot better behind the ball, and then be brave with it. We're seeing too much. Like Riley Bonner has been good and effective, and different players, but they're getting the ball, and they say the game slows down. But this is slowing the game down to their detriment. So they're actually too slow back off the mark. So wheel and go, take some risk going forward. So starting positions and then intent with the ball.
This is the halftime wrap for Sheen Panel Service. They'll handle the repair process, start the finish, provide an accident replacement vehicle hub. Call 1300 Repair. The Dogs 58 points in front.
So do we go back to the start of the conversation, Lee, at the start of the game with Jack McRae? You wanted Willem Drew to go to him and try and shut him out. He's clearly the most influential player in the middle of the ground for the Bulldogs with 19 disposals to half-time. Can you cut that element out of the Bulldogs?
Well, that's probably some part that you've got to do. McRae, seeing of the top 10 disposal gatherers on the ground, 7 of them the Bulldogs play, so it's like a weight of numbers. McRae's had 19, so he's the main one, but Bailey Smith, Bailey Dale, Daniel Liberatory, Hunter, Treloar, I mean, they're the other ones in that group, so I would think McRae's the one who is winning the ball the most of those plays in and around the stoppages. So if you're talking about what are we going to do to Willem Drew, we know he can do a good shutdown job, but I would have thought McRae's the one that's doing the most damage or getting the most ball in the link-up.
Are there any other magnets you'd flip if you were Kenny?
I don't think it's flicking the magnets. They just need so much more from their individual players. Let's go for a guy who we think is one of their strengths. Down one end, well, I'm looking for his name here to look at his actual numbers. Where are we here?
Right down the bottom, Dixon, are you looking for?
Yeah, it should be Charlie. Yeah, like he just can't find it. I mean, basically, Jazane Cordy is doing a terrific job. So, in terms of the target forward, at the moment, tonight, they've got Nunport. I mean, they've still gone in 20 times, which is not many, but they don't look like winning a contest in their forward 50. Whereas in the other end, in the contest in the forward 50 for the Bulldogs, well, the Bulldogs have won virtually 19 of them, which is what they're or 20 of them, which is 12 goals, 20 scoring shots. So the individual players have to find a lot for Port.
Who covers clangers? Well, Amy does, and lucky you're with Amy. I just think the scoreline speaks for itself.
That's a clanger.
It is 12-8-80 the Dogs, 3-4-22 Port Adelaide. Let us, as we go to the break, why don't we head up to the 3AW newsroom, and very good evening to Brian Wilson.
Good evening. There are concerns that Victoria's coronavirus infections will continue to skyrocket. The state recorded 450 cases today. Only 70 have been linked. 8 cases were detected in the regions, but Health Minister Martin Foley has ruled out reinstating a regional lockdown at this stage. The nation recorded more than 2,000 cases in a day for the first time in the pandemic. Pregnant women are now being urged to come forward to get their COVID vaccine. Those over 24 weeks will get priority at Victoria's state-run vaccination hubs. More than 22 million doses of COVID vaccines have been administered since February. Latest health data shows 66% of the adult Australian population is fully vaccinated. Former Prime Minister Tony Abbott has been fined $500 for breaching the public health order on masks. Mr. Abbott was reported to police by a member of the public after being spotted on the beachfront foreshore in Sydney. In a few hours' time, the USA will pause to remember the September 11 terrorist attack, which claimed the lives of almost 3,000 people, including 10 Australians. And unusually, the Hells Angels bikie gang are headed back to court, not for their usual appearances, but to fight a trademark battle against clothing and fashion accessory manufacturer Redbubble. It's a huge night of sport. We'll have all the results and all the latest news right after the game.
Your next home makeover could be on the house with the Monopoly game at Macca's. Peel and scan your way to a Philips audio and visual package, a Makita 18-volt LXT cooler warmer, or an ultimate barcode toolkit. Peel and scan to win at Macca's today. End October 19. Full terms at mcdonalds.com.au.
AFL players aren't the only one who get muscle injuries, bruises and strains. Millions of Australians suffer from muscular aches and pains every day. And if you're one of them, you want a massage gel that provides effective relief. That's why you should try Physiocrem. It contains menthol and naturally derived ingredients which are all great for the temporary relief of muscular aches and pains. Physiocrem can also help with post-exercise recovery, mild muscle swelling, and it can help relieve bruising symptoms. Don't let muscle pain keep you from doing what you love. You just look for the purple tube at your local pharmacy, Chemist Warehouse, Coles or Woolworths. Physiocrem. Always read the label, follow the directions for use. If symptoms persist, talk to your health professional.
Kick off the footy finals and score a great deal at Dan Murphy's. Pick up a winner with the 6-pack of Scapegoat apple cider 330ml bottles for only $12 for My Dan's members. Shop unbeatable prices in-store or online at danmurphys.com.au. Choose to drink wise. Conditions apply. Offer ends Wednesday, September 15.
It's the AFL Finals and it's time to play, Australia. For every AFL final with Tab, plays a same-game multi with 3 or more legs, and if one leg fails, get a bonus bet back up to $50. Yup, straight between the sticks with that one. Check it all out on the Tab app today. Tab. Long may we play.
Excludes SA and WA residents. Available to Tab account holders on first online bet. TNC's a website. Gamble responsibly. Call Gamblers Help 1800 858 858.
Tuesdays just got better with eBay Tuesdays. Every week, eBay Plus members can unlock new offers on a range of products. Start your 30-day free trial today. Trial for new members only, $4.99 per month thereafter. T's and C's apply.
Test drive the all-new Toyota Kluger Hybrid today at Yarra Valley and Croydon Toyota. Go and see Robin, Danny and the crew today. Thinking hybrid? Think Yarra Valley and Croydon Toyota. T's and C's apply. LMC T1541.
Have you been injured in a road or work accident? Morris Blackburn will get you the best possible outcome so you can get on with your life again. It costs nothing to know where you stand. Call Australia's #1 injuries law firm on 1800 111 222.
Morris Blackburn, we fight for fair.
Amy has always helped Australians get back on the road, but now more than ever it's vital those on the front line get to where they need to be. That's why we're offering free roadside assist to first responders, hospital staff and COVID healthcare workers Australia-wide until the end of the year. Amy and non-Amy customers, supporting those who are supporting us. To take advantage of this offer, visit amy.com.au. T's and C's and eligibility criteria apply for Amy Temporary Roadside Assist and this offer. Go to amy.com.au for more details.
Roll up to the drive-thru in style with the Monopoly game at Macca's. You could win a car for a year with budget car rental, a whole year of Wilson parking, or a brand new Volkswagen T-Cross. Peel and scan to win at Macca's today. End October 19. Full terms at mcdonalds.com.au.
Kick off the footy finals and score a great deal at Dan Murphy's. Pick up a winner with the 6-pack of Scapegoat apple cider 330ml bottles for only $12 for My Dan's members. Shop unbeatable prices in-store or online at danmurphys.com.au. Choose to drink wise. Conditions apply. Offer ends Wednesday, September 15.
Good to have your company. We are all set to go for the second half here. 12-8-80 the Dogs, 58-point leaders over Port Adelaide, 3-4-22. 3AW football this season, last season, one before that, and for some time to come. Brought to you by McDonald's. The Monopoly game is back. Peel and scan to win today. Third quarter action, what can Port Adelaide produce? It will have to be the equal, if not better, than the rather special first half that the Dogs produced to set up a 58-point lead. And close they are to taking on Melbourne in a fortnight's time. But, Matty, an hour to go. Let's get the third quarter underway for Collins House. Dogs to the northern end, and they lead by 58 points.
Yeah, Port have got to be almost perfect in this second half. Stephen Martin made a good fist of that, and he got a little kick away. Chasing after it is Liberatore, and Willem Drew, his glove tonight, right with him, and wraps him up. We're going to have another ball up. Still a lot of angst between Drew and also Liberatore. Coaches probably say, just give Libra a little chop out where you can. The umpire's going to come in and ball it up again.
Thank you, here we go, roll up, roll up.
And the umpire's going to toss it up in the air. Stephen Martin was able to get the tap out. Boat goes off the ground. It comes out to the wing. Kicked off the ground by Hannon towards half forward. Taken by Bonner, though. Able to get rid of a couple of tacklers and then evade another one and then kick it back to the wing. Off Marshall's hands. Easton Wood was good, though. Gives it to Bailey Williams, who kicks it down the line. Might work out. No, it won't, as Norton is rushed over the boundary line with ball in hand. We'll have a throw in between wing and half forward for the Dogs.
Minute gone, third quarter, Collins House scoreboard. The Dogs by 58 points. It's 80-22. Collins House investing for your financial goals just got easier. Good evening to Dominic Alafaci and all the team there. A lot of holding in the ruck. Ball on the wing, member side at the moment. Wines threw the ball away. Should be a Dogs free kick. Advantage paid. Bontempelli to Treloar. Just tries to finesse one through traffic. And yet again, Bonner is there. He will go short to defensive 50. And Burton, handball, running Bonner to the city end they go. Dangerous kick. They've got to take some tricks this time. Bit of skill, and they got it away through Marshall. Players collapse at half forward. Eastonwood keeps the ball in front of himself, and Fantasia goes to the boundary line. Now, I thought he kicked it out on the full.
On the line.
So the boundary out.
And it's a free kick, Port Adelaide, between wing and half forward. Fantasia to take it.
Yeah, Fantasia has got it about 70 metres out. He goes to the forward pocket, and out comes Dixon. and brings down a big mark. Well, this man has got to lift if they are any chance of winning. Charlie Dixon will go back and line up about 40 metres out, 45-degree angle, Jimmy.
Yeah, I like the play from Riley Bonner. He just took the game on, he overlapped, and it creates one-on-ones and puts the Bulldogs under pressure. And we saw the error from Easton Wood kicking out on the full.
So Dixon, the big man, coming in, make that 35. That is beautiful off the boot. It is sweet off the boot. And Port Adelaide have the first goal of the second half. And can that spark them into action? The Power go to 4-4-28. Western Bulldogs at 12-8-80. And that's on the Collins House scoreboard. Here's Lee Matthews on 3AW Footy.
Always going to give Port a spark when the big forward, big Charlie, can come and just grab one. There's a good bit of blocking to give him the jump at the footy, but that gives them the 6 points, but maybe it'll give them the bit of the spark. I mean, they've just got a lot of goals that they're going to have to kick in this second half to get back in the game, but that's a good start when the big fella's the one that comes and delivers.
Yeah, Easton Wood was disappointed. He thought he'd certainly kicked it out on the full, but believing he got a fingertip to it, it was hard to judge.
Well, then it becomes insufficient intent.
It wasn't. I don't know. Yes, you're very, very true. 52 points the margin now. We have gone 2.5 minutes, third quarter. The Dogs well and truly in front, but first goal of the third quarter to Port Adelaide. Martin, Lysett. Martin got the tap. Ball goes to the wing. Liberatore being held. Advantage paid. Got it off to Bonampelli. High kick towards English, back of the pack. The Dogs have got a chance here. Hannon dropped the ball, should be a free kick. And good tackle rewarded from Jonas. So Jonas would just go backwards to Burn Jones, to Mackenzie. Want to go out the eastern side. Just a lazy 65-metre kick. A lot of holding at the contest. Fantasia won it. Got a quick kick away. Dogs well set up back of the ball, though. Taken by Williams, ran into a tackle. Advantage paid. Now Marshall can go long to fall forward. Gardner, Rosie will get there first against the boundary line. 35 out. This way, that away. Tries to square it up, misses its target. Hunter came through. Quick handball that time then. Geray under pressure. Port Adelaide showing plenty. Burton had it, lost it. Lysett, ground level win. Ball back in the middle of the ground. Picked up by Burton. Round he goes. Excellent kick, and they got another chance. And Todd Marshall has it 45 metres out. So, and very kickable it is too. So Port Adelaide with intent. Lest the game get totally and utterly away, it's still going to be a massive comeback to even get close. But the chance for the excellent start third quarter presents itself. Marshall, 40-45 out, 45-degree angle to the city end. For their fifth goal of the game. Lovely kick, and there's a goal. 2 goals Port Adelaide. Start the third quarter. Collins House scoreboard. Jim, it's 5-4-34 Port Adelaide. 46 points behind the Dogs, who are 12-8-80.
Yeah, we need a double Basil Zemplis here, don't we? An extra, here we come. But it's just winning the contest and taking territory at the moment. They're able to put the Dogs' backs under some pressure. Finally, the ball's hitting the ground. They're getting out after it. Again, just a little bit more composure from Port Adelaide, and they could put the Dogs under some serious pressure here, Half.
Well, where they could. The turnovers, the costly turnovers from the Dogs already. One on centre wing there with Bailey Williams. Not sure what he was doing. Got the ball back inside 50. Then it was the squeeze, Jim, which made it hard for the Dogs to defend. It's a good start. This is good energy for a home crowd. 2 feet off, I reckon, Matty.
First couple of bites of that elephant that you were talking about, Half.
Bit by bit, Jim.
Straight on the right ear.
46 points the margin, so they've started this second half well, the Power. Back in the middle we go again. Lysett wins that one down. Robbie Gray was at his feet, and he handball backwards to Houston, who gives the handball away just off half back. It's going to be a runner. Amon takes it under the arm and then kicks it up inside the 50. Flying Bailey Dale couldn't take the mark. Butters, handball to Dixon. Dixon now goes with a centering kick. Laddams was up, couldn't take it. McRae at ground level. And also Liberatore just bangs it onto the boot tone and kicks it out to the wing.
2-on-1 on the wing, Port Adelaide, the numbers. Wines has it, gives it to Bonner. Bonner deep into the forward pocket. Chance for Marshall, got it again!
Elephant's tasty.
Marshall dead in front. Chance for 3 for Port Adelaide to start the third quarter. And they have more at the ball, more numbers at the ball. We're at the 6-minute mark of the third quarter. Chance for consecutive goals for Port Adelaide. Todd Marshall should goal. 30 out, no angle to speak of. Dead in front, ball on its way. Will it hold its line? It did, and it got there. Just squeezed through. And Loz, the crowd has come to life. 3 goals Port Adelaide to start the third quarter. The gap now 40 points in favour of the Dogs.
Yeah, it helps when your tall forwards get into the game, doesn't it? Dixon there with a goal and Marshall with a couple. But yeah, the crowd's up and about. They're all pretty well back in their seats now after a couple of West End drafts in the bar at half-time.
Jim, is it possible for players and supporters to only be up without being about? Or do you have to have both of them?
No, you've got to go with both. You see often supporters get up and they don't know what they're arguing with. They just start waving their finger.
Well, that means they're about as well.
Yeah, you're about.
Just at the moment.
I think it's a package deal, Tone.
Yeah.
Just at the moment, the Dogs are only about to start the
third
third quarter.
Hang on, score review.
Oh, it is touched.
Oh, yeah.
You let her jump on the mark forward like that?
That's a good question.
Thank you.
I'm having a look at his right index finger.
They're heading back. They're heading back.
Looking at this angle, we can see the ball is touched by the right hand of the Bulldogs defender. Decision on the scoreboard.
1%ers.
So you're allowed to jump on the mark inside 50, are you?
No. And you can't jump forward either.
That's a good question, Jim.
Yeah, that's a good question. Unless he's called play on, you're supposed to be stationary, aren't you?
Yeah. That's a very interesting scenario.
So it's 2 goals, 1 to start the quarter.
Maybe he was just tippy toes half, but what he didn't jump, it was tippy toes.
His tippy toes go for about 45 centimetres.
Bailey Dale to bring it back in for the Dogs.
Well, that could be a big moment as Dale, he goes out and Norton was able to rip it out of the hands of Houston. Houston was the man in front, but Norton was able to take it. So Norton has got it between half-back and wing. He comes down the members' side of the Adelaide Oval. He's kicked to Liberatore, can't take it. Houston got a spoil in that time. It's over the boundary line. We'll have a throw in front of the interchange gates.
Maybe it's one for the competition committee, Lee.
All 18 of them.
Yeah, they need a conference centre, I think, next meeting. Competition committee. The umpire throws it back into play. It's on the wing. Stephen Martin makes a good contest of it again. Johannesen trying to bulldoze his way through. He will stop.
Oh, he's lucky, Johannesen.
Yeah, benefit of the doubt. The umpire time will come in and ball it up on the wing.
So we are now 9 minutes third quarter. Collins House scoreboard. Dogs by 45 points. Ball on the wing. Bontempelli had it, lost it. Wines just threw it out to Gray. Quick kick. Follows the boundary line along. Bounce eludes everyone. Caleb Daniel neat pick up at half-back. Got it to Bailey Williams. Round the body he goes to the wing. Port Adelaide. Free kick. Going to go license way.
Lights it. You wrapped him up early.
And
thank you. Stand.
Martin just surprised to say the release. To say the least, I should say. They go short to Houston. Short again. Gray inside 50 again. Ball high off the pack. Daniel just tried to flip it out. Handball was intercepted. McRae got it from Liberatore. And Martin's got it. Can I have an inside 50 in this third quarter, please? We're going about 9 minutes. I don't know, have the Dogs been inside 50 yet?
They have twice, Tone. 7-2 in favour of the Power. 71% in their forward half for Rebate, the Power.
Collins House scoreboard. Dogs 12-8-80. Port Adelaide 5-5-35.
McRae kicks it to the wing. Getting back there, Houston couldn't take the mark. Couple of bites of the cherry. He's able to get boot the ball, kick to half forward, and it's almost over, but kept in by Cordy. Gives the handball to McRae. Buffeted as he kicked. He goes to the wing. English can't quite pluck the mark. In goes Byrne-Jones. Stands up in the tackle. Got the handball out. The boundary line was right there. It's over. And we're going to have a throw in half.
Confirmation from headquarters. A player on the mark can jump up vertically. Just can't move side to side.
Okay.
There we go.
Learn everything something every day, don't you?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah.
45 points the margin in favour of the Western Bulldogs. But Port have started well in this second half. Here's Bontempelli hard up against the boundary line, just ran out of room, just got snookered by Wines, and it's over, and we're going to have a throw-in just forward of the wing favouring the Power. They lead the Western Bulldogs by 45, and that is on the Collins House scoreboard, Tone.
Yep, 11 gone, third quarter.
It's nice the umpire stopping the game so you can put your boots back on.
Well, it's nice. 45 points is the margin in favour of the Dogs. It was 58 at half-time. So the Dogs haven't scored third quarter. Port Adelaide with 2 goals, 1. English and Laddams. Ball slapped to the front of the pack. Hunter the quick kick. Floats toward half forward. Jonas came at it. Houston, good handball over the top. Found Jonas. Banged it forward. Good kick finds Wines on the wing. And Port Adelaide really running now. Handball, will it be turned over? No, picked up that time Marshall. Handball, Wines, another one. Motlop into an open goal from 45 metres. And it don't know that it got there. As Gardner stuck out the left hand and one behind results.
And Tono, Ollie Wines just getting another knock at that sort of half-forward area for Port. He's a little bit winded and a bit sore at the moment.
12-8-80, the Dogs, 5-6-30, 6 Port Adelaide. Bailey Dale again to bring it back into play for the Dogs.
Yeah, great save by Gardner. In it comes. English made it a contest. Ball hits the deck. And Treloar was overwhelmed in the tackle. Houston knocks it forward. Just toe poked it up to Laddams. Almost threw that away. Comes to McRae. He bangs it onto the boot. Goes back to the wing for the Western Bulldogs. Hannum was able to get out of the tackle. Then his kick was smothered. Bonner got there to blanket that, and it ricochets over the boundary line, and we're going to have a throw-in in front of the interchange gates. Yarra Valley Toyota replay. Gardner getting a hand to that and saving a goal. About 30 seconds ago. 44 points the margin in favour of the Western Bulldogs as the umpire hurls it back into play. English doing the ruck work with Laddams, the 2 understudies this time. Bonampelli, look away handball, impressive to Bailey Smith, who kicks the half forward. Shackey made it a contest again. Hannon trying to get boot the ball. He didn't go too far. They were wrapped up by Dunkley. And the umpire says, give it to me. And a big tackle, though, by Dunkley. A ball up we have, Tone. It's just inside the 50 for the Western Bulldogs.
Yeah, rare trip in this quarter for the Dogs, but still have got a 7-goal lead. Clearance, though, straight away from Port Adelaide. To the wing it goes. Daniel, good tackle, that time by Rosie. Ball going nowhere. And Port Adelaide, just there's a contested number or something that's really swung Port Adelaide's way. It's still a long, long way back, but certainly outplaying the Dogs at the moment. English took it on the wing, tackled, he dropped it, free kick Port Adelaide. That surprised me. I thought he had more than ample time to get rid of it. Free kick goes to Bailey Smith. Long kick toward full forward. Shackey made a contest, knocks it out of bounds.
Brilliant.
And the Dogs league get the stoppage. Half forward, pocket left 30 around from their goal.
Yeah, well, about 9 inside 50s to 3, so they are on top in the general field position and have kicked a couple of goals, but the margin's a big one, so they are still got an enormous amount of work, and the Dogs are up for the fight, I reckon.
Boundary throw in, 30 around for the Bulldogs goal. Through comes Bontempelli, who couldn't get hold of it. Houston able to clear it. A good mark to Dixon, who presents up and takes the mark at half back for Port Adelaide. Dixon, he doesn't like anything ahead, so he goes backwards. Port might try and control it in their back half. 44-point lead, though. They're down by that. Got to attack, don't they? They've got to try and take the game on, as Lee said, and hit the scoreboard. Kick to the wing now for the Power. Dunkley couldn't take it. Bailey Smith overwhelmed in the tackle. Got the hands free, though, was able to get it out. And the Dogs have the answers again. To half forward it goes for the Doggies. Norton was up again, couldn't take the mark. Bonampelli at ground level gives the handball to English, who gives it to McRae. He sells the dummy, and then his kick went straight onto the chest of Jonas, who takes it at right half back.
So it's 44 points the lead. Jonas short. Oh, mark was dropped that time by Wines. Thought he threw it out. Play on the call. Port Adelaide win it back. Jonas's kick partially smothered. McRae there at attacking 50. Hannon happy to see it out of bounds.
They're getting what they deserve at the moment, Port Adelaide. There is no intent to try and take the game on across half back. Charlie Dixon's kick previously, he went backwards, you end up kicking it to the same spot with a even better set Bulldogs defence.
Ball at half forward. Dogs are into attack. 52 around from their goal, going to the northern end. 44 points is the lead for the Dogs. They're going to win the stoppage. Treloar, a quick kick. Full forward, the ball goes. Aaliyah to get there first. Norton makes the stop. Ball will end up going out of bounds. Now, I just sort of think the last 3 or 4 minutes, has the fizz gone out of it just a little bit again, Jim?
Yeah, it's a flat soda at the moment, good buddy. Hey, Half, how many touches has Josh Shackey had?
Overall?
Yes.
Josh Shackey for the Western Bulldogs has had 4.
As impactful 4 possessions as you could have on a game.
He's playing the perfect role, Josh Shackey, on Aaliyah, who's so damaging. English wins clean possession out of the ruck, got the handball. McRae to English again, fires it away. Treloar dragged down by Amon in the tackle. Amon is rewarded with the free, but as you said, Jimmy, they got to go, but backs back over his mark, Amon. He goes short now, and he goes to Bergman, who takes it at right half back.
Bergman kicks to the wing. 2-on-2 battle. Charlie's the big man there. Cordy the spoil. Handball to Gardner from a standing start. A wobbly left foot kick to Ward, half forward. Wines fall of the ball there. Intercepted by Dunkley. Turned it straight back over McRae to Bailey Smith. Wide to half forward. Between wing and half forward. Norton on the lead's got it. Long way out from goal. Almost ran into trouble. Handballs it off quickly this time. Hunter from the outside of the left boot. Ball at full forward. Bontempelli can't quite take the mark. Hannon's there. Ball comes out. Treloar around the body. Vacant goal square. Took an off break. One behind. 12-9-81 the Dogs. 5-6-36 Port Adelaide. All thanks to Collins House. Improving your goals. Investment goals just got easier with Collins House. Dogs' first score of the third quarter comes up at the 18-minute mark. They've only allowed Port Adelaide 2 as Mackenzie goes slow on the kick-in.
Started well this third quarter, Port Adelaide, but you feel the Bulldogs have wrestled back the momentum as the power go to Lysette at left half back. He's got Bonner, who's the runner. Gives the handball to Amon, back to Bonner, gets himself into a bit of trouble, but he got out of it. Handball back to Amon again. They get it to the wing where Boak takes the mark. He loops a handball over the top. Kick is going to go to half forward for Port Adelaide. Marshall the target, Dale the spoil. Caleb Daniel, ground level, takes it. Wrapped up by Boak. And the umpire will have it. And he's 52 metres out from the Port Adelaide goal. A 45-point lead to the Doggies.
Still on Collins House scoreboard. 19 minutes gone, third quarter. Lysett wins it through traffic that time. McRae on top of the ball. We get another stoppage. This time, though, Lee inside attacking 50 for Port Adelaide.
Yeah, just not much. Look, they just don't look like being able to kick multiple goals, Port, do they? They just got their one. They got the 3 shots at goal, but just not a whole lot of momentum in the way they're getting this game going.
From the stoppage, Bontempelli got the kick out nearly at the wing that time. Rourke Smith can't get it. Bonner playing very well. Got the ball that time to Wines. There's a high kick inside 50 again. Big Charlie goes at it. Can't quite take it down. Rosie knocks it front of the pack, all Port Adelaide there. Rosie bounces off a man. It's outside attacking 50 now. As Bonner broke a tackle, has a kick. It's touched off the boot. The Dogs are well placed. Gardner takes the mark. Back to Bailey Dale. He's going to try and find one going forward, but Aaliyah's pushed up. Port Adelaide really turning the screws this time. A kick to half, well, not quite to half forward. Port Adelaide has the football.
And it's Houston with footy in hand. He's inside the centre square, half forward. He drives it long. He wants the big mark. Dixon goes again. Man in front was Dersma.
It's a mark.
And is that a mark?
It should be.
The umpire said 2 hands.
Thought it hit the ground.
And thought it hit the ground. So Dersma was the man in front. We're looking at the Yarra Valley Toyota replay.
And a good call.
Good call.
And it is a ball up. And we're talking about the best umpires going around in the prelim finals. That was a fantastic call. There's the ball up in the pocket. Forward pocket for Port Adelaide. Wines, quick snap. Out of congestion, a point though it is. So Port Adelaide to 5-7-37. Western Bulldogs 12-9-81. Collins House scoreboard.
So Dale to bring it back into play. Sees a man and almost a little bit dangerously. Just went short to Williams. To Caleb Daniel. Daniel sees a man on the wing. That's an excellently placed kick. And the mark is taken there by English. So the Dogs seemingly just trying to take the fizz out of the game. They've got a 44-point margin up their sleeve. English's kick to wing half forward. Shackey flew off the pack. Hannon, good hands. Got it to Dunkley. His kick was smothered by Houston. And the ball, Loz, goes out in front of you on the wing. Any injury updates, please?
No major worries. The Dogs will be happy, though, as you said. They're really stonewalling here at the moment, holding Port out. Port are getting a bit of the ball, but they just can't score.
Let's keep an eye on Marshall, I reckon. He's just come to the bench. Loz, just getting looked at the moment. For
Ollie Wines too, Matty.
Okay, Ollie Wines another one, so a couple of worries for Port Adelaide as Burton takes the footy, drives it up inside the 50. Great mark, Bailey Williams. Played the ball on its merits. The crowd didn't think he had enough of it. But he was able to throw his body at that and take a really good mark in defence for the Western Bulldogs. He goes out to Eastonwood, former skipper. Rosie gave away the free kick on Gardner. And Gardner will take it at right half back. Rosie went before acceptances.
I thought it was the Shepherd against Gardner that time half.
I was with you on that one, Tone.
So the Dogs have only scored one behind in this quarter. 2 goals, 3 to Port Adelaide. Gardner's kicked it out on the full. Which we talk about the clangers for Amy. Lucky you're with Amy. And Gardner's kick should have been better than that. Free kick was Bonner. He will go short. The Boken needs a runner, and Bonner obliges again.
Yeah, Bonner bangs it inside the 50 for Port Adelaide. Dixon got under the footy that time. Bailey Smith was at the drop and got the quick kick back to the wing. Great work, Johannesen was able to get the spoil in on Boat, and it's over the boundary line as a frustrated Port Adelaide fan hurls the ball back at the boundary umpire. Will have a throw in. Not happy, the Power fans over there getting a bit frustrated.
And Matty, Todd Marshall also off the ground at the moment. The trainer's had a good look at him, but he's just sitting on the bench now. Seems to be okay.
Ball back into play. Lie set down to Robbie Gray. Robbie Gray a floater to centre half forward, and Caleb Daniel was camped underneath that. A little man was able to take the mark. He wore one as well, Daniel.
Take your time.
He got squashed here into the turf hard.
Give me the footy, mate.
The spoil
Can you take the
from
kick
Laddams.
If you can't
Nothing
take the
untoward.
kick,
He
just
was
move
competing
away.
for the ball, but it almost accelerated him into the ground.
I've got a feeling he's at chest mark and he fell on the footy,
Yeah.
I reckon, and may winded himself, Jimmy.
Yeah, squashed.
Sucking in the big ones at the moment, Tone. He'll take the free kick at centre half back.
Safe's going to a tattooist and getting the word Sharon banged on the guts. Caleb Daniel to the wing. On the outer side, players fly. Port Adelaide first to get there. Houston handball to Boak, has to handball it away. Ball to be won on the deck this time. McRae won it. Through it, I thought.
That's high.
High tackle. Yeah.
Stand there, time back on.
Again, I thought that the McRae handball was extravagant, but certainly was grabbed high. And McRae now for the Dogs can kick the Dogs into attacking 50.
He does, and out comes Shackey and takes the mark. What a great game he has played. And opposed to Alir flew at it and brought down the grab.
Kept taking him back to the goal square. All the space was in front. Alir always plays. We saw the leg rope, the 1 or 2 metres off his direct opponent. Good grab.
So Josh Shackey, we talked about his set shot goal kicking abilities.
Yeah. Someone said he was a good shot at tack cut footy.
Why'd you say that?
I've heard that.
Let's see how he goes here from 48. No, never looked like a top of the goal square. Rock Smith flew. He almost brought down the footy. And then Lysette, the big man, was quite keen to concede a behind.
On behalf of every Western Bulldogs fan listening, past, present and future, shut up when Josh Shackey gets the ball.
They're that far in
for
front.
goal.
12-10-82, Bulldogs 5-7-37, Port Adelaide.
Collins House scoreboard. I'm going to find that person who told me that.
No, I agree. That was the raps on him.
And Alir's kick. They've turned it over in middle of the ground. Now can the Dogs get them on the rebound? They've got a 3-on-1 out there. Hunter, the handball was good. Liberatore fires one toward full forward. Shackey's got it again.
Don't.
Okay, come on.
Don't.
How good are
Let's
we?
see what happens if we don't.
No, I want to see.
Don't.
He's on a tight angle, but for the left footer, half forward, pocket right, 30 out. This, I think, is the most kickable of them.
He'll do the cross the body, won't he? Yeah, the
He'll
cross
go
the
across
body.
the body.
Yeah.
That's why he was considered one of the great kicks in TAC Cup competition, young Shackey. Goal to the Dogs, 13-10-88 to 5-7-37 Port Adelaide. Collins House scoreboard. Investing for your goals just got easier. And Jim, you did make the point. You don't need a lot. You don't need 40 or 42. Sometimes you can have a 10-possession game and have an impact that Shaki is having.
Well, he's played the role absolutely perfectly on Aliir, and all we did for the last sort of 2 weeks since that Cats game is sing Aliir's praises and how great he was. And he was super against the Cats, but they've come in with a game plan and they've executed it beautifully.
There's not too many players who are in the votes conversation for 6 disposals, Jim. Keen to find out where he fits after this.
Where are you going to put him?
Oh, well, you two.
He's a specialist defensive forward now.
Yes, well, if it works.
New role.
If it works. The tallest one in history, Lee.
Was he number 1 pick?
Two.
Number 2.
Back in the middle, after a 51-point lead, the Bulldogs. McRae, he was tackled, and then Robbie Gray almost pushed in the back there by Liberatore. Nothing doing. The umpire will come in and ball it up.
Wiedering number 1, that draft?
Stand by.
Straight back. Steph.
So
51 points to lead. Dogs have it. 2:48 to go to three-quarter time on the Husqvarna clock.
quick kick, half forward, Port Adelaide. Butters waiting down, handball. Robbie Gray wants to make something happen. Aim on. And now Houston. Houston will launch it to full forward. Dixon, the target, double teamed. Easton Wood couldn't take it, but he took the ground ball and get it for Port Adelaide to Western Bulldogs. They get it back, Port Adelaide, though. Bergman's going to have a shot at goal, and he misses. So that was a real gettable one from Bergman. Minor score it is, though. 5-8-38, Port Adelaide. Western Bulldogs 13-10-88. Just over 2 left to play. Husqvarna clock, third quarter.
So the Dogs been under pressure. To be fair, Port Adelaide have thrown everything at them. They've stood up. Caleb Daniel brings it in again. Goes long toward the wing. Back at the pack. Vandermeer has it. Wants a runner. Gets one. Neat sidestep Hannon. Ball at half forward. Shaki at the back flies. Aliir at the back just somehow eased it, I would have thought, to Laddams. Good tackle. The Dogs have been able to turn it back over through traffic. The kick is excellent. Finds it to Treloar. Runs in from 35. Should jail it, and he does. Goal to Treloar. 14-10-94, the Western Bulldogs. Minute 47 at three-quarter time. Port Adelaide 5-8-38 Lee on the Collins House scoreboard.
Just about time to start thinking about Melbourne and the Bulldogs. I think Jake Lever might be having a good look at this game because Josh Shaki might be getting that role next week. I think for about now we can think ahead. About a 10-goal margin. I think the game's done.
We are on air until 11 o'clock, Lou. We don't want to spoil
we can start talking about next week's game, though. That's all we need to do. There's always something to see what's going to happen with the matchup between Melbourne and the Bulldogs, because at the moment Port are just not looking anywhere near kicking the 10 goals. They're going to need to win this game from now on.
And Lee, the little things, that was a great tackle by Vandermeer to force the turnover.
Well, I have, apart from the first 10 minutes of this third quarter when the Port generated 3 or 4 shots at goal. I mean, they've stabilised the game again this last bit and got the couple of goals, and all of a sudden the margin's pretty much the same as it was at half-time.
Liberatore, handball to Bontempelli, bombs away to half-forward with the kick. Shaki crashes the pack again. Aliir was able to get the handball out, though. They should be able to clear it here. As Houston goes up the wing, Caleb Daniel wins it back for the Bulldogs. Handball McRae. He kicks the half forward. Jonas couldn't take it. Hannon's had a hot night. He's going to go for goal. Here is it coming back. No, not quite. Everything has gone right for Mitch Hannon tonight. He's kicked 3. Minor score it was. 14-11-95. Western Bulldogs 5-8-38. Port Adelaide.
Short on the kick into Jonas. Jonas goes long. McRae bravely back fly to the ball. What a game he's having again. As McRae's taken the mark. 57 points the Dogs lead by. Three-quarter time looms as the McRae kick inside 50. Massive leap that time. Then I think it was Houston. Back of the pack, Ollie Wines has it. At half-back, kicks the ball toward the wing. Getting back there, Gardner makes the spoil. Ball spills to the side. McRae ground-level handball. Got it to Hunter, who turns around. Ball touch. Play on will be the call as Houston ran to receive. Got it to Dersma. Handball back inside now. Boak had it to Wines. Can they get an absolutely late one? Along the wing they go. But the Dogs have got all numbers back there. Taylor Giray, ball just bobbling about. Keeps the ball alive at half-back. And he will kick the ball back towards the wing.
Looking for the mark. Stephen Martin crashes the pack. Treloar got the handball out, and Hunter's going to get on the end of it. He'll put it inside the 50. It's a beautiful kick, and guess who's on the end of the kick? It's Josh Shackey, who takes the mark 49 metres out, 45-degree angle. Siren will sound. He'll take his kick after the three-quarter time siren, Jimmy.
He's an excellent kick.
After the siren.
After the siren in TAC Cup.
Is he an after the siren specialist, Jimmy?
After the siren specialist. TAC Cup.
You blokes.
You won't learn. After siren, it's different.
All of you.
All of you.
All of you media types.
He is so full of confidence, Josh Shackey. He has had a huge night, has had a big say in this win. Shackey kicks from right on the paint of 50, and it's drifting out to the left, and it's a minor score, but that's three-quarter time. 14-12, 96 to 5-8-38. It is a 58-point lead to the Western Bulldogs, and you would think they are heading to the big dance in a couple of weeks' time against the Demons. A 58-point lead. Western Bulldogs are 14-12-96. Port Adelaide are 5-8-38. For McDonald's, 3AW is finals football.
Kick off the footy finals and score a great deal at Dan Murphy's. Pick up a winner with the 6-pack of Scapegoat apple cider 330ml bottles for only $12 for My Dan's members. Shop unbeatable prices in-store or online at danmurphys.com.au. Choose to drink wise. Conditions apply. Offer ends Wednesday, September 15.
On the way to the game, at half-time, or after the siren, Macca's has you covered. Fuel up on Big Macs, quarter pounders, fries, apple pies and more. At a Macca's restaurant, like goals after the siren. I'm loving it. Macca's, proud partner of 3AW football.
At Epworth, we want you to live your best life. That's why we're here for you, for every health concern that life presents. If restoring your health is a priority, choose Epworth to be on your team, because your recovery is our goal. Our rehabilitation specialists combine evidence-based clinical knowledge with more than 100 years of Epworth excellence. Epworth for you. Epworth for life. Ask your GP for a referral to Epworth Rehabilitation in Melbourne or Geelong, or visit epworth.org.au.
Dad, come and kick the footy with me.
Sorry, buddy. My knee's playing up again.
Please, Dad.
If you're one of the millions of Australians who suffer from muscular aches and pains, you want a massage gel that provides effective relief. That's why you should try Physiocrem. It contains menthol and naturally derived ingredients which provides temporary relief of muscular aches and pains. Pick it up from your local pharmacy, Woolworths, Coles or Chemist Warehouse today.
Buddy, let's have a kick.
Physiocrem. Always read the label. Follow the directions for use. If symptoms persist, talk to your health professional.
It's Shaq here. Back when I was playing, teams were trying to slow me down with the hack-a-Shaq technique. Thankfully, PointsBet are here to speed you up. Just 3 clicks and you're away. The PointsBet app is that shacking easy to use, and there's never been a better time to download it with specials like this. Beautiful.
If your horse doesn't win but runs top 10 in races 1 to 5 in Melbourne and Sydney every Saturday in spring, get your money back in bonus up to $50.
It's shacking easy with PointsBet.
T's and C's apply. Gamble responsibly. Call 1-800-858-858.
Upgrade your everyday with Husqvarna. Take advantage of fantastic offers across the range. Trimmers from only $235. Bonuses like a free icebox and bucket hat with selected Husqvarna ride-on mowers. Even a free trailer to tow behind your new rider. From the intelligent Husqvarna Automower to your new trimmer or garden tractor, it's time to start your next project. Check out our catalogue and talk to your local Husqvarna dealer today. Husqvarna, ready when you are. Offers end January 31st, 2022. T's and C's apply. See husqvarna.com for details.
I'm Jess Rowe, here to tell you about Burpees for Boobs. Every burpee you do will help raise much needed funds for the Sydney Breast Cancer Foundation. So get your burpee on now and learn more at burpeesforboobs.org.
Kick off the footy finals and score a great deal at Dan Murphy's. Pick up a winner with a case of Byron Bay Brewery Premium Lager 355ml bottles for only $47 for My Dan's members. Shop unbeatable prices in-store or online at danmurphys.com.au. Choose to drink wise. Conditions apply. Offer ends Wednesday, September 15.
3AW Footy Highlights.
Dixon, the big man, coming in, make that 35. That is beautiful off the boot. It is sweet off the boot.
And Todd Marshall has it 45 metres out. Lovely kick it as a goal. Shacky's got it again.
Don't.
Yeah. That's why he was considered one of the great kicks in TAC Cup competition, young Shacky. Finds it to Treloar, runs in from 35, should jail it, and he does. The Dogs are half an hour away from meeting Melbourne in Saturday week's grand final.
Power Pepper's in.
as Pal Pepper is in. I'll go to you, Laurie, for physio creme.
Sorry, I forgot I was on. Todd Marshall's been subbed out. Might have a bit of a leg problem, and Pal Pepper's in. The magnets were flying around on the Port Adelaide magnet board at three-quarter time. And the other player I must mention is Rourke Smith. Got a bit of a hip flexor, upper right hammy. Got a bit of extra treatment from the trainers. But other than that, the Bulldogs are all well and good, and Port, they need some goals quickly.
Yeah, 58 points is the lead of the Dogs at three-quarter time. Don't forget to follow us at 3RW's Football. That's our Twitter handle. Epworth Healthcare support us. Epworth caring for Victorians every day. And so it is half, Jim, and also Lee. The Dogs are half an hour away from a second grand final.
Well, that's right. The numbers in that third quarter evened up a little bit. 2 goals, 4 apiece to square it up and keep it even. Stevens at the third break. But really, it's all been the Bulldogs from the start of the game, Lee. What do you say if you Ken Hinkley in this situation when the game's effectively over and your season is effectively over?
Oh, it is so hard. I mean, you've got to try and stay positive and sell some hope. But, 58 points. 10 goals. Like, really, no one in their right mind could think that anyone's going to outscore you by 10 goals in the last quarter. But you've got to go through the charade, I guess, and try and sell the hope and sell the enthusiasm and energy. But, yeah, it's been a tough night for Port.
2 players, just to get your thoughts on, boys. Let's, in all seriousness, Josh Shackey, his game tonight, and a little bit quiet that quarter, but Jason Johannesson's found a little bit of touch as well tonight.
Well, Shackey Faribo's only had the 7. He's taken 6 marks and brought the ball to ground 1,000 times. There's no stat for that. 1 goal, 3 for him. He used to be a good kick downer at ends, they tell me. A couple of tackles as well. And Johannesson's had 10, kicked a goal, 5 contested, 5 uncontested. Nice balanced game from him in that half-forward role.
About the stars and the big stat, Jack McRae, how many?
Just the 31 for Jack.
Let's start the final quarter for Dan Murphy's. Shop online, danmurphys.com.au, delivery under 2 hours. The Dogs by 58 points, Matties. We start the final quarter, and Bontempelli gives out a handball.
Yeah, Martin won it down. He got it to McRae, did Bontempelli. Kicked the half forward. Houston floating back, couldn't complete the mark. In comes Bailey Smith, who was tackled. And the umpire will come in and ball it up 70 metres out from goal.
Matty, a little bit of light rain just falling. Not a lot on the radar. I don't think the doggies will be too upset about that.
All the boogies. Hey,
yeah, that's right.
Anything action on the bench for the Dogs with the sub, Loz? Keep an eye on that for us.
Thank you, I will.
We'll get to that in a moment. Quick kick, Bontempelli inside the 50. Bergman couldn't take it. Here's a chance with the outside of the boot. And that was Scott. He is the sub. He's on. He's in.
Looks like he might be on.
The boy is in and he's kicked the goal. With his first touch, he has kicked the goal.
64 points. Lee, we'll find out who the sub is for Physio Cream.
Vandermeer
is a
off.
bruising encounter. And you know what helps ease bruise symptoms as well as muscle aches and pains? Physio Cream Pain Relief Gel. Available from any chemist, Coles, Woolworths and Chemist Warehouse.
Loz, you might be punching a scooey of Southwark down your gullet at the moment, going out in sympathy with the Port Adelaide, but can tell us exactly who was replaced and why young Scott has come on, Anthony Scott, for the Dogs.
Yeah, Latham Vandermeer. He's having a bit of hammy trouble at three-quarter time, just getting a few rubs from the trainers. He's off, and I'll go back to my West End draft.
15-12-102 the Dogs, 5-8-38 Port Adelaide, and you'll be getting your West End draft from Dan Murphy's. As the rain comes, Pal Pepper's there. The ball just spinning at the moment, back in the middle of the ground. Pal Pepper charging bull at it, tries to get it to Wines. Ball's on the deck. Taken there by Bailey Smith. He's tackled and just tossed to the ground by Pal Pepper.
Easy, straight up, let's go. Let's get up.
So, next question, can they catch the Demons' margin from last night?
Was that 83?
83 points.
Port Adelaide.
They're 64 up at the now.
So advantage paid. It was a free kick, Port Adelaide. As a little skimmer that time from Amon goes straight to Cordy. He will bang it back into the middle of the ground. It should be picked off. Bailey Smith, though, outnumbered. Got a handball to Treloar. I reckon the Dogs will be happy just to square this up in the middle of the ground and get a stoppage, which is what they achieved. Two gone, final quarter. Dan Murphy's scoreboard. The Dogs by 64 points, 102-38.
It has been an extraordinary performance by Luke Beveridge and the Western Bulldogs, given what they've had to endure this September, starting in Tassie, up to Brisbane, into Perth for a little while, and then to Adelaide, and they have upset Port Adelaide. It's out in the wing as Dursman got the handball up straight to Hunter, who was taken high by Houston. Just a remarkable performance, and they're going to march into a grand final.
Thank you.
It'll be the Dogs and the Demons. Free kick to Hunter, who will take it on the outer side. And what a shame it's not in Melbourne. That would have been an unbelievable build-up in Melbourne. The Doggies and the Demons is going to be out, and we're going to have a throw in.
Throw it in.
So just forward of the wing, favouring the Doggies. It is a 54-point lead to the Western Bulldogs. Tone on the Dan Murphy's scoreboard.
Feel free to add another 10 to that, Matty. It's 64. 102 to 38, Dan Murphy's scoreboard. 4 into the final quarter. Ball on the wing as Lycett and Martin just ragdoll each other. Halfback win taken there by Burton. Burton to McKenzie. Thumps the ball towards the wing. It'll skid across the turf as Bailey Williams didn't lose his footing that time. Kicks it along the flank. Well done that time then by Bergman. Takes the mark at halfback. Wants to move it on quickly, but the Dogs have got the numbers. Williams takes the grab. And again, another quietly effective game from all the Baileys. Lee at the Dogs, both Dale and Williams.
Yeah, they got a lot out of all their players, and I think absolutely that calculated risk to play Steph Martin when he hasn't played for a long time. I mean, he just wrestled Lycett all night, but stopped Lycett's influence completely.
Here's Bonner now. Handball back to Bergman under the pump. He had to get the kick away in a real hurry, and as a result, just dumped it onto the boot. And Bailey Williams was there to take the uncontested mark. So he's got the football just inside the centre square at half forward.
Stand, stop.
He goes short. So it'll be a shot at goal. The umpire is just
Move it on, play on.
wanting the player to move it on. It's going to go into the forward pocket. Out comes English, can't take it. Burton was at the drop of the footy. Handball to Wines, back to Burton again. Twisting and turning. He doesn't want anyone short. He's going to go the longer option. That might be insufficient intent. Yes, and a free kick will go the way of the former skipper. It'll be Eastonwood Tone to take it on the outer side wing.
Hey, Tone, just confirming Vandermeer, hamstring tightness according to the Bulldogs on their little Twitter feed.
Sounds a bit like Stephen May as Wood goes long for the Dogs, but the defensive mark is taken by Bergman. 102 to 38. We're now 5 minutes into the final quarter. Wood at the back. Got support though. Hunter has been tremendous. To Caleb Daniel. Treloar's had a good evening. Sidesteps one. Kicks around his body to Ward. Half forward. Bontempelli between two players. Takes a magnificent mark that time then. And the play on the pass is on just too much on it. It was certainly a great grab for Midway Concrete. Concrete and Garden Supplies, 1300 Midway if you want it done. As the Dogs can go, Jim, and get the stoppage deep forward pocket.
What are Bontempelli's numbers for someone who's a big question mark coming into the game? It's been huge.
No, he's been pretty average. Just a 19 for Bont. 9 inside 50s, 2 goals, 8 clearances. He's had a shocker.
Ball back into play. Alier is able to take it. Rockets it onto the big. Oh, big mark! Rosie takes it, went for a ride.
That's one of the marks, if not the mark of the night for Midway Concrete.
Got it to Dersmer, who kicked it up the wing, and Bokus on the end of it now. The former captain indulges in a bounce and then almost runs himself out. Handball back into Motlop. Motlop now, went for the kick, looking for, but not finding his man that time in Fantasia. And they've got it covered again, the Western Bulldog defence, boys.
Just a 5 for Orazio tonight.
So big in that first final, wasn't he, Orazio Fantasia? But
4 snags.
There was a knock to the knee. 2 weeks to get over it. I imagine if there is a story, we'll find it. As the kick goes to Scott at half back for the Dogs. Toward half forward. Ball spills front of the pack. Shaki came on. Gave to Bontempelli. Thumping kick to a one-on-one. Norton trying to get back. Well done, McKenzie. What a great grab that was when he looked absolutely cast. 7 gone final quarter. 64-point margin in favour of the Dogs. Ball goes to Dersmer. Player's pretty tired now. Goes to Boak. Boak's run himself out of bounds and in fact might even get a hold against him. Ball gets tossed in. Bailey Williams just making sure that there's no nervousness. For Yarra Valley Toyota, what a magnificent mark that was. We have a look at the replay for Connor Rosie. There won't be a better mark of the night, and it's great to have Midway Concrete with us. Concrete and Garden Supplies, call 1300 Midway.
Luke Beveridge has made his way down to the bench. There is a passionate kick from Duckley. That was unorthodox, but it got to Bailey Smith, who takes the mark just outside the 50. He wheels and goes. He goes for the long-range kick. It's huge. It's a monster goal. Bailey Smith has kicked 3, and that was a huge kick. He absolutely flushed it. And the Western Bulldogs, the 16-12, 108. Port Adelaide, 5'8", He is a cult figure down there at the Whitten Oval, is Bailey Smith.
And it's fair to say that he's created a bit of an impression, Lee, with someone mimicking the hair.
He has, yeah, somewhere in the crowd there with the big mullet. Yeah, no, that would have been a 60-metre carry. I mean, that just was a beautiful time kick, wasn't it? From outside 50 straight through. They're doing everything right now. It's a fun time for the Bulldogs now. I mean, to be honest, they'd probably be happy to blow the siren and kind of like the mercy rule, but Port Adelaide, they're down demoralised and beaten, so really for them it's just playing out time.
And Lee, you know you're up against it when Dunkley throws it onto the boot close to the boundary line. He doesn't kick it out on the full. It just sort of found its way to a man.
So back in the middle we go. Some shepherding in the ruck. There's going to be a free kick going the way of English. Hasn't that ruck setup worked much better with Stephen Martin in there doing the bulk of it than English? As his understudy. Kick to half forward. Here they go again. Been good, Stephen Martin, I see Jimmy.
Well, it was the question I got for the two coaches here.
Yep.
Do you put Steph on the bench for the rest of it? I know you got the week off, but
you would think of it because how he recovers from this game, even if he's got a fortnight's break, is going to be tough, isn't it? Because he, as we know, hasn't played for 3 months.
Ball up inside the 50 for the Doggies. Bonner is able to take it, though, for Port and bring it back to the wing. After it, Cordy just slapped it back to Bailey Williams, able to gather. Went with the underground kick. It was a bit too fierce for little Caleb Daniel. Almost took his head off and off his hand and over the boundary line for a throw-in. 70-point lead to the Western Bulldogs midway through the final quarter.
Switching forward for a little while. Him and English can just do little stints in the ruck, and then in 5 minutes to go, 6 minutes to go, you get him off, Jim, I reckon.
And we'll be taking your calls after the game until Ross and Russell come on at 5:30 on Monday morning.
That's your best line of the night, Tony.
I've thrown a lot out there. I've got to say unsuccessfully. Port Adelaide go long. Motlop takes the mark forward of the wing. Wide to Charlie Dixon on the leads, taking the mark in front of Cordy. Against the boundary line, 50 metres out. 16-12, 108 the Dogs. On the Dan Murphy scoreboard, Jim, Port Adelaide 5'8",
Yep, Stephen Motlop kicked that ball inside to Charlie Dixon. Nice, but again, Taylor Duray putting another one to sleep. His form has been absolutely fantastic in that small back roll half. He's been taking the opposition's best small forwards.
Yep, he's experienced this time of year, isn't he? His time at the Hawks, he knows what it's all about. He's done a hell of a job, no doubt. Match-saving performance last week against Charlie Cameron late in the game.
Dixon across the face of goal. English is there. Ball spills to the front of the pack. Powell Pepper has it, tries to get away from his man, runs himself out of bounds. And again, Bontempelli, even though it's a 70-point margin, giving absolutely nothing up there, Jim.
Yeah, big Chaz Dixon, his last 4 finals haven't been great. He's only kicked 3 goals.
Yeah, he's been disappointing again tonight. With Charlie Dixon. Their key spearhead, ball back over the boundary line. Dixon knocked it over their half.
Lee, last night it was Petrarca, Oliver, Gawn and Lever with 6 minutes to go that Simon Goodwin got off. Who are you for tonight for the Bulldogs? Question with notice.
Well, I would have thought, Stephen Martin for the reasons that, give him a short game so he'll come up better in 2 weeks' time, one would think, and probably Bontempelli, seeing he had a little bit of the sore knee going in.
2 to go.
Back into play, McRae.
Riley Smith and McRae.
So free kick going to go the way of Port Adelaide. Going to go to Houston, handball off to Burn Jones, who puts it back inside the 50.
I'm sitting Norton.
You're sitting Norton? Okay. So who's your forward, Jim?
So Steph.
Dixon. Yep.
Bont.
Yep.
Norton.
Yep.
And whoever the coach's pet is.
McRae. Or Daniel.
In the meantime, a downfield free kick after Burn Jones was felled after a kick. So big Charlie Dixon has got it.
Are you going big shorts?
I'm going for Smith, McRae, Bontempelli, and the big fella. I'm with Lee.
Steph,
yeah.
What about Norton?
He'll be right.
Big Charlie Dixon comes in, 35 metres out, and he guides through the goal for Port Adelaide. He's got two, the big fella. Dan Murphy's scoreboard, 16-12, 108 Western Bulldogs, 6-8-44 Port Adelaide. Lee Matthews on 3AW Finals footy.
It's interesting when we talk about the influence of ruckman. I mean, Stephen Martin is, he's only had 11 hit-outs and he's basically sort of touched the ball half a dozen times, but he's been a competitor, and I think if you haven't got a good row, if you haven't got a Max Gawn, have someone at least that makes it hard for the opposition ruckman, because it gives your ground level players confidence that you got a real competition going on in their aerial stoppage work, and Martin has certainly done that against Lysette. So it's been a big win just by the fact that he's been able to come in and break even. That's all, break even in that position, but that becomes a net win for the Bulldogs.
And I also think it helped them forward the ball tonight, because all the key defenders for Port Adelaide, because English goes forward and then you throw in Norton and then Shackey doing his role, it ties them all up.
So from the restart, Wines knocks it forward. Dogs though, Dale bends over, picks it up, gets the ball to Duray. He'll go wide to Hunter on the wing, who's had some sort of night also, Lockie Hunter, and he's taken the mark.
Here's one for you, Half. Waitman and Keith straight back in, but who for?
Stand by. I've got 2 weeks to sort that out, Jim.
Did we just hear Loz then?
Yeah, I'm just going to say Bonampelli's off, having a break.
There you go.
So to half forward it goes. Martin in front of the pack off hands. 16-12, 108 the Bulldogs. 6-8-44 Port Adelaide. Final quarter action for Dan Murphy's. You can shop online at Dan's. Can thoroughly recommend the one on Mount Alexander Road. Really good car park there. Drive in and out so easily in selected metro areas.
Great delivery too, Tone. Great delivery, Dan. He's done a hell of a lot of work at my house. 18 months.
They're doing the one in Mount Alexander Road up.
Are they?
Yes, they are.
Good news.
It's across the road from the Laurel Hotel. When it opens again, it'll be nice to go to as Drew kicks the ball out towards the wing. Little kick forward that time by Butters. Goes to Gray. The short pass going forward.
Glass or plastic there?
Is Martin. No, glass there. The other place is persona non grata with us. As we go forward, there was a blue there, not a physical one, a disagreement, and we walked out and haven't been back for 20 months. Admittedly, 19 months of it has been lockdown. But we're people of principle. So Port Adelaide have a chance for their 7th goal of the night. We're getting up to the 13-minute mark. Robbie Gray, not his and his teammates' night tonight. Ball on its way. Will it hit the post? No, it just misses and goes right. 6-9-45 Port Adelaide. Dan Murphy's scoreboard. Western Bulldogs 16-12, 108. Bailey Dale. Matty goes short on the kick-in.
Yeah, so disappointing for Port Adelaide, winning that first final comfortably against Geelong, and hot favourites coming in tonight. Ken Hinkley still searching for his first premiership as a Port Adelaide coach. Hasn't even got him there yet. And it is a really poor night for the Power. Great night for the Western Bulldogs, who were fantastic from the start. Shackey made a contest of it again. Here is Bailey Smith, the runner. He kicks it inside the 50. He wasn't going to unload that time to go from long range. Bergman had it for a moment, went back in and won it. Handball to Burton. Away to Bonner, who can hold his head high. He's been good tonight for Port Adelaide. Kick it to the wing. There's no mark. Numbers, though, with Port Adelaide. Oh, Treloar couldn't quite gather it in. Make that Dale, who is after the football. Got helped out there by Cordy Dale and eventually wins the yellow share and comes into Caleb Daniel. Daniel usually constructive with it, just was able to run around a couple. And it's been good again tonight, little Caleb Daniel, as Duray takes the mark and they head out to the wing for Hunter.
They certainly do. 63 points the Dogs lead by. Hunter kicks them inside 50. Is there a big grab on? Norton flew high. Rorksmith stays down. Little pass this time. Shackey across the face of goal and it is out of bounds. But that was just a snap from a tight angle with 3 or 4 just closing in on him. 108-45, 63 points the margin in favour of the Dogs. 8 minutes remaining on the Husqvarna clock. It is Melbourne and the Bulldogs next Saturday evening. Tossed in again, Lice at the tap, the clearance, that time Burn Jones, but Hunter, again magnificent, takes it outside 50. He'll go wide to Norton. Well done, McKenzie. Stuck with him, knocked the ball out of bounds. Dogs get the stoppage. Lee inside attacking 50 one more time.
Just to remind, when did Alex Keith hurt his hamstring?
During the week, I think, wasn't it?
It'll be just it'll still be a time of countdown whether he comes up for the grand final, like Stephen May in a way. I mean, because Stephen May came back on and played yesterday, I think it gives you more chance that confidence that he's probably going to come up.
That's a good point.
What's a hammy? Stock standard hammy.
Stock standard used to be 21 days, but
depends how much damage they've done and whether they're back related, which is what they were hoping with the Stephen May, that you can get sort of like back related tightness.
Yeah, and I think that's what it was, tightness as opposed to a tear or strain.
Yeah.
Here's Bailey Smith, drives it long again. Norton, yes, got it with 2 bites of the cherry. He's had a good night tonight too, Aaron Norton, been a real target up there. He'll go back and line up from 30 out directly in front.
7th contested mark, half. That's a lot.
For the Nort.
Yep.
That's good for eBay, Jim. You've done a good number there. Good job in the eBay stat sheet. eBay Tuesdays. Magnificent work.
So Aaron Norton.
It's the best day of the week, Tom.
No, Josh Bruce, of course. No worries tonight. Aaron Norton has been the man. And he rams that one into the woodwork, and a minor score from point blank range. 16-13, 109 Western Bulldogs. 6-9-45 Port Adelaide. Dan Murphy scoreboard.
So the game, like the commentary, just fizzing out. Ball, I'll speak for myself there, nobody else. Ball at half forward. Can the Dogs stop them going further forward? They can. Johannesen. Handball over the top. Jonas there stops it. Goes to Burton. 64 points is the Dogs' lead. Over the top to Dersma, to Powell Pepper from halfback along the wing on the member side. He goes. Shaki gets back there. Bailey Williams kept the arms free. Got it to Duray. Got it that time to Anthony Scott, who runs out of bounds. Loz right in front of you.
It is, and the boundary umpire just in front of me here with not a blade of hair on his head is going to throw the ball back in. That's all I got for at this stage.
I said the commentary might be fizzing out this part of the world, but certainly not. I didn't want to include you. Martin tries to get the clearance, going to come up to Rosie. Kick partially smothered to half forward it goes. Boak picks it up, the handball, that time then to Burn Jones. Ball just in the middle of the ground, another ground level win to McRae. Handball to Dale. Play on is the call, still in the middle of the ground as it's picked up and going long. That time Bonner to Dixon. Cordy knocks it away. Good afternoon. He has outside attacking 50, but Port Adelaide have got the numbers. Amon tries to thread one through. Rourke Smith makes the spoil at halfback as picked up there by Gardner, trying to release the ball, unable to do so. Dan Murphy scoreboard with 5:36 to go. The Dogs 16-13, 109. Port Adelaide 6-9-45. Port Adelaide get the stoppage 40 metres out, but the Dogs get a partial clearance through Treloar.
Yeah, it was partially smothered. In goes Rosie. Handball to Burn Jones.
How's those two names coming along, half?
No, they're straight out. Vandermeer and Cordy.
Cordy?
Yep. First man out.
They win it back across half back here. The Western Bulldogs. Rourke Smith.
It's not a union side, half.
McRae again.
I'm playing Keith and I'm playing Waitman.
We're going to go up inside the 50. It's a touch ball. Bailey Smith is there. Going to get it out the back. He'll kick it off the ground and soccer it through. Bailey Smith has kicked 4 goals tonight and has been a dominant factor again. 17-13, 115 the Western Bulldogs. Port Adelaide 6-9-45. He has had some type of final series so far. Bailey Smith with maybe his biggest game to come in a fortnight, Daniel Harford.
Well, he's kicked 3 last week, kicked 4 tonight. Fair to say he's having an impact in that forward half of the ground for the Bulldogs. Not only that, he's had 23 disposals, 6 inside 50s, 3 clearances, 11 contested, 3 tackles, and 9 ground ball gets. Jim, your favourite category?
Does he make your vote? It's my favourite category for the Bulldogs.
Team votes, Jim.
Okay.
One thing about the Bulldogs, they've got movement and run, haven't they? I mean, we're just they're all over the field. Their ruckmen have got a bit of mobility about them, and the guys Smith and Hunter, they've got a lot of guys who can actually get across the ground. So it's been an outstanding performance tonight. But if there's any team that might be able to really take it up to Melbourne at this point in time, it might be the Bulldogs team that have got this movement and agility as a group.
So from the middle, Port Adelaide, forlorn sight for their supporters, and of course the wonderful Ken Hinkley going to come up short again this year. 70 points the Dogs lead by, 115 to 45 with 4:31 remain as the Dale kick towards the wing it goes. Alir at the back, touched off the pack that time. The handball that time from Wines. Ground level win to Dunkley, gave it to English, goes inboard to Scott, to McRae. The pass is a ripper. And Johannesson will have a shot at goal from 45 metres out. As McRae, is he north of 35 yet?
Just slightly north, just the other side of the equator, Jim. Did we work out what that was? He's 36th for eBay.
Well, we work out what the equator was?
We last week we were talking just south of the equator. We got little countries on towns.
So is he the 38th parallel with Kim Jong-il at North Korea?
Well, it'd be North Bogota. Bogota's on the equator, we discovered last week.
Johannesson for the 18th goal of the Bulldogs. Ball on its way, it's one behind.
Nairobi is another town on the equator.
Well, it's north of Nairobi now.
Yeah, northern Nairobi.
With 36 touches for McRae. 17-14, 116. The Dogs 6-9-45. Port Adelaide short on the kick into Mackenzie. He goes to Amon. And once again, Bailey Williams. It's as if he's playing for a spot in a fortnight's time in the final quarters, any indication. And the ball goes out of bounds. 71 points the margin. 3 minutes 20 to go in the final quarter as the ball comes spinning. Matty, back into play.
Johannesson, I wonder whether he's an absolute lock to be in the team. He's been sort of around the mark, hasn't he, and been the medi-sub a few times, missed out a few times. Here's Treloar. He's captured by a couple of Port Adelaide players in the tackle.
Can you go, Brett?
And the umpire pays the free. It'll go the way of Wines, who gives it to Amon.
The northwestern coast of Ecuador is a nice place this time of year, just north of the equator, Jim.
Kick to half forward. Bailey Williams there, tunnel balls it out. Robbie Gray, he got the handball to Rosie, to Powell Pepper, and out of Dixon. Didn't make great connection with that foot. He went straight up and down, and that's a good mark to Rourke Smith. Double grabber, and he was able to take it deep in defence for the Western Bulldogs, who lead by 71 with 2.5 minutes left to play.
It's on the Husqvarna clock as Rourke Smith now will just kick to a contest on the eastern side. Alir there at the back, and Alir takes an excellent grab. Final one, our final contender for Midway Concrete is the marks of the day. Connor Rosie certainly has that one absolutely sewn up as Port Adelaide trying to spot a man, and Ollie Wines, brave as always, takes the grab. He is 55 metres out. And we will be taking your calls up until 11 o'clock tonight, and Brad Hardy up until midnight.
He'll be happy.
71 points. Oh, always to a point with Brad. Never completely. So Wines just lines up, keeps it low, kicks it hard as Cordy tries to knock it through for one behind. As Bailey Williams again just bangs it forward. Well done that time then. Johannesson makes the spoil as the ball runs out of bounds.
Just saw a shot of Ken Hinkley in the coach's box, and I wonder he's thinking to himself, I'm going to have to go down to the press conference. They're going to ask me that stupid question. What happened, Ken? And he's got to explain what happened and why.
Oh, yeah, good luck.
And he doesn't know either. If he knew, I mean, it is just a terrible situation that every coach who gets thrashed goes through, particularly in a knockout final. But Ken will be the one tonight.
Here is Fantasia. He fashioned the kick forward, but Jure was there, shared it with Gardner. They fumble it. Chance for Robbie Gray was captured, but got the handball to Boat, who slipped at the critical stage. Powell Pepper in there as well, but the Bulldogs' defence stands up. As Rourke Smith clears it, he goes out to the wing, and Bergman able to keep it in for Port Adelaide. And now Butters, he kicks it to the centre corridor. Mark taken by Burne-Jones. He goes to Bonner. He's got it inside the centre square, half forward, about to drive it deep. Deep surge here, top of the goal square. Charlie Dixon was up, but knocked away. After it, Johannesson, Powell Pepper in there throwing his weight around. He takes it and loops a handball over the top to Dersma. They keep it alive. No, they've cocked it up, and it's going to be Treloar to clear it. He was knocked off the footy, so it'll be a downfield free to the Western Bulldogs. inside the last minute of play in this game.
Loz, who's on the bench for the Bulldogs? Who are the 4? Good, thanks, Loz.
Had a big night, Loz.
Sorry, boys, I just put my mask on, head around to the Bulldogs. It was Bontempelli, Liberatore, Norton, and one other.
Looks like Caleb Daniel's absent from the field. Might be
Caleb Daniel, yes, he's the other one. Didn't recognise him without his lid on.
Good point.
There is Treloar attacking again. Alir is able to win the ground ball. He puts it up inside the 50 for Port Adelaide. There's no mark. Shaki got back. The Doggies are into the grand final. They have absolutely smashed Port Adelaide. They did shop earlier to avoid the rush, and they got it done. 17-14, 116. Port Adelaide, 6-9-45. It will be the Dogs and the Demons in the big one.
Bulldogs fight and Bulldogs roar. We give our very best. 'Cause you can't beat the boys of the Bulldog breed. We're the team of the mighty Bears.
Well, this is an upset. Port Adelaide were warm favourites going in. The Dogs have been all over the place. Tassie in the first week of the finals, then up to Brisbane, and they had to go to WA to quarantine there, and they had to fly into South Australia, couldn't have their captain's run, and they have beaten them by 71 points. They led by 37 at quarter time, 58 at half time, 58 at three-quarter time, and they win by 71 points. Yes, it is the Doggies. They're into the grand final. We'd love to hear from Bulldog supporters. The lines are open. Nick Theodosi, Prestige Cars open line 96900 693 13 13 32. Lee Matthews, what an extraordinary performance by Luke Beveridge and his Western Bulldogs.
Yes, amazing. I mean, you just thought they had to run out of energy at some point with the preparation problems or issues that they've confronted. I mean, most sides are out of their comfort zone clearly on their preparations. Most sides are away from home, but Port Adelaide have virtually had a normal home preparation the last few weeks, and still the Bulldogs were able to come over, get hold of them, just dominate the contested possession wins, dominate the forward 50 arc, dominate the ground level ball winning, and basically just taking them apart. So yeah, that I don't know, there's nothing makes sense in the end result of that. It's just a magnificent game by the Bulldogs to do what they've done.
And it's one of those things, Jimmy, that when you come to the Adelaide Oval, if you can take the crowd out of it early, you're on a good thing, because that's exactly what they did. They were hot from the get-go, weren't they, the Bulldogs?
Yeah, and it's a ground where if you can win the contest and take ground early, you can really squeeze the opposition. And we've seen many sides struggle to get out of their back 50. And Bailey Smith was extraordinary tonight, like at many of the Bulldogs. But last 2 weeks, 7 goals and 50 touches for Bailey Smith, and he's gone back-to-back career-high goals. That's seizing the moment as a young player and wanting the moment. He certainly wanted the moment last week in the last quarter, but he's just kept on going and going in this game.
So Nathan Eagleton, former Dogs great in the crowd, just high-fiving some of the coaching staff as they get down to the bench.
Port Adelaide and Dogs.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. You've still got plenty of affinity for the Dogs, it seems, Tone, looking at the emotion in him there, which is lovely to see, the past players. There'll be plenty of those, won't there, in the next couple of weeks. The Melbourne past players, the Doggies past players, even though 2016 wasn't too far away. There hasn't been a lot of success for both these two clubs now competing for that trophy.
For much of the season, the best two sides will play off into the grand finals. The Dogs certainly slipped towards the end. But tonight, what a fabulous win. A 71-point margin, the Western Bulldogs, 17-14, 116. Port Adelaide, 6-9, 45. And we thought, well, maybe with the one preliminary final going the way that it did last night, this would be a bit closer. Port Adelaide clear favourites. But as it was down at Marvel Stadium, 4 goals before Port Adelaide blinked. They won that one, but the Dogs came back, Lee. 71 points is the margin. And now for the first time, it will be interesting, Lee, in certainly recent memory at least, and that is that the week off will certainly, or should at least in theory, Lee, make sure that both sides of the available talent, no one should be sore. Those that are going to miss out are in the long term, obviously not going to get there, and that's why the Dogs will get the opportunity against Melbourne.
And they should be better off on the fact they've played all through the finals. Now they'll have an extended break into the grand final. So that should Bulldogs should need that a little bit more than Melbourne would actually need it. So that evens things up a lot to give the Bulldogs the best possible chance of coming up. But these whole preparation protocols, Half and Jimmy, I mean, they've all been thrown out the window, haven't they? Things that you had to do to play at your physical peak are all over the shop with this with the COVID couple of years where teams have been in hubs. At least the Bulldogs will be able to go to West Australia tomorrow, I guess, and be there for a couple of weeks, so they at least won't have to travel for the foreseeable future. So what teams have done off what seemingly is diabolical preparations just throws a lot of the norms out the window.
It probably puts greater ownership on the player to get themselves ready as far as how you prepare yourself. What do you do in your hotel room when you have to isolate? How you hydrate, stretch, get yourself ready, and you can see that the sides with a bit more experience are actually handling it pretty well.
Lee, you coached a side, was it the 2004 Brisbane side that got the raw end of the pineapple as far as travel?
Yep.
Well, yeah, and that was only meant we had to go to Melbourne for a preliminary final instead of playing at the Gabba. I mean, that's nothing compared to what the teams have been doing in this period of time in the competition. But so there's been a lot of inequities clearly through the whole COVID situation where you got to play play where you can when you can. So no, it seems very minor having to go to Melbourne for the preliminary final in 04 compared to the variations that different clubs have had to comply with, because it's not as if every club's had exactly the same issues. They're all different whether they be the Melbourne clubs or the Sydney clubs, or as we know, the Bulldogs who've been through Tasmania and Brisbane and West Australia and back to Adelaide for tonight. But gee, hasn't done them any harm. They were outstanding, weren't they? They had life and energy and were just terrific.
We spoke to Chris Grant before the game, and we asked him whether there was a little bit of 2016. They were trying to bottle doing the tour of Australia. A little bit to that. Do you think Josh Shackey could be the Tom Boyd? Former, very high pick, comes to the club under a lot of pressure.
We have spoken about Shackey tonight, and he attributes his basic renaissance in the game half by being trusted to play key defence, and now they can swing him round either way, depending on what the circumstances are. His night tonight, from a statistical point of view, you just go say, oh yeah, that's okay, but it was much deeper than that.
Absolutely. If we go through the numbers for eBay just as they are, 10 disposals for Josh Shackey. Look at that and go, British. 1 goal, 3, 6 marks, 4 contested, 7 uncontested. He had 4 tackles. I'd like to know if they're inside his forward 50.
Well, do you know what we can do, Huff? We can actually ask him. We've got him on shortly.
Right, well, let's do it. You probably won't know how many tackles he's got in the forward 50, but I can throw that at you.
It's a tremendous story, Shackey, because the high expectation from one club to the other, and Lee, I suppose there would always be this doubt. You were such a great junior. When does it manifest itself, or maybe it doesn't? Who knows? But what we saw tonight was something very, very special, and why he was so highly regarded.
Well, he was asked to play a specific role to make sure that Aaliyah wasn't going to jump up and be intercept marking. So, but that you took look a little bit of footy smarts to work out. I guess he was told, run back to the goal square wherever you can, try and drag Aaliyah back there. So, in fact, all the big defenders for the Port Adelaide were basically dragged back almost around in the goal square. But Norton still was able to jump and actually take a few marks. But basically, the intercept marking, which Port have been good at over the season, just completely disappeared tonight.
So the handfuls of Bulldog supporters, maybe 1,000 at the most, cheering warmly. The unexpected win is one thing. The margin is something that will be written about as one of the greatest and most definitive upsets in a final. 17-14, 116, the Western Bulldogs defeating Port Adelaide 6-9-45. Jubilant scenes. And you can't help but feel, I saw Mitch Wallace there, who missed out on 2016 with a busted leg. He's going to miss out again. But both he and his father have served the club with distinction, and he is as wrapped as anyone out there in the ground at the moment.
Oh, great clubman. That's all you hear about with Mitch Wallace, and we did it before the game, didn't we, Matty? You know, hard luck or bad luck stories. There's a couple every year for grand final sides and eventual premiership teams.
So Marcus Bontempelli imploring all the teammates, as many as they can, to walk down the race. Red, white and blue jubilation as Bontempelli hugs Lockie Hunter. Eastonwood gets another chance at a grand final. And then the boys that haven't been there, Taylor Giray has been there. Aaron Norton gets his opportunity. Bailey Smith. And for all the Adam Treloar talk, what a way to find some form tonight. Down to you, Loza. As the room is sparse enough, but this Western Bulldogs Footscray theme song will be absolutely belted out. Let's just take the ambient noise from the room.
They're calling all the players in tone, all the players that didn't play that are there in support. They're calling them all into this circle.
You know,
that's what we saw last night with Melbourne as well.
I didn't count them quickly, but I think near enough everyone on the list that can be there is actually touring with the Dogs. As from the jubilation, as the camera goes from the jubilation of the Dogs room to the utter despair that Port Adelaide confront yet again consecutive years preliminary finalists. Last year was 6 points, but a totally different story now. A 71-point margin. We've just gone 10:30. Your calls on 96900 693. All thanks to Nick Theodosi, Prestige Cars Open Line, 13 13 32. Of course, you want to wait and have a chat with Brownlow medalist and Hall of Famer Brad Hardy after 11 o'clock. Feel free to do that. Josh Shackey to join us. Lee Matthews, Daniel Harford and Jimmy Bartell will break this game down when we return. An extraordinary performance by the Western Bulldogs, defeating Port Adelaide by 71 points across Australia. All thanks to McDonald's. You are listening to 3AW Football.
They're back.
The other day I had to go and do some work.
Go down the monkey bars together.
Had to go and do a talk. Or not a talk, but I had to go and see.
What did you do?
Oh, well, went and saw a psychologist, actually. All right.
From 5 p.m. tomorrow, it's The Twilight Zone with Marco and the Ox.
How you going with that?
It was all right.
Apparently it's good for you.
No, I think I've sorted her out. She was having issues, and I think I fixed her up.
On 3AW 693.
Sheen Panel Service.
If you've had a car accident, call Sheen first. We'll handle your repair process from start to finish and provide an accident replacement vehicle at no cost to you. Rest assured, we use genuine parts and provide you with a lifetime guarantee on all repairs. So remember, call Sheen first on 1300 Repair. We'll take care of the rest at one of our 26 locations across Victoria. T's and C's apply.
Sheen Panel Service.
Roll up to the drive-thru in style with the Monopoly game at Macca's. You could win a car for a year with budget car rental, a whole year of Wilson parking, or a brand new Volkswagen T-Cross. Peel and scan to win at Macca's today. End October 19. Full terms at mcdonalds.com.au.
Kick off the footy finals and score a great deal at Dan Murphy's. Pick up a winner with the 6-pack of Scapegoat apple cider 330ml bottles for only $12 for My Dan's members. Shop unbeatable prices in-store or online at danmurphys.com.au. Choose to drink wise. Conditions apply. Offer ends Wednesday, September 15.
At Epworth, we want you to live your best life. That's why we're here for you for every health concern that life presents. When you choose Epworth for orthopaedic care, we believe your health is a joint venture. From diagnosis to treatment and rehabilitation, our orthopaedic specialists combine evidence-based clinical knowledge with more than 100 years of Epworth excellence. Epworth for you. Epworth for life. Ask your GP for a referral to an Epworth orthopaedic specialist in Melbourne or Geelong, or visit epworth.org.au.
Upgrade your everyday with Husqvarna. Take advantage of fantastic offers across the range. Trimmers from only $235. Bonuses like a free icebox and bucket hat with selected Husqvarna ride-on mowers. Even a free trailer to tow behind your new rider. From the intelligent Husqvarna Automower to your new trimmer or garden tractor, it's time to start your next project. Check out our catalogue and talk to your local Husqvarna dealer today. Husqvarna. Ready when you are. Offers end January 31st, 2022. T's and C's apply. See husqvarna.com for details.
If you've been injured on the road, you may be entitled to compensation and benefits in addition to what is provided by the TAC. With over 50 years of experience, Arnold, Thomas and Becker lawyers have the expertise to provide you with the right advice to ensure you receive all your entitlements. And if you don't win, there's no fee. Speak to an Arnold, Thomas and Becker lawyer today via their new Telelaw phone service. Call 1300 333300.
Too many young people with disabilities are living in places like aged care. Thankfully, Young Care is building homes specifically for people with physical disabilities. It's your life, and now where you live is your choice. Contact Young Care today.
Kick off the footy finals and score a great deal at Dan Murphy's. Pick up a winner with a mixed 10-pack of Vodka Cruiser 275ml bottles for only $32.90. Shop unbeatable prices in-store or online at danmurphys.com.au. Choose to drink wise. Conditions apply. Offer ends Wednesday, September 15.
24 minutes to 11 o'clock. 3RW football. Hop on the line, 96900 693. That's if you're in Melbourne. 13 13 32 for Nick Theodosi, Prestige Cars open line. It will be Melbourne, starved of ultimate success since 1964. The Dogs with one flag since 1954. So it's going to be a wonderful story either way for this year's grand final. We know the circumstances that it will be played in Perth, but Melbourne's got a couple of weeks, the city that is, to really get together and make this into something really, really special, that it is Melbourne and the Dogs. Laurie Colliver, I will go down to you now. Josh Shackey is about to join. In fact, indeed, Josh Shackey is ready for us.
Yes, he is.
What a role he played tonight, Loz.
Yeah, he did. Josh, great game, well played. The significance of this from a personal point of view must be pretty high because your dad played a lot of footy here. I was lucky enough to watch him play for Woodville West Torrens. I think he played in the Premiership. How does it feel to run out in Adelaide Oval tonight and beat Port Adelaide, who as a kid you would have watched a bit? How are you feeling at this moment?
Yeah, it's. I think it's still just sinking in. Bloody amazing. Boys work so hard to get here, and we've been on the road for a fair while now, and just for us to stick together and really embrace it is awesome, and come out on top tonight is unreal. Yeah, amazing.
Here is Jimmy Bartell speaking with Josh Shackey on 3RW Football.
Josh, Jimmy here, congratulations to your team, but you in particular, we've sung your praises all night. Your role on Aaliyah, when was that plan put to you, and how did you personally go about it?
Yeah, I guess coming into the week, we knew that, you know, he's a damn good footy player, so the way he reads the ball and intercepts, it's pretty crucial to the way they move their ball. So I guess been playing down back a little bit this year, it sort of put me in a good stead to sort of read off the back of him and try and just nullify as much as I could. So yeah, I'm just still speechless with how it's all gone, so it's awesome.
No, it's great, Josh, and really happy for you. And it looks like you're happy playing your footy. You've been through some tough times and some criticism and things like that, but it looks like this year you're playing the game more with a smile on your face. And has that been because they've thrown you in the ruck, they've thrown you down back, you've got the roll up forward, that you know you just going with whatever Bevo's throwing you.
Yeah, that's it. I think just persevering through, I guess, those times that obviously don't go your way, and I just sort of thought, my time will come, and as long as I keep persevering, that time, once it comes, I'm ready to grab it. So, I'm just wrapped. Yeah, it's unreal.
And Josh Lee Matthews here, congratulations. We're talking about the different preparation protocols. I mean, Port Adelaide have just lived in Adelaide virtually all through normal preparation for them. You guys have been all around the country, but the life and energy that you turned up with tonight was just remarkable. How does that happen when the protocols are really so upset, but the performance is so good?
I think we just embraced it. I think, we haven't shied away to, saying that, it is a pretty tough time being on the road and some of the conditions that we're put under, but we just embraced it, and being together the whole time we've really put it to our advantage and really got around one another, and it's just been it has been an unreal few weeks just being with the boys all the time, so we just loved it.
Do you feel like it's like you're full-time footballers, but you're living in your own homes, going home to your own families, etc.? Is it partly that you're forced to be full-time footballers? You're together virtually all the time. Maybe that is the benefit, the sort of the byproduct of it all.
Yeah, that's it. I think being together all the time, and you get closer to one another, and you pick things up during the week with one another when you're talking to each other. And I think, like I said before, we've just embraced it really well, and all the coaches have been brilliant, just the way their messaging has been to us around training and in the games, and we've all just loved it one bit.
Josh, Daniel Harford, well done. And you get a chance to play off for what everyone wants to play off for when they start playing this game, whatever age it is, and you've now got that chance. Have you found yourself thinking in the build-up to this game tonight, thinking about the opportunity that did present and what it might look like for you in a couple of weeks' time?
I think it's just, I guess, wasn't looking forward too much. We were coming here tonight and really wanted to put on a good show and really stick to what we knew we were capable of, and now we'll head back to Perth and really prepare well, and it's obviously something that everyone dreams of as a kid, and it's obviously something very special that hopefully we can get in a couple of weeks.
And back to your story in your year for a bit. I mean, missed a bit of footy, weren't able to play in the seniors, and you were playing back in the twos and trying to find a role down there. You come into the senior team, you're all over the shop, as Jim says. Who have you lent on to be able to get through all that? Because it's a fairly challenging period for a guy that's been around for a little while now and is just, I imagine, hungry as anything to get their chance.
Yeah, I think all the boys have been really good, but I guess Brucey, unfortunately, in his circumstances, we'd love him to be out there, but he's been really, really supportive of everyone. And shout out to him. He's the credit to him, how strong he's been, and really, obviously lent on him, and Naughty down forward, and Ash Hansen as well up forward's been awesome. So also Bevo, just backing me in, I guess down back, and then to put me up forward as well, coming into the finals, to really back me in. Obviously been very grateful.
Josh, we see Stephen Martin, lovely haircut, well-spoken, nice guy. Why has he got some sort of psychopathic urge to hurt whoever he goes up against? And normally it is people in the ruck that are about 5, 6, even 10 centimetres taller than him.
Yeah, I think that's just the competitiveness in Steph. I was sitting on the plane from Perth over here to Adelaide, and I was sitting behind him, and I could see him on the vision for about 2.5 hours, just studying the game and the centre bounces and the amount of work he puts in during the week to get his body right. It's obviously no surprise when he comes out and he plays a critical role for us.
And was it one of those things where if I put my knee into his thigh there, that'll really hurt him, that sort of study? Because he doesn't care. He just runs straight at him.
Yeah, he just he's really tactical the way he goes about it, and he's a tough man, and he's obviously very professional, like I said. So we love him. We love the way he works in the ruck and gives mids first access, which is awesome.
Just on a lighter note, you've been around Australia, as we mentioned, to play finals and throughout the last 2 years. Have you actually clocked Netflix? Like, what do you do in your spare time with all the lockdowns and you got to stay to your hotel rooms? What do you actually do with all that time?
Yeah, there is a little bit of Netflix going on, but we've really got into a few card games with the boys, and we've been enjoying each other's company. I guess a few card games is the way to go, and a bit of Netflix. I've watched a fair few shows at the moment, but I think just like I said before, we've really got together as a group and enjoy each other's company as much as we can.
Hey, Josh, is Texas Hold'em, is that the sort of card game you blokes play?
Nah, a bit of Monopoly Deal. Boys love Monopoly Deal. It's a bit quicker version than the normal game of Monopoly, just with a few cards. And I think a few boys were playing a bit of poker the other night as well. But
well, there's got to be somebody who fancies themselves as a Phil Hellmuth or Phil Ivey kind of player who likes to think they can bluff, who is absolutely no good at the caper. You can see straight through them.
I think I'm a bit of a culprit there. I'm no good. I like to think I am, but I'd never win in the end. But
good on you. Hey, Josh, fantastic job. Daniel Harford with one, and then we'll throw it back to you, Loz.
I'm just interested to find if any of your family will be able to get across, Josh. Have you planned to head to any of your family to get there, or is it too late?
I'm not too sure about that one. I think they might talk to us about that in the coming days, but obviously we'd love to get a few families members over because they obviously ride the journey with us, but I'm not too sure about that.
Yeah. Wonderful stuff, Josh, on behalf of all Western Bulldogs supporters, but indeed all people that follow the game and have followed your travails to persevere and succeed one game out and being part of the Dogs push for the 2021 flag bears testament to how determined you are to make it. Well done, and thank you for joining us on 3AW Football.
Thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Good on you, Josh. As we do a little handover, Loz, are you still with us there as you grab that gear in?
Thank you, Josh, for the headset. And yes, what a great chat that was, boys. Well done. Do you want a quick injury report before we go? Or?
Who asked the best question then, Loz? You said it was a great interview.
Well, it was a great interview. Straw poll, a bit of a straw poll this time of night's a bit harsh.
No, well, obviously you were paying attention to it.
I think my question was probably the best.
Yeah, good point. Well done. Can you please give us, Loz, an injury report for Physio Creme? It's that beautiful massage gel that will ease all your aches and pains.
Yeah, I got a few aches and pains. It's just starting to get a bit cold here as Josh heads down to the rooms. The only worry for the Dogs perhaps is Laith Vandermeer went off at three-quarter time. Saw him get rubbed on the hammy at quarter time fairly vigorously, and a little bit of tightness there, which saw him subbed out of the game for Anthony Scott, who made an immediate impression kicking a goal. Look, Bonampelli, odd sign of a bit of a limp occasionally, but you'd think he'd be right in 2 weeks' time. Caleb Daniel came off with a bit of a knock to the ribs at one stage. Port Adelaide, well, they're going to be hurting no matter what you say about tonight. Just Ollie Wines getting crunched a couple of times, Zach Butters' right wrist, but the significance of their loss is profound, isn't it? And poor old Kenny, the coach, he's going to have to go back to the drawing board. So there you have it, boys, from a very cool and chilly Adelaide Oval.
Hang on, Loz, before you go, I've got one question in two parts. What's going to go on with the Ashes, and which marquee will you be in if it is going ahead?
Oh, I'll be working for Fox Cricket up the back of the commentary box, boys, and I can guarantee you, London to a brick, there'll be an Ashes series. I don't know what order the tests will be played, but I'm fancying probably Brisbane, Adelaide, and then after that, not too sure. Might be a couple of double-ups. We'll have to wait and see.
Let's hope they're in Adelaide, mate. I can promise you now, for the adult of us, just watching cricket coming out of both Perth and Adelaide is a wonderful thing.
I hope to see you all here, because we all know how great a test match we have in Melbourne, and we know how great it is in Adelaide as well. So fingers crossed a few of you beautiful Victorian people can get over here and enjoy the time here.
If I may quote the great Ross Stevenson to you, Loz, thank you very much.
All the best, boys.
So the Dogs by 71 points. Amy Clangers. And we will not be discussing any individual Amy Clangers tonight. Port Adelaide can lick their wounds and ponder, as they certainly will, their 71-point horror night against the Dogs. But Clangers, lucky you're with Amy. That little saying has been around for years and years, and Amy covers your Clangers, so you're lucky you're with them. And I just think tonight, as we said at half-time, there was, 3 goals or whatever it was at half-time.
12-3, yep.
And 45 means a stack of errors have been made and not too much going wrong with the Dogs. We're going to get the votes very, very shortly. But one thing we really haven't drilled down on, to use an overused expression, and that is just give us some of those great numbers, because
because it makes for sweet reading for the Bulldogs.
Thought you might ask for them, Tone, when the Bulldogs
Hey, take your time.
In the end, disposals fairly even for the night, which doesn't really matter because the inside 50s were in the favour of the Bulldogs, 60-48. Clearances 41-35. Was back on terms a little bit in the last half, but the Dogs had sort of set the game up by then. Plus 30 contested possession. I mean, that's a smacking. They were plus 23 at quarter time. Set the game up, Charlie Sutton style, and avoided the rush. And the ground ball gets, which Jimmy has been all over, was a big number as well, plus 37 for them for the game. They kicked all their goals effectively from inside the corridor, 30 metres out. They were terrific. Individually, Jack McRae had 36, 7 inside 50s, 4 clearances, 6 tackles. Bailey Dale had 24, 8 rebound 50s for him. Adam Treloar, 23 and a goal. Bailey Smith, 23 and 4 goals, if you don't mind. The Bond had 20, 2 goals, 10 inside 50s, 7 clearances. He was very, very good. And for the victims tonight, really, weren't they, in every aspect of the game?
Wines, I would think, and Bonner would have had to have been the 1-2 punch there as
Spot
far
on.
as numbers go.
38 for Wines. He worked hard, and a goal as well. Bonner 32 and 1. Boak had 24 in the end. Houston 22, but it was a very sorry sheet for the Port Adelaide players from an individual perspective. Way too good.
Lee, in earnest, when do you start thinking about your opponent, admittedly being a fortnight away, which is a really strange thing, I suppose, to actually manage the time between now and then?
Oh, well, right now. I mean, I'm sure the Melbourne people would have been watching the game tonight, and it's funny, you start watching a game not wanting anyone to win, but then eventually someone's going to win. So you're kind of going to ebb and flow, and they will probably know by about half time. Well, it looks like the Bulldogs are going to be our opponent, so you start thinking about them straight away. And Luke Beveridge, he'll be thinking about Melbourne about now. I mean, even late in the game, once the game was decided tonight. So, no, the opponents and the final two, where we now know who they are. And it was interesting what Josh Shackey said. I mean, the clubs go on. I mean, they're full-time footballers. You're not together all the time. You go on camps in a way to bond, don't you?
Yeah.
And the players, the clubs have been in the forced togetherness because of the way this whole COVID thing's worked. But it seems to have had that byproduct of like you're going on one extended camp. There's a growing togetherness because we're there all in this together and spending effectively a lot more time together than they would if they were home, living in their home beds, going back to their own home. So it's an interesting phenomenon because it just doesn't add up like the preparation protocols why the Bulldogs were so good tonight and Port was so bad. But maybe the extended bonding that comes from being together on the road for extended periods becomes a real positive.
And they're their only support network as well within the walls of the club at that time too. So it's a very different support mechanism that they lean on throughout this period, which they've done a great job of. Can I ask a question to Lee just about Port Adelaide? 2 qualifying final victories in the last 2 years and then out in prelims, and then monstering in this one, Lee. How much damage can that do to the psyche of a group?
Well, last year they got beaten by a goal by Richmond, and Richmond went on and won the premiership. Okay, there's going to be a winner, there's going to be a loser, but tonight, I mean, it was like Geelong last night, really. It's almost exactly the same, except the Bulldogs were the real outsiders. All the favours were going in Port's direction, going in to the game, but they just had a really, really bad night on the knockout game, and I sort of joked a little bit about Ken Hinkley, who's the coach. So he'll go to the press conference and someone will ask him that question. And you know what happened? I mean, they got killed in the contest, particularly the inside 50 forward for the Bulldogs. That ground level contest was completely dominated by the Bulldogs. That happened. Now, why did that happen? I mean, it just defies logic because Port have been pretty good all year, but they tonight were completely overwhelmed in the game. That clearly, you win, you go to a grand final, you lose, you're out. So exactly what got loaded onto Geelong last night is now loaded onto Port.
It is Melbourne and the Western Bulldogs for the 2021 grand final. As Melbourne was as dominant, I think it was 83 points last night. Just add an even 71 and the Dogs' domination over Port Adelaide. Lee, you'll do the votes when we return. We'll be back to wrap it up. But that doesn't mean footy talk is over for tonight. Brad Hardy will take up Footy Nightline after the 11 o'clock news. Across Australia with the Western Bulldogs into the grand final against Melbourne. Thanks to McDonald's. You're listening to 3W Football.
Kick off the footy finals and score a great deal at Dan Murphy's. Pick up a winner with a case of Byron Bay Brewery Premium Lager 355ml bottles for only $47 for My Dan's members. Shop unbeatable prices in-store or online at danmurphys.com.au. Choose to drink wise. Conditions apply. Offer ends Wednesday, September 15.
On the way to the game, at half-time, or after the siren, Macca's has you covered. Fuel up on Big Macs, quarter pounders, fries, apple pies and more. At a Macca's restaurant, like goals after the siren. I'm loving it. Macca's, proud partner of 3AW football.
He was driving on three wheels. There was no tyre on the left front end. There's a bullet hole in his front windscreen.
Melbourne, keep the hot news tips coming. Tell me something I don't know, and you could land in the draw for our yearly Word on the Street prize. $50,000 towards any car you like, thanks to our good friends at the Penfold Motor Group. Give me a call on Drive, send me an email or a message on Facebook or Twitter.
Word on the Street for Penfold Motors. Service your car now and you could win a $1,000 Visa gift card. T's and C's at penfold.com.au.
I am here to show you all how to Ladbroke. Make every race this spring even more exciting. Get the down low on the download. Ladbroke it this spring carnival.
But let's not stop there.
Let's Ladbroke the world. Gamble responsibly.
Dad, come kick the footy with me.
Sorry, buddy. My knee's playing up again.
Please, Dad.
If you're one of the millions of Australians who suffer from muscular aches and pains, you want a massage gel that provides effective relief. That's why you should try PhysioCreme. It contains menthol and naturally derived ingredients which provides temporary relief of muscular aches and pains. Pick it up from your local pharmacy,